Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. The last war of humanity is already going on. We are under attack by the enemy against whom we have no weapons. Our enemy has neither soul nor feelings. It does not have a shred of honor or justice. It is cruel and inhumane. It attacks recklessly and mercilessly. It destroys everyone in its way, sparing neither women nor the elderly or children. This human killer of ours is climate. And at this time, when every day the power of the enemy is growing and his attacks become more deadly, we are divided. Because we have been divided into countries, nationalities, races, social, religious, and political factions. We are artificially divided and at the same time brainwashed. We are all aware that we are constantly being zombified. We are forced to hate each other. We are even forced to fight against each other. We are being artificially driven into economic problems and shackled like slaves in the bondage of debt slavery. And this only happens because you and I now live in a consumerist format. As a result, we are destroying each other worse than animals. Look, this is Ukraine, the ruined city of Bucha. Many innocent, peaceful, elderly people, women, and children died in it. And we, people, did this. And look, this is the United States, Kentucky, a ruined city in Kentucky. Many innocent civilians died in it as well. But it was climate that did this. Yes, people did it in Bucha. But there is hope that people will stop this bloodshed, that this will end, that people will sit down and negotiate. Any war ends with negotiation and eventually peace. But you can't negotiate with the climate, and it will never stop. My heart aches for the innocent people in Ukraine. They are dying and suffering because someone's stupidity, tyranny, and impunity. The war in Ukraine has shown that whether you are rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Everyone found themselves in the same conditions, in basements, without water or food. But even in this difficult case, people do have a chance. There is a chance that a few will come to an agreement and stop playing the lives of millions. But what about the climate? No one will come to an agreement with the climate. The lives of a divided humanity are in real danger of annihilation. In today's consumerist format, with our inhumaneness, hatred, and greed, we are violating the sacred right of every human the
நாம்
right
புனித
to
தன்மையை
live.
அழித்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். ஏனென்றால்
Our society
மக்கள்
is in death agony at the peak of violence.
நமது
Slavery
சமுதாயம் மற்றும்
and
மக்கள் எல்லாரும்
injustice.
அடிமைத்தனமாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
At the
ஏனென்றால்
same time, there
அதே
is an
சூழ்நிலையில்
undeclared war aimed at the destruction of all humanity.
அந்த
Our
போர்
enemy
முடிவுக்கு
takes
வரவில்லை
no
என்றால்
prisoners
நம்
and
மனிதத்துவம்
has
எல்லாம்
no
அழிந்துவிடும்
sympathy
என்பதை
for
கூறியுள்ளது.
anyone. It is
அதனால்
ruthless.
என் தனித்துவம்
Its
என்ற
power and
பொருளாதாரம்
might
எந்த
is
மனிதனுக்கும்
increasing
செயல்படவில்லை
every
என்று
day.
கூறுகின்றனர்.
Its goal is to destroy all life on this planet and turn our beautiful earth into a dead planet.
இந்த உலக
Like
போர் நம் மக்கள்
Mars.
அனைவரும் அழித்துவிட்டு
How many
பொருளாதார
more
மேலும் இயல்பித்து
millions
விடுகிறார்கள்.
of us have to be killed before we are
Millions
convinced
of
of the inevitability
people were
and
dead.
ruthlessness of the climate? How many more mass graves and sacrifices are needed for us to
நிறைய
stop
மக்கள்
our
தனது நாட்டிற்காக
consumers'
தனது வாழ்வை
madness
அர்ப்பணித்துக்
and
கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
selfishness
இதெல்லாம்
and
சுயநலம்
indifference?
மற்றும்
How
தனித்துவத்தை
many
நிரூபிக்கவில்லை.
more of our children, mothers, and loved ones
சின்ன குழந்தைகள்
should
மற்றும்
die
தாய்மார்கள்
before we finally unite and take action?
குழந்தைகள் மற்றும்
This is
தாய்மார்கள்
the
எல்லாம்
last
இறந்து விடுகிறார்கள்.
war
ஏனென்றால்
of
நாம்
humanity.
அவர்களை
And if we
நிறைவாக
don't
கவனித்துக்
take
கொள்ளவில்லை
up
என்று
this
தெரிகின்றது.
challenge now, tomorrow
நாம் இந்த சூழ்நிலையை
the
எடுக்கவில்லை
climate
என்றால்
will destroy everyone.
மற்ற நாட்களில் நாம் மிகவும் கடினமான சூழ்நிலையை மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டியிருக்கும் என்பதை நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
Of the earth. We are totally unprepared for this war.
நாம் இந்த போருக்கு முதலாம் தயாராகவில்லை. ஏனென்றால் நாம் என்று எதுவும் இல்லை என்று இந்த சூழ்நிலை நாம் எதுக்க தேவையில்லை. நாம் என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும் என்றால் நாம் பொறுமையாக இருந்து இச்சூழ்நிலை ஏற்றவாறு நடக்க வேண்டும்.
The climate does not read newspapers. The climate does not watch television.
காலம் மற்றும் சூழ்நிலைகள் அனைவற்றும் எல்லாம் பொதுவாக எல்லாவற்றிலும் சேர்ப்பாகாது.
To brainwash as we brainwash each other.
நாம் இந்த காலத்தை குறை சொல்ல முடியாது. ஏனென்றால் நம் மக்கள் அனைவரும் சூழ்நிலையாலும் மற்றும் காலத்தினாலும் தகுந்தவாறு மாறிக்கொண்டே இருக்கிறோம் என்று கூறிவிட்டுள்ளனர். சாதாரண மக்கள் மற்றும் அனைத்து மக்கள் இந்த சூழ்நிலை புரிந்து கொள்ள மாட்டேங்கிறார்கள். ஏனென்றால்
only those the collaborationists on whose orders the corrupt media are brainwashing us. And even in the conditions of war,
இந்த அடித்தனமான பணத்தை மற்றும் டாலர்களை கொண்டு கட்டுப்படுத்தி விடுகிறார்கள். ஏனென்றால் பெரிய பொருளாதாரம் என்று தனக்கு தெரிகின்றது மற்றும் அவர்களுக்கு புரியவில்லை என்று கூறுகிறார்கள்.
However, the climate will destroy not only us, but also
காலம் நம்மளை மட்டும் அழித்து விடாது.
as well
விலங்குகள் மற்றும்
if we do nothing
தனித்தனியான முறையில் அவர்களை நேர்கொண்டு அழிக்கும்.
The enemy destroys us physically and ruins our homes.
எனிமீஸ் நம்மளை பிசிக்கலாகவும் அழித்து விடுவார்கள், நம்மளை மென்டலாகவும் அழித்து.
We listen to the collaborationists and believe them, deceiving ourselves and wasting precious time. Is this
நம்
not
புனிதமான நேரத்தை வீணாக கழிக்கின்றோம் என்பதை அவர்கள் தெரிவிக்கிறார்கள்.
After all, lies and fairy
அவர்கள்
tales
முட்டாள் என்று குறிப்பிடுகிறார்கள். ஏனென்றால்
will not help us in any way.
காலம் சூழ்நிலை தகுந்தவாறு ஏற்பட்டார்கள் என்றால் அவர்கள் விளைவுகளை சந்திக்க வேண்டியிருக்கும். இந்த போர் கிளைமேட்டை முதற்கொண்டு கூறப்படுவதில்லை என்றால் அது அடித்தளமாக கொண்டும் மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
By placing our own selfishness and short-term interest on pedestals of values instead of human life,
நாம் நம்ம சுயநலத்திற்காக மற்றும் அவர்களை தனிமைப்படுத்தி விடக்கூடாது என்று கூறுகிறார்கள்.
of our own common enemy. In this
அவர்களை நாம்
consumerist
எதிரியாக
format
மேற்கொள்ளாமல்
of
மக்கள்
society,
மற்றும்
we are all
சகோதரராக
doomed
பின்பற்ற வேண்டும்.
because
நாம்
we
எல்லாம்
are
என்ன செய்ய வேண்டும்
just
என்றால்
at feedstock. We are slaves.
நாம்
Our
அடிமைகள்.
destinies are controlled by the few who kill us by our own hands.
நமது வாழ்க்கை
Think about it. Just one
பிற்பற்ற
man
மக்கள் தான்
can
முடிவு
kill
செய்கிறார்கள்.
all
ஏனென்றால்
of
அதை
humanity.
நம்மால்
Simply
தனித்துவமாக
because
முடிவு செல்ல
we,
என்று கூறுகிறார்கள்.
like stupid
நாம்
sheep, have delegated
நாம்
our
முட்டாள்கள்.
power to him and allowed him
நாம்
to
நமது
make
சக்தி மற்றும் உழைப்பினை
decisions
பிறருக்கு
that destroy
தாரை
our
வார்க்கிறோம்
lives,
என்று
the
கூறுகிறார்கள்.
lives of our families.
நமது
As
குடும்பம்
soon as we delegate power over ourselves to someone, we create a temptation for them to take our lives.
இந்த கடினமான சூழ்நிலை நாம் இன்னும் புரிந்து கொள்ளவில்லை என்றால் நாம் மிகவும் கடினமான சூழ்நிலையும் மிக
It's in our blood.
ஆதாரமாக மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டியிருக்கும் என்று கூறுகிறார்கள்.
We must honestly acknowledge all of our human weaknesses
நாம்
and
உண்மையாக
build
புரிந்து
a
கொள்கிறோம்
world
என்றால்
in which our weaknesses will not be able to affect the lives of other people. We must understand and
நமது
acknowledge
வீக்னஸை
this fact.
மற்றவர்கள் எல்லாம் புரிந்து கொள்ள இயலாது.
We must take this into account and henceforth prevent
நாம்
such
இதை
a
சரியான முறையில்
situation in
பின்பற்ற வேண்டும்.
society where a
இந்த
few
சூழ்நிலை
individuals control the lives
இந்த
and
சொசைட்டி
destinies
மற்றும் தனித்துவமான மக்களை எல்லாரும் மக்கள்
we should
நாம்
know that those few will someday saturate their greed and become human beings. This
சில
is the
மக்கள் தனது
consumerist format.
ஆர்வம் மற்றும்
Power
பராக்கிரமத்தால்
and
மற்றவர்களை
money
அழித்து விடுகிறார்கள்.
is predominant here.
மணி
They
மற்றும்
are
பவரை
like
யூஸ்
black
பண்ணி கொண்டு
holes that devour
எல்லாவற்றையும் மிரட்டுகின்றனர்.
entire galaxies. They never have enough. They
அவர்களுக்கு
devour
போதுமான அளவு
billions,
கிடைக்கவில்லை.
and they never have enough. They take lives, and they never have enough.
அவர்களுக்கு போதுமான அளவு
That we
பணம்
live
மற்றும்
in a world
அடித்தனமான
where one person
சேவைகள்
can
கிடைக்கவில்லை.
take the lives of millions of people at will. It's not normal. Think about it. In
யோசித்து
the
பாருங்கள்.
consumerist format, one person
உழைப்பாளிகள்
being a
மற்றும்
tyrant decides
consumers
whether
அனைவரும்
millions of people should live or die.
அதை நம்பிதான் ஆயிரக்கணக்கான மக்கள் உழைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த பிரைவேட் மற்றும் கம்பெனிகளில் மிகவும் அடிமைத்தனமாக
whether one person
ஆனால்
should
ஒரு
live
மனிதன்
or die.
இருக்க வேண்டும்
Even if
இல்லாட்டி
he is
உயிரிழக்க வேண்டும்.
potentially dangerous to society.
அவர்கள் மிகவும் ஆபத்தானவர்கள்.
But this is life.
இதுதான்
Human
வாழ்க்கை,
life.
மனித வாழ்க்கை.
Why is this happening to us today?
இது நமக்கு
Because we
இன்று முதல்
allow this
நடக்கவில்லை
to
என்றால்
happen. We ourselves have allowed the consumerist format to exist. We are
நாம்
divided.
தான் இந்த அடிமைத்தன
We are
வாழ்க்கையை
manipulated.
அனுமதித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம்.
And we
நிராகரிக்கப்படவில்லை.
accept it through our silence,
நாம்
inaction,
அமைதியாக இருந்தால் இது
and
நடந்து கொண்டே இருக்கிறது.
egocentrism.
நாம் எதுவும் செய்ய இயலாது.
We keep playing these imposed games like sheep.
நாம் இந்த வாழ்க்கையை
Want to be treated
ஆடு
like
மந்தை மாதிரி
human
விளையாடி
beings.
கொண்டிருக்கிறோம். சிந்திக்கவில்லை.
As long as we remain like sheep, we will
ஆடு,
be sheared for
நாம்
profit and killed for fun
பணம் மற்றும் பொருளாதாரக்காண்டி
by
நாம்
our
மக்கள்
own
அனைவரும் கனவு
hands.
மனித தன்மையை தொலைத்துக்
It
கொண்டிருக்கிறோம்.
is mean,
இல்லை.
despicable, and unacceptable to
அழிவற்றவை,
resolve
நம்ப முடியாது.
geopolitical issues at the cost of human lives.
இதில் நிறைய வாழ்க்கை மற்றும் மனிதர்கள் எல்லாவற்றும்
To stop ambitions, double
இதை நாம் உடனே
standards,
தடுக்க
and
வேண்டும். இல்லை
killing
என்றால்
people.
அவர்களை இறக்க செய்த
There
வேண்டும்.
is no reason to allow anyone to take
எந்த
a
காரணம்
human
இருக்கக்கூடாது.
life.
ஒரு மனிதன் அழிக்க வேண்டும்னால் எந்த காரணம் இருக்கக்கூடாது.
The
அவர்களை கொன்று
life
விட வேண்டும்.
of each of us, neither economics
வாழ்க்கை நமக்கு
nor
என்று தெரிய வேண்டும்.
geopolitics,
No geopolitics.
Nothing can justify people's deaths.
மனிதத்தன்மை எதாலும்
We
நிராகரிக்கப்படக்கூடாது.
can understand those who defend
நம்மால் புரிந்து கொள்ள முடிகிறது,
themselves.
நம்மால்
But
தடுக்க
there is
வேண்டும்.
no justification for those who
No
kill
justification.
peaceful, innocent people while defending
மக்களை நாம் அழிக்க கூடாது.
themselves.
மக்கள் தனித்துவம் என்று யாரும் கூறக்கூடாது. மக்கள் எல்லாம் ஒன்றிணைந்து அவர்களை
It's no
எதிர்கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
longer a defense.
இது ரொம்ப நாள் நீடிக்காது.
It's already an attack.
ஆரம்பிச்சு
There is no justification for violence in human society. All
இது அமைதி
violence
மற்றும்
must be
சுற்றுச்சூழலை
rejected from our society. It's an element of the animal world from which we, as human beings, must get rid of in order to become a true civilization.
அனைவரும் விவசாயி மற்றும்
We
civilization-ஐ மேற்கொள்ள
have
வேண்டும்.
no future.
நமக்கு பிற்கால
I
வாழ்க்கை
appeal
இல்லை.
to everyone. Convey this to all, even to
நான்
those who
ஒரு
don't want to hear
விஷயம்
it.
கூறுகிறேன் என்னவென்றால் நீங்கள் கேட்காம அல்லது கேட்காம இருக்கலாம்.
There's nothing more valuable than human life.
மனித வாழ்க்கையை தவிர
You can
மித்த
restore
எல்லாம்
a house,
மிகவும் புனிதத்தற்றவை அல்லவை.
a business, even an entire country. But you cannot restore the life of a human being that was murdered.
மனிதத்தன்மை தவிர மித்த எல்லாம்
If we
பெரிதாக
look at the present
மனம்,
day
பொருள்,
world with
உதவி,
open eyes, removing the blinders that mass media has imposed on
குருடர்கள்
us,
மற்றும்
it is horrifying how inhumane and heartless we are. Even
இதை
someone who
இதயமற்ற செயல்.
considers
அனைவரும் கண்கூடாக
himself
சிந்திக்காதீர்கள் தவிர
to be
பொது
innocent
வாழ்க்கைக்காக யோசித்துக் கொண்டிருக்க மாட்டார்கள். இது மிகவும் தவறு.
because he
இது பொய்யும் கூட.
doesn't care about deaths on
இதை நாம்
another
கண்டுகொள்ள தேவையில்லை.
continent.
தனி
He
மக்கள்
doesn't care
தனித்துவம்
about
மட்டுமே
hunger,
யோசித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். பொது
violence, and slavery of others.
violence
Because
மற்றும்
he
slavery முறைகளை கையாண்டு
is
கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். இப்போ
brainwashed, egoist.
மூளை
He
தலைவை
is
செய்து
a
கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
consumer. And such a creature cannot be called a human being. A human is the one who's not indifferent to human
மனிதர்
beings.
மற்றும் தான் எல்லா
We
வாழ்க்கை
have been
மற்றும்
turned into
தனித்துவமாக
weak-willed,
பிரித்து
greedy,
உணர்ந்தவை.
and stupid creatures. Feedstock.
நாம் முட்டாள் மற்றும்
Yes.
அடிமைத்தன்மை கொண்டவை.
It
ஆம்,
sounds offensive, but let's face the truth.
நாம் உண்மை மற்றும் கூர்நோக்கி செல்ல
In a
வேண்டும்.
consumer society, how will you resist the
தொழிலாளர்கள்
climate
மற்றும்
that is
உழைப்பாளர்கள்
physically
இந்த
destroying
கால
us
சூழ்நிலையை நோக்கி
by
மேற்கொள்ள
means
வேண்டும்.
of
எதுவும்
false
அழித்து விடக்கூடாது.
accusations, by pictures in the media, or
ஊடகம்
false
மற்றும்
slogans?
பொருளாதாரம் ஆகியவற்றை
How
மேற்கொண்டு நாம் துணை நிற்க
will
வேண்டும்.
you
ஏன்?
explain to a zombified egoist
நீங்கள் விளக்குங்கள்.
idiot
Ego.
that climate's
Idiot.
loyalty cannot be bought with money, and
பணம்,
when the climate
பொருள்,
comes
இடம்,
to kill
காலம்,
this
அதை
person
கொண்டு நம்மால் வாங்க
in his
இயலாது.
own home, nothing and no one will save him. How do you
பணம்
explain
மற்றும் ஒரு மனிதனை
to the
எல்லா
egoist?
சூழ்நிலையும் காப்பாற்றி
He
விடாது.
must act
ஈகோ மற்றும்
now
அவர்களை மேலும்
and
அழித்து விடும்.
inform
அதனால்
everyone,
மக்களை அவர்கள்
because
மேற்கொண்டு புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
this
Because
is
இது
in his own interest. Because
அவர்கள்
this
தனித்தட்ட
is about saving his
முடிவு.
own life.
அவர்கள் தான் மேற்கொள்ள வேண்டும்.
Only the creative society can save us from the climate by changing conditions, by changing the very format of society. We can all
சமுதாயம்
unite together
நாம் எல்லாம் ஒன்று கூடினால்
and thus combine all of
எல்லாம்
our
ஒன்று சேர்ந்து
resources
அவர்களை
and our entire
அழித்து விட
human
வேண்டும்.
potential in the fight
நமது திறமைகள்
against
மற்றும்
the
போராட்டம்
climate.
அவர்களை நிராகரிக்க செய்ய இயலாது.
You
நாம்
tell me,
சொல்லுங்க,
what must happen for you personally
உங்களுக்கு அது
to
நேர்ந்தது
understand and take action? What
உங்களுக்கு அது நடந்தா
must
நீங்க என்ன
convince
செய்து
you?
இருப்பீர்கள்?
The
சொல்லுங்க.
death of your family and
உங்கள்
friends,
குடும்பத்திற்கும் அவர்
your
நண்பர்களுக்கும்
own death. But then you
அண்ணன்
wouldn't be
நம்பிகளுக்கும்
able to do anything about it.
நம்மளால எதுவும் செய்ய இயலாது.
Should all
இல்லை.
the media on this planet get involved
ஊடகங்கள்
and
மற்றும்
start
அனைவரும் அவர்களை கிழித்து
brainwashing
விடுவார்கள்.
you?
மூளை செலவு செய்து
Are
விடுவார்கள்.
you not capable of thinking for yourself?
நம்மளை பற்றி
Are
யோசிக்க
you
இயலாது.
incapable
நாம்
of seeing
நம்மால்
with your
இயலும்,
own
எல்லாத்தையும்
eyes
இயலும். நம்ம கண்கால்
what
பார்க்க இயலும்
must
அல்லவா?
happen for you to
நம்மளுக்கு என்ன
finally
நடந்துவிட்டது என்றால்
realize that the consumerist
கடைசியாக
format
நம்மால் புரிந்து
is
கொள்ள
our
வேண்டும்.
common verdict as well as your own grave.
நம்ம எல்லாம் புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். நம்மால்
We
தெரிந்து
have
கொள்ள இயலும்.
only two options to
Two
avoid
options.
the climate apocalypse. The first option,
முதல்
and
ஆப்ஷன்
the
என்னவென்றால்
most difficult one,
இது ரொம்ப
is to
கஷ்டமானது.
build the
கட்டிக்கொள்ள
creative
இயலும்.
society.
கிரியேட்டிவ்
The
சொசைட்டி என்ற
second
முறையில் தெரிந்து
option
கொள்ளலாம்.
is to sit
இரண்டாவது
idly and do
அமர்ந்து
nothing. In
தனியாக
other
அமர்ந்து
words,
எதுவும் செய்ய
just
இயலாது.
wait for our tyrants
பொறுத்திருந்து
to destroy us in a global
நாம்
nuclear war
பொறுத்திருந்து
before the
தகுந்த
climate does it.
சமயத்தின் போது நம்ம திறமைகளை வெளிப்படுத்த வேண்டும். சொல்லுங்க.
What must happen for people to finally realize that the creative society is the only way out and to start
சொல்லுங்கள்.
acting
கிரியேட்டிவ் சொசைட்டி
in
என்ற
building
இது
it?
ஒரு காரணத்தினால்தான் மக்கள் தனது
Yes.
தனித்துவமான மற்றும்
Humanity
பொருளாதாரத்தை
is
தன்னால்
now
இயன்ற
in
அளவு
a
வெளிப்படுத்திக்
deep
கொண்டிருக்கிறது.
pit of egocentrism, and it won't be possible to jump out of there into the creative society at once. But it is absolutely realistic to take the first steps towards humanist and unification of all of us. We mustn't be silent. We
நாம்
must
அமைதியாக
tell
இருக்கக்கூடாது.
our friends and
நம்மளோட ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ்
strangers
எல்லாருக்குமே
about this,
strangers-க்கும்
building the
இதை பத்தி நம்ம
creative
எல்லா டீட்டெயிலாக
society
சொல்லணும்.
will only become realistic when we accomplish
அப்போதான்
the
எல்லாருமே
first
ஒரு நேர்மையா
and
இருந்தாங்க.
most difficult step in building. That is informing everyone. We should
நம்ம
reach
எல்லாரும் சொல்லும்
the
விதமா
hearts of people for them
எல்லாரும்
to
மக்களுக்கு
understand that it is beneficial
வகையில.
to all. Everyone benefits from being
எல்லாரும்
human.
பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் அடைவாங்க.
Everyone benefits from being a united civilization.
எல்லாரும்
It is
இதுல
beneficial to
நன்மை
each
அடைவாங்க.
and every one of us because it is the only chance to survive. Yes,
Because இதனால தான் நம்ம
it is
survive
hard. Yes, they don't want to hear us. But
சில
we
பேர் நம்மள வந்து
must
கேட்கறதுக்கு
do it
விருப்பப்படல.
if we
ஆனா
want to
நம்ம இது
survive
எல்லாத்தையும் செய்யணும்.
because we
நம்ம வாழணும்னா.
are people. We
ஏனென்றால் நம்ம
want to
எல்லாரும் மக்கள்.
live.
நம்ம எல்லாரும் வாழ வேண்டும்.
Humanity's last war is already underway. The enemy is destroying everyone in its path.
At first, I thought it was a bomb explosion.
It's scary. It's very scary.
Honestly thought that I was going to die.
What was happening was like a nightmare.
Everything was destroyed.
I couldn't stand to see the corpse of a mother hugging her burnt child.
My heart is breaking with pain.
Our enemy is climate.
Everything was destroyed.
There was no warning, no advice, nothing.
When I went out, I saw something that looked like a tsunami.
My father died right under our rubbled house. If only I could have helped him. I thought my family and I would die because the wind and the rain were unbelievably strong.
I'm looking for my wife and I need her.
I want to be strong, but I can't hold back my tears.
When we realized that the water had invaded the house, we only had time to get people out of the house.
There was no time to grab anything, and I lost everything.
And these are just its first attacks. It won't agree on humanitarian corridors. It won't sign a peace agreement. It doesn't need time to regroup. And it won't run out of missiles. With each new attack, the enemy only gets stronger. What can we oppose against this enemy? Can we, humans, survive this war? If meanwhile, instead of carrying out planetary mobilization and creating a united front, we are killing each other.
I don't want to die. I want it all to be over as soon as possible. Suddenly the windows started shaking, and with the second one, everything exploded. They were actually burnt alive.
The second bomb dropped.
We're killing the planet that is our only home. We are investing billions of dollars in pseudoscience and the business of a few, instead of providing for life to billions. We are being artificially divided. We've been inculcated with hatred for one another, and all for the power of a few over the billions over us. But before the climate, everyone is equal. Everyone will lie in one mass grave unless we rally our strength today and stand united against the common enemy. Yes, it's hard, but we must do so if we want to survive. For we are people. We want to live.
Greetings. I would like to
வணக்கம்.
welcome everyone to this unprecedented
நான் எல்லாரும் வரவேற்கிறேன் இந்த
international
மீட்டிங்
online forum. Global crisis. We are people. We want to
நாம்
live.
மக்கள் நாம் வாழ
Thanks to
வேண்டும்
the
அதற்காக
millions
நாம்
of
சில
volunteers from
தராதரங்களை
around
செய்த
the
வேண்டும்
world, this event right now is simultaneously interpreted into 100 languages and streamed
இது
live
100 மொழிகளில்
to thousands of media channels
ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகி
and
கொண்டிருக்கிறது
platforms
மற்றும்
in
மீடியா
over 180
இன்டர்நெட்
countries.
பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ஸ்
Multiple
800 நாடுகளில்
media
செயல்பட்டு
topics will be
கொண்டிருக்கிறது
presented today that concern every single person in our society. Some might be difficult to watch to the point of
சில மக்களுக்கு இது மிகவும் கடினமாக இருக்கலாம் சில மக்களுக்கு சுலபமாகவும் இருக்கலாம் ஆனால் நமக்கு உண்மையாக தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டும் நாம்
The
பொறுத்து
vital
கொண்டு
information and facts we are about to present will not be covered by the mainstream media.
இந்த தகவல்கள்
This
மற்றும்
forum is created for the people, by the people, by the creative society
by the people,
volunteers
for the
from
people,
around
of
the
the people.
world. Because
இது
we are
மக்களுக்காகவே
confident
தொடரப்பட்டவை
that if
ஏனென்றால்
every
மக்களின்
single person understands that there is
மக்களும்
only
புரிந்து கொள்ள
one
வேண்டும்
real enemy, climate,
ஏனென்றால்
we have a chance
அவர்களுக்காக
not
ஒரே
only
ஒரு
to win the last
இனி
war,
மட்டும்தான் இருக்கலாம்
but
அது என்றால்
also to
காலம்
come out of these times with maximum benefit to ourselves
அவர்களுக்கு
and future
நிறையாக
generations.
மதிப்புள்ளது பிற்கால
Throughout
வாழ்க்கைக்கு
this forum,
யூஸ் ஆகும்
you will learn about the creative society format and
நீங்கள்
why
இதை
it
புரிந்து
is our
கொண்டால் நீங்களும்
only
கற்றுக்கொள்ளலாம்
solution.
கிரியேட்டிவ் சொசைட்டி
We
என்ற
will show what a
நோக்கத்தோடு
deceitful, dead-end, inhumane format of society we live in now and why all attempts
மனிதத்தனமற்ற
in the
வாழ்க்கையை நாம்
current
வாழ்ந்து
consumer
கொண்டிருக்கிறோம்.
society
ஏனென்றால்
to make any positive
கன்சியூமர்
changes
சொசைட்டி
were
மீதும் மட்டும்தான் நாம்
unsuccessful.
செயல்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கிறோம்.
You will come to an understanding about
நீங்கள்
how
ஒரு புரிந்து
critical the
கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள்.
climate crisis is and why we
காலம்
need to
மற்றும்
take
சூழல்
immediate
எல்லாவற்றும்
action
நாம்
towards
இப்ப
the
நாம்
creative
நோக்கி கொண்டுதான்
society.
இருக்கின்றோம். நாம்
Each
தற்பொழுது
word
புரிந்து
that
கொள்வது
you will
என்றால்
hear today
மூலம்
has a
எல்லாத்தையும்
deep
நோக்கி
meaning.
மற்றும் செயல் கொண்டிருக்கிறோம்.
All the information and facts have been carefully collected and
இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்
cross-checked
மற்றும்
by
ஃபேக்ட்ஸ்
numerous
எல்லாமே
people
நாம் சரியாக
around the world. This
கலெக்ட் பண்ணி மற்றும் பப்ளிஷ் செய்ய
event
வேண்டும்.
is the product of months of hard work of volunteers,
இது நமது உழைப்பு
each
மற்றும்
driven by the
நோக்கத்தின்
desire to
காரணமாக
learn.
மிகவும்
It took millions
பொறுப்பற்றவை.
of people to bring this information to you. Now it's up to you to make sure
இது
this
மற்றும் மில்லியன்
information
கணக்கான
reaches the 8
மற்றும்
billion people on this
மாணவர்கள்
planet.
மற்றும் கோடிக்கணக்கான இதை
The
பார்த்து
future
கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
depends
அதை நாம்
on the actions of every single person today.
அவர்கள்
And now,
பிற்கால
it is
வாழ்க்கைக்கு
our
மிகவும்
deepest
முக்கியமானது
honor
மற்றும்
that Igor
தெளிவானவை என்று
Mikhailovich Danilov
குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கிறது.
and Zhanna are present with us today and at this international forum. And it is
இந்த
my
இன்டர்நேஷனல்
pleasure
ஃபோரம்
to pass the floor to Igor Mikhailovich and Zhanna.
டிராமா மற்றும் எல்லாவற்றையும் நான் அன்புடன் வரவேற்கிறேன்.
Hello, dear friends.
Greetings.
We welcome you
வணக்கம்.
at this significant All People's Forum. Humanity is experiencing hard times. Right now, it's important for people to consolidate and demonstrate their best human qualities. It is precisely now that the destiny of humanity, which depends on everyone's choice, is being determined. Yes, many people are now going through great sorrow. It's a pity that this stage of internal maturation and awareness is passing through such tragic events, which take place all over the world and aggravate day by day. Remember that every day of inaction in the consumerist format entails missed opportunities and lost human lives. Whereas every day of active informing about the creative society is a chance for saving people's lives and survival of the entire humanity. Therefore, now as never before, the choice, truth, and actions of every person are extremely important. I would like to express my personal gratitude to the true heroes who do not abandon others in a tough moment and lend a helping hand from their pure hearts, despite any circumstances. These people deserve respect. Thanks to their actions, events are generated that change the destinies of billions of people. Thank you so much, friends, for what you are doing. The time has come to become a true human. The time has come to create all conditions for the entire humanity to survive.
Hello, dear friends. I'm honored to be with you today at this forum. It is not just a forum, friends. It's more than that. It's not just us coming together on the air, seeing and hearing each other. No. It is so much more than that. Today is a really significant day. Why? Because today's event lays the foundation for our future, our common future. And right now, every one of you who understands all the pressing issues of the present day, who understands all the problems that we face, we, as humankind, all of you, all who understand how serious everything is, and who who are doing everything possible, everything that depends on us, in order to preserve tomorrow, even for those who don't want to hear about us, who are not interested in the climate, who, frankly speaking, do not care that people are dying somewhere because it is quiet in his house. So, friends, today you are fighting even for them, even to them, to those who don't want to hear about the problems which already exist and which will exist tomorrow. It is you, friends, who are trying to bring the message to them, to those who don't hear us and don't want to hear us, to those who, frankly speaking, don't like us very much, because we are disrupting their lives. We prevent them from living well. We disturb their peace by telling the truth. They like staying in an illusion, the illusion of their consciousness. But it is you, friends, who awaken them and tell them what awaits them. And you tell them about the opportunity, the unique opportunity to build a creative society that can save all of humanity. In fact, this is the only format and the only chance for all of humanity. I heard what Leslie said, and he said it right. His words should reach everyone's ears so that everyone understands that either we will be destroyed by a couple of tyrants in a nuclear explosion, or we will be destroyed by the climate. To be honest, I would be disappointed if it were either this or that way, but with the same ending. It's not right. Our goal and task is to prove that we are human beings. Our goal and objective is to prove that we are a civilization, to stop the filth that we have, to stop killing people, to restore justice in this world, and restore the value of human life. This is our task, the task for which we are here fighting right now. Each of us. Thank you. Thank you, friends, from the bottom of my heart. I understand that it's hard. I understand that they don't want to hear. I understand that they don't want to see. I understand the resistance that comes from those whom we hinder. We prevent them from stealing from us. We prevent them from killing us. We prevent them from living comfortably. But we understand that we are also fighting for their lives and for their descendants, not just for our own. And in this, friends, is your great merit. And that is the value of the entire creative society. The value is that we act for people and not people for us, that we fight for all of humanity and tell the truth as it is, even when they don't want to hear it. Yes, we would like to be heard. But we are well aware, friends, that the truth is the last thing people want to hear. This is really so. However, our goal and task is to make sure that this world remains. It will change. It has already changed, and not for the better. The climate is raging, it is gaining momentum, and we know that. But there's still a lot we can do. We can preserve this planet. We can preserve our home. We can save each other. That's what is most important, each other. Friends, we can save not only each other, but also our descendants, our humankind, and not just as humankind is right now, but as one civilization, in love, in respect, and according to the principles that we want to be applied to ourselves. Isn't that so? It is not easy. No, it is not easy, friends. But if we want it, it will be the way we want it to be. Thank you, friends. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much and most sincerely.
Igor Mikhailovich and Janna, thank you very much for your continuous support, for your love
மிகவும்
and care,
நன்றி.
and for always
தங்களுடைய
giving us an
அனைத்து
example of how not to give up
எடுத்துக்காட்டாக
and
நீங்க
to stay on the side of the truth. Thank you
இந்த
for being with us and for believing in us. Thank you
மிகவும்
for
நன்றி.
all the
நீங்கள்
encouragement
நம்மிடையே
and
ஆதரவு
motivation.
கடைசி இருந்ததற்காக
And
நன்றி.
we will
இது
use
எங்களுக்கு
this
மிகவும்
chance to overcome our differences, build the
இந்த
creative
வாய்ப்பை
society, and
இந்த
win the
வாய்ப்பை
last
பயந்து
war
கொண்டு நாங்கள்
of
மேலும் மேலும்
humanity
முன்னேறி கொண்டே
against climate.
மனிதத்தன்மை
Thank you again for being with us today.
நன்றி.
And participants of the Creative Society project daily monitor climate and geodynamic events. Since our last conference on December 4th, 2021, there hasn't been a single day without climate disasters claiming human lives. Climate news is like the coverage from a war zone. It is all about death, damage, and devastation. Are we aware of the tremendous losses humanity has already suffered in this war? Now, while our attention is diverted away from our only common enemy, the climate, we are losing millions of human lives. Here's a summary of climate events over the past few months.
கடந்த காலங்களில் நமது காலத்தை பற்றி நமக்கு கொண்டு
Any war ends with negotiation and peace. If people start a war, people are to finish it. But climate is the only enemy with which it is impossible to negotiate. No matter what concessions we would make, the climate will take everyone's life. It has already taken and continues to take our territories, our homes, and our lives. It's impossible to arrange a truce with the climate. It is the most ruthless enemy our civilization has ever faced. And we have nothing to oppose it. The last war of humanity has begun. It is an undeclared war. For the first time in history, we humans are facing the most powerful and ruthless enemy. Brazil, December 2021.
Nossa, nunca tive uma tragédia igual essa, não.
Severe floods swept Brazil back in November 2021 and have not stopped until now. In just 4 months of this year, more precipitation has already been recorded in the northeast of Brazil than expected for the entire year. In December, a monthly norm of rain fell in just 2 days in the state of Bahia. As a result, 2 dams failed. 67 cities were flooded.
We have almost 1.8 meters of water in some houses here.
This was everything to me. Everything. The only thing I had was my home, and now it's gone. It's gone.
We lost everything. Everyone here was left with nothing.
Malaysia, December 2021. Several days of torrential rains caused a series of flash floods in Malaysia.
We couldn't do anything. We could only carry documents and save ourselves. We didn't expect the water to rise 6 meters.
Indonesia, December 2021. The eruption of the Semeru volcano was a deadly surprise for the inhabitants of Java Island. no one informed people about the impending danger. 11 villages were buried under ash and solidified lava in a matter of hours.
At first, I thought it was a bomb explosion, and all of a sudden it was Sumeru erupting and spewing volcanic ashes.
Suddenly dark, then it started to rain. The rain mixed with the ashes.
Every time my son asks to go home, I don't know how to answer him. We don't have a home anymore.
I feel very sorry, especially when I try to imagine the hot ash falling, imagine the feeling and screams of a mother who tried to calm her child by hugging him. This is very sad. I couldn't stand to see the corpse of a mother hugging her burnt child. It was really sad. Even yesterday, we found a mother holding on to her 2 children. I can't imagine what they went through when they were trapped and surrounded by the hot ashes.
Cataclysms have reached a new level. Their synchronization is observed everywhere. Because of this, the impact of the forces of nature becomes super powerful. In December, after a deadly eruption, floods, landslides, an earthquake, and a powerful hurricane hit the residents of Indonesia. Streets were flooded, houses were destroyed. People were left one-on-one with their misfortune again. The Philippines, December 2021.
Good morning, world. It is the day of Storm Odette passing over the island.
Whoa, this is definitely the worst storm we've had here so far, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, this is the
இந்த
worst
நாள்
thing ever.
இந்த நாள் தான் பிலிப்பைன்ஸில் உள்ள அனைத்து மக்களும் பொருளாதார ஆபத்தான நிலைமையில் உள்ளார்கள். காப்பாற்றுங்கள். காப்பாற்றுங்கள் என்று அவர்கள் அழைக்கிறார்கள்.
On December 16th, Super Typhoon Rai hit the residents of the Philippines. Experts warned people about the typhoon of the 2nd to 3rd category, but near the islands, the storm sharply intensified to the 5th maximum category. People were not ready for such a force of nature.
The people were not aware that the typhoon will be a super typhoon level number 5. And that's when the people were get shocked and they never expected that it will be a worse typhoon.
My father died right under our rubbled house. If only I could have helped him.
One typhoon and 3 million people were left homeless. The strength and duration of hurricanes are increasing. Over the last 5 years, the number of 3 to 5 category hurricanes has increased by almost 30%. USA, Kentucky, December 2021.
Hold on, I have to call my husband. Take shelter right now. Right now? Right now. Okay.
I'm through here and pretty much almost wiped 3/4 of this town out. Scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never been in a tornado before, but
where were the babies?
Right here. One was in this arm and one was in this arm. I never saw my 3-year-old because my face couldn't turn that way, but I did see the baby, and he cried, and then he just stopped. So at that time, I thought he was sick. Oh, God, but he wasn't. I never heard my 3-year-old say anything.
Did Jalil die in your arms?
Did.
The tornado made an almost 400-kilometer-long path. For the state of Kentucky, it was the most destructive in its history. December is not a typical month for a tornado, especially of such strength. But in 2021, the number of December tornadoes broke all records, exceeding the average by 8 times. The last war of humanity is underway. We have shown only part of the disasters that occurred in December. But the scale of the ruthless attacks of our common enemy, the climate, is immense. It acts in sync, cascades, and grows stronger with each attack. Ecuador, January 2022. A powerful landslide destroyed a part of the capital of Ecuador, Quito. The reason was the strongest rains in the last 20 years.
Everything we dreamed of disappeared in an instant. I tried to be strong for my children, but we are living a gypsy-like life right now. We are roaming from one home to another.
How many friends did you lose?
I think everyone. It was unbelievable that in seconds, everything disappeared. There were people shouting, "Help, help!" But the strong mud flow kept coming down. And in the house at the back, we managed to find a friend covered up to his neck. I don't know how he got into that house. Managed to get him out.
What condition was he in?
Bad, very bad.
Africa, January 2022.
My house and my kitchen collapsed as a result of heavy rains. It collapsed while I was still inside, and we are now at the camp. We have nowhere to go. We had to come here. Our children have fallen sick. We have no money at all.
Hunga Tonga, Hunga Hayapai, volcano eruption, January 2022.
The volcano is erupting. It keeps erupting. Get up. It's still far from here.
On January 15th, the Hunga Tonga underwater volcano exploded. The power of the volcano explosion was 500 times greater than the force of an atomic bomb explosion.
Now is clean drinking water.
These people had nowhere else to go. The 15-meter waves you've heard went from one side of the island right through to the other side.
Were people warned in advance of the coming disaster? No. Were people given the help they needed? No. And the enemy's tactics are still the same: suddenness, powerful strikes, and ruthlessness. Fires, January 2022.
Oh my God! I live right down the street. And look at this. This is so insane.
The day that it happened, I worked from home. It was a beautiful sunny day, but we live in an area that no one thought a fire was possible here where we are. I have 2 kids, and they were both home. We got no warning, no alert at all. My wife happened to see this on the news. This happened so quickly. I didn't grab anything other than some clothes. You know, I've been around the area and I've been to whole neighborhoods where they're just down to rubble. There's nothing there anymore. And people were outside.
I thought we would be coming back to a home. I thought it'd be a 1-day, 2-day, couple-day inconvenience.
I didn't think that was it.
The wildfire in Colorado has become the most destructive in the history of the state. It destroyed more than 1,000 houses, leaving tens of thousands of people homeless. Experts note that now there are no peak fire seasons anymore. The fire rages all year round. In the first 40 days of 2022, the number of wildfires in Argentina and Paraguay increased by 900% compared to last year.
This is atypical, historic. It's never happened before. We've never experienced anything like this. We are really shocked.
Abnormal snowfalls, January 2022. Snowfalls are increasingly becoming a high-risk phenomenon. A huge amount of snowfalls where it never used to. And the April snowfall of this year generally shocked the residents of Europe, the USA, Japan, and China with its non-seasonality and intensity. In January, the capital of Turkey, Istanbul, was covered with snow in a few hours. In some places, the height of snowdrifts reached 85 centimeters. At the same time, about 3,000 people were stuck in their cars on the highways. Social networks were exploding with messages asking for help. In Pakistan, thousands of tourists, having gone to a mountain resort, fell into a snow trap. Whole families went to admire the snow, and as a result,
the situation in Murray is very bad. 16 people died due to lack of oxygen. There are no rescue teams. No one is coming. I can't believe it. All 4 people died in this vehicle. Look inside. All 4 are dead.
in just 2 months, an uncountable number of climate disasters have occurred around the world, powerful and uncontrolled ones. The dynamics and anomaly of climate disasters is growing right before our eyes. In just 2 months, we have seen how much the strength of the enemy has grown. And when you observe the rampant and tragic consequences of the climate disasters that have occurred, it seems that nothing can be more powerful. But the horror is that this is only a small part of the ferocious attacks of the enemy of humankind. And their strength and crushing power will only grow. What you have just seen is only a tiny fraction of the stories about the pain of people who lost everything in an instant.
Здравствуйте. Мы сейчас посмотрели видео мониторинга климатических катастроф всего за 2 месяца. И в нем были приведены только самые масштабные катастрофы. Сколько уже жизней унесено за эти 2 месяца. Чтобы подготовить этот ролик, трудилась огромная международная команда волонтеров из разных стран мира. Все эти 5 месяцев между прошедшей конференцией и этим форумом мы собирали и анализировали данные по климатическим катастрофам во всем мире. Мы делали это каждый день и были в шоке от происходящего. В первую очередь от того, насколько много катастроф происходит каждый день. Мы делали это, потому что нигде, ни на каких ресурсах не отображается полная картина. А значит, люди просто даже не понимают реального масштаба происходящего. Каждую историю из этого видео смотреть было невыносимо больно. Но мы с командой продолжали собирать эти истории. И в вечера новогодних завод, и просто ночами напролёт, потом утром вставая на работу. А некоторые продолжали сбор данных, даже во время войны, находясь в укрытиях при бомбежках. Делали мы это из-за понимания, насколько серьезная сейчас ситуация на планете с климатом. И если ее не начать изучать, если не собирать эти данные, если не оглашать их на весь мир, то шансов выжить у нас, у всех, просто не останется. Я не климатолог, но даже мне не нужно было прикладывать много усилий, чтобы увидеть, что за последние 5 месяцев масштаб климатических катастроф очень сильно вырос. Наша команда аналитиков подготовила статистику этого нарастания климатических катастроф. Сейчас я приведу только ее небольшую часть. Штормы. В одной только Европе среднегодовое количество штормов с 2000 года по сегодняшний день выросло в 16,5 раз. Количество мощных разрушительных ураганов третьей, четвертой и пятой категории выросло на 30%. Более того, они теперь заходят дальше вглубь континента, неся за собой гигантское количество осадков. В США торнадо обычно бушуют с апреля по октябрь на определенной территории. Обычно. Но теперь нет.
டிசம்பர்
За последние
பொலிலியாவில்
5
மழைப்பொழிவு
месяцев
வரலாற்று
2
அதிகபட்சத்தை 7
месяца
மடங்கு தாண்டியது. ஸ்பெயினில் கடந்த 2 மாதங்களில் மட்டுமே ஆண்டு விதிமுறையை விட அதிகமாக இருந்தது. தென்னாப்பிரிக்காவில் அரையாண்டு மழைப்பொழிவு 2 நாட்களில் குறைந்து இயற்கை பேரழிவுகளில் இத்தகைய முரண்பாடுகள் இதற்கு முன்பு பார்த்ததில்லை. கடுமையான பனிப்பொழிவுகள் தீயால் மாற்றப்பட்டன. அமெரிக்காவில் மட்டுமே காட்டு தீயின் எண்ணிக்கையும் பரப்பளவும் சீசன் தொடங்குவதற்கு முன்பாகவே இயல்பை விட அதிகமாக உள்ளது. அது போன்ற நெருப்பு பருவமும் இல்லை. பேரழிவு வறட்சிகளை சமமாக பேரழிவு வசித்தால் மரணம். பூமியின் வறட்சியின் எண்ணிக்கை மற்றும் காலம் 20 ஆண்டுகளில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 30% அதிகரித்துள்ளது. மணல் மற்றும் தூசி புயல்கள் அடிக்கடி மற்றும் மிகவும் தீவிரமாக மற்றும் நீண்ட காலம் நீடிக்கும். அசாதாரண வெப்ப அலைகளும் அதிகளவில் கிரகத்தை தாக்குகின்றன. அண்டார்டிகாவில் -12.2 டிகிரி செல்சியஸ் பதிவு செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. இந்த வெப்பநிலை சராசரியை விட கிட்டத்தட்ட 40 டிகிரி செல்சியஸை விட அதிகமாக உள்ளது. எடுத்துக்காட்டாக யுஎஸ்இல் வெப்பநிலை ஒரு நாளில் +15 இருந்து 14 டிகிரி செல்சியஸாக குறைந்தது. அது எல்லா இடங்களிலும் நடக்கிறது. இந்தியாவிலும் பாகிஸ்தானிலும் கடும் வெப்பம் நிலவுவது அனைவருக்கும் அறிந்தது. மேலும் பதிவு செய்யப்பட்ட மார்ச் மாதத்திற்கு பிறகு ஏப்ரல் மாதத்தில் இந்தியாவில் வெப்பநிலை இன்னும் அதிகமாக உயர்ந்தது. ஒவ்வொரு காலநிலை பேரிடர்களுக்கு பின்னாலும் மீட்க முடியாத மனித உயிர்கள். உண்மையில் ஒரு முழு அளவிலான போர் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இந்த போரில் நமக்கு ஒரே ஒரு எதிரி காலநிலை. இந்த போரில் தப்பி பிழைக்க மனிதகுலம் அனைவரும் ஒன்றிணைந்து இந்த எதிரியை தோற்கடிக்கக்கூடிய தொழில்நுட்பங்களில் இரவு பகலாக உழைக்க வேண்டும். ஆனால் முதலில் நம் கண்களை பேரழிவின் அளவையும் இனியும் தாமதிக்க முடியாது என்பதை அடையாளம் காண வேண்டும். காலநிலை மாற்றத்திற்கான காரணம் மனிதனால் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட CO2 என்று 40 ஆண்டுகளாக நாம் இந்த பிரச்சனைக்கான நாங்கள் நூற்றுக்கணக்கான பில்லியன் டாலர்களை செலவழிக்கிறோம். ஆனால் அது ஏன் சரியாகவில்லை? மக்கள் ஏன் தொடர்ந்து இறந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்? வாழ்வதற்கு அடிப்படை வசதிகள் இல்லாமல் CO2 எதிராக நமது கிரக போராட்டம் இந்த மக்களுக்கு எவ்வாறு உதவியது? ஆம், CO2 அதிகரித்து வருகிறது. நாங்கள் அதை மறுக்கவில்லை. ஆனால் அதற்கு பருவநிலை பேரழிவுகள் அதிகரிப்பதற்கு என்ன சம்பந்தம்? நான் உங்களிடம் பேசுகிறேன் மக்களே. தனிப்பட்ட முறையில் உங்கள் வீட்டை அழிக்கும் காலநிலைக்கு நீங்கள் தயாரா? எங்கிருந்தோ ஒரு வெள்ளத்தில் உங்கள் குழந்தை அடித்துச் செல்லப்படுவதற்கு நீங்கள் தயாரா? அது உங்களை பாதிக்காது என்பதில் உறுதியாக இருக்கிறீர்களா? என்று நாங்கள் பார்த்த கதைகளில் உங்களிடமிருந்து வேறுபட்டவர்கள் செய்வார்கள் என்று
причины
நீங்கள்
изменения
நினைக்கிறீர்களா?
климата
அவர்கள்
только
தயாராக
идет
இருந்தார்கள்
рост
என்று
CO2.
நினைக்கிறீர்களா?
На
நாங்கள்
100
தயாரா?
миллиардов
ஏனென்றால்
долларов
கடந்த
разрешения
5
климата.
மாதங்களில் நாம்
Но
பெற்றது
почему
ஒரு
становится
மிகப்பெரிய சக்தி வாய்ந்த
Почему
பேரழிவு
продолжают
நாம்
умирать люди?
எதிர்கொள்கிறோம்.
Почему столько
பேரழிவுகளின்
снега,
அழிவு
столько
சக்தி
просто на улице?
ஒவ்வொரு நாளும்
Посмотрите,
வளர்கிறது.
как вещи без
ஒரு
жилья,
சமூகமாகிய
без
நாம்
еды,
இந்த
без
பிரச்சனையை
воды, без
சரியாக
воздуха.
அளவில் கூட படிப்பதில்லை.
Как
நமது
этим
விஞ்ஞானம்
людям
முற்றிலும்
управлять
வேறொன்று
планетарной борьбой с
ஆக்கிரமிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது.
CO2?
மேலும்
Да, CO2
நாம்
растет.
நேரத்தை
Мы не
வீணடிக்கிறோம்.
отрицаем
மேலும்
это.
இது நம்
Но
வாழ்க்கையின்
какое
மிக
это
விரைவில்
имеет
ஒரு
отношение
சூறாவளி உங்கள்
к
வீட்டிற்கு
нарастанию
வரும் என்பதை
климатических
உறுதி
катастроф?
பண்ணிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். பின்னர் ஒரு வெள்ளம்,
Я обращаюсь к
பூகம்பம்
вам,
அல்லது
вот к
சூறாவளி
тебе,
அந்த
лично. Ты
உறுப்பை
готов,
உங்கள்
чтобы
உயிரையோ
его
அல்லது உங்கள் அன்புக்குரியவர்களையோ
Ты готов,
அழிக்கலாம்.
чтобы твоего ребенка унесло потоком
நடைபாற்றால்
разрушившего вас
சமூகத்தில் இது
ниоткуда?
ஒருபோதும்
Ты
நடக்காது.
уверен, что тебя
ஏனென்றால்
это не коснулось?
நமது விஞ்ஞான திறனை
Ты думаешь, что те
இணைப்பதற்கும்
люди,
காலநிலை
истории которых мы сейчас смотрели, чем-то отличаются от тебя?
இதனாலேயே
Ты думаешь, что
கிரியோசன்
они были готовы?
சொசைட்டியை
А мы
கட்டியெழுப்புவது
готовы?
பற்றி
Ведь
அனைவருக்கும்
нам сейчас
தீவிரமாக
предстоит столкнуться с катаклизмом еще большей мощи, чем за последние 5 месяцев. С каждым днем разрушительная сила катаклизма растет, а мы как общество даже не изучаем на надлежащем уровне эту проблему. Наша наука занята сейчас совершенно другими делами, и мы теряем драгоценное время. А ведь это наши жизни. Будь уверен, что буквально совсем скоро, если не торнадо придет в твой дом, так наводнение, землетрясение или тайфун. И эта стихия не будет жалеть ни твоей жизни, ни жизни твоих близких. А в созидательном обществе такого не случится. Потому что, объединив научный потенциал, мы создадим технологии, с которыми климат нам больше не будет угрозой. Никогда. Именно поэтому сейчас так важно, чтобы каждый человек активно информировал о построении созидательного общества.
Absolutely right. We are not prepared. We are not ready to withstand the climatic catastrophes. In the consumer format, instead of trying to
Мы не
figure out
готовы,
how to
совсем не готовы
survive,
противостоять
we're killing
климатическим
each other.
катастрофам. В потребительском
You have probably
формате, вместо
heard
того,
about the
чтобы пытаться
terrible
понять,
war
как
in
выжить,
Ukraine.
мы
It
убиваем
is
друг друга.
impossible.
Сейчас
நீங்கள்
внимание
கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீர்கள்.
людей во всем
உக்ரைன்
мире приковано к
All
войне
the
в
அசாதாரணமான
Украине.
நிகழ்வுகளில் நாம்
this
டெய்லி
country
Невозможно
have been
передать словами
experiencing
весь
for
этот
several
кошмар.
months
நமக்கு
now.
இது
The war
நிறைய
came
மாதங்கள்
suddenly. Nobody wanted it. Why are
யாருக்கும்
we, as
எதிர்பாராத நிகழ்வாக
humanity, allowing for such animal
ஏன் இந்த
behavior to happen? Don't
ஏன்
we
மனித
see that we
தன்மைகள்
are not
எல்லாரும்
enemies to each other?
அனுமதிக்கப்படுகிறார்கள்? இந்த அசாதாரணமான
Right
நிலையை
now, let's just take a look at the events that are
நாம்
happening in
முதலில்
Ukraine.
பார்ப்போம். யுக்ரைன் நடக்கும் நிகழ்வுகளை நாம் அறிந்தது.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Konstantin. I'm 38 years old. I am a resident of the city of Bucha. My family and I lived under occupation for 2 weeks. All those 2 weeks were a continuous nightmare, where every second we lived under constant shelling, shootings, and explosions. When you start talking to people, they say, no, you can't leave. The troops have already arrived. You can't leave. They killed people. So what could I do? I have a family, my wife, my child, and my mother. The first question was, how much food do we have? There was very little water because the water supply stopped. We had as much water as we had managed to store, but it would end very quickly anyway. I was aware that we had to go to a shop. Okay, how far is the shop? Well, I understand that the store is about a kilometer away, right? So I had to cross 4 main streets, let's say, so as not to get killed on the way. Yes, as a father, I understand that I had to go there alone and couldn't take my wife with me. There was a big chance that both of us would be killed on the way to the store back. So I had to go on my own. If one of us were killed, at least the child would stay with his mom, right? I mean, our child would not become an orphan all at once. That was really a hell of a choice.
We found ourselves in a situation where we had neither stores, all of them had been vandalized, nor a pharmacy. So there were no medications and no doctors, nothing. Just live and survive as you can. We accidentally met our common acquaintance at the well, and she told me, "Do you have bread?" I said, "What bread? We haven't seen it for 2.5 weeks." She said, "Why don't you go to that woman? She bakes bread, but only if you have flour. She doesn't have any flour." Well, to go there wasn't an easy task because snipers were shooting everything through, and there were APCs all around. We went there once, twice, 3 times, then they started shooting like hell, and we couldn't go out for a week. Then we were standing in the yard, and I saw that woman coming. Jesus, they came here under flying bullets. Her explanation was simple. She said, "You haven't come for a week. First, I wanted to check if you're alive here or not. Secondly, I brought bread." Once we were walking to the well to take water, and a man was just shot. For what? Because he was going for water. He didn't make it to the well. Afterwards, his body lay there for 10 days, and they wouldn't let anyone take it away.
There are so many human tragedies, and everywhere it is different for everyone. Someone came under fire, someone was shot, someone was driving through the city and was ran over by a tank. I saw many such cars. All the stuff remains inside the car, those body parts and everything. Violence, and it's do you know how many stories of raped people, how many maimed people are there? I'm trying to tell this story for the second time now, and it makes me sick even when I recall it. When bodies of raped children are found, a tortured 8-year-old girl raped, and then you find out that when they did the autopsy, they found at least 11 different semen samples. How is that even possible? I can't even imagine that. How many women were maimed? How many husbands were killed? It's already been told when they broke into the yard, killed man, then raped a woman for several hours. At that time, the child was hiding in the next room. And sometimes a wife and a little daughter were raped together. It is such an abomination. I don't know. I heard a story about 21 roses on a man. 21 roses on a man. It's, well, there are 20 fingers, and each finger is cut so that there is a rose on the finger.
அவர்களுக்கு எந்த
While
ரூல்ஸ்
the
என்று
21st
கூறுகிறார்.
rose is respectively the male penis.
அந்த
It was all
21வது
done by
செஞ்சுரி
a living
ரோட்களில்
people on a living man.
இந்த சூழ்நிலை மற்றும் வாழ்ந்த மக்கள் மற்றும் வாழ்ந்த காலங்கள் தெரிவிக்கிறார்கள்.
even know what it was done for in order to get some kind of
எனக்கு
information from the man
இது எனக்கு
in
தெரியவில்லை. இது
order,
எதற்காக நடந்தது கூட
I
எனக்கு
don't know,
தெரியவில்லை.
satisfy
இது
some
எனக்கு
kind
தெரியல.
of bestial animal nature.
இது
Well,
விலங்குகள் மற்றும்
I don't
அனைத்து
know.
கூர்மையான நோக்கி எனக்கு தெரியல.
People, what have
மக்கள்
we actually come to?
நாம் மக்கள் எதற்காக
Due
வந்திருக்கிறோம்
to the war
என்று கூட
that is now
தெரியவில்லை.
going on in Ukraine, clients
உக்ரைனில்
report
நடக்கக்கூடிய
complaints about their children being raped by the military. There are a lot of such
மிலிட்டரி
complaints.
போர்சஸினால் குழந்தைகள்
I'm
மிகவும்
addressed by
பாதிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
the clients who have 2 girls.
எனக்கு இந்த சூழ்நிலை 2 குழந்தைகள் மற்றும் அவர்கள் குடும்பத்தின் மூலம் நான்
The
தெரிந்து
most
கொண்டேன்.
terrible thing was to find out how old these children are.
அந்த குழந்தைகளுக்கு
One
மிகவும்
girl
அசாதாரணமான
is 6
நிகழ்வுகளை
years
கூறியது
old.
போல்
The
ஒரு
other
குழந்தை
girl
6 வயது,
is 9.
மற்றொரு
6 and
குழந்தை
9
9
years
வயது.
old. People address us literally. Soldiers came into the
அதை
houses
உணர்த்துவது
where
என்றால்
women were and raped
வீரர்கள் தனது
women.
வீட்டிற்கு வந்து
I mean, it's not
மக்களை
just one case, but those are houses
அசாதாரணம்
where the
செய்கிறார்கள்.
military came, kept women hostages and raped them.
மிலிட்டரி
My client,
போர்சஸ் மற்றும்
who
அவர்கள்
was in
வந்து
Bucha
அவர்கள்
at this
வீட்டிற்கு
time,
வந்து செயற்படுத்திக்
she
கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
was sitting in the basement with her husband. She told me
அவர்கள்
that
மேற்கூரையில்
their
அவர்களது
neighbors
கணவர் மூலம் உட்கார்ந்திருக்கிறார்கள் மற்றும் அவர்
had a young girl, their
அந்த சின்ன
daughter,
குழந்தை அவரது மகள்
and she was abused by the military.
மிலிட்டரி
Her
போர்சஸால்
parents couldn't do anything
அவர்கள்
because
பெற்றோரால் எதுவும் செய்ய
they were
முடியவில்லை.
shut down
ஏனென்றால்
in the basement and they were sitting there and they just heard their
அவர்கள்
child's
பேஸ்மெண்டில்
torments.
உட்கார்ந்து
As a
அவர்கள்
matter of fact,
வாயை கூட
everybody in
திறக்கவில்லை
the
என்றால்
street heard the child's torments. But
அந்த பகுதியில் வசித்திருக்கும் மக்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்ன
there
செய்வது
was
என்று கூட
nothing
தெரியவில்லை.
people could do.
அவரால் எதுவும் செய்ய இயலவில்லை.
All the neighbors are
அவர்
traumatized
பக்கத்தில் இருக்கும்
and
மக்கள்
they recall it
எல்லாம்
like a bad
இரண்டு
dream.
பேர் கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் கெட்ட கனவாக
That
அதனை நினைத்து
fear, which
மறந்திருக்கிறார்கள்.
is now
அந்த
tormenting
பயம்
many men, that I should have gone there. It doesn't matter that I could have been killed. I should have saved her. There are thousands
அதனை
of such
அவர்கள் பெரிய
stories.
பொருட்பட கண்டுபிடவில்லை. அதை நான்
There are
பார்க்க
many
கூட இல்லை.
stories of people who try to evacuate. Those are ordinary people. Let's say
அந்த
several
சாதாரண
families
மக்களை
gathered, friends,
காப்பாற்றி
neighbors,
இருக்கலாம்
relatives.
மற்றும்
And
அவர்கள்
there were
ரிலேட்டிவ்
stories
மற்றும்
when
நண்பர்களை
people
கூட
were evacuating in
செய்து
5, 7
கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள்.
cars at a time, and they were just bluntly shot, despite the fact that the cars had inscriptions, children, children, children on them. The cars were
அந்த
shot
குழந்தைகள்
from all
குழந்தைகள்
sides,
குழந்தைகள்
and
மற்றும்
it's unclear for
அனைவருக்கும்
what.
ஏற்புடையது என்று கூறுகிறார்கள்.
All of our cars, 12 of them, were covered with stickers. Evacuation, children.
12 குழந்தைகள் மற்றும்
But
அந்த
they
விடுமுறை
started
நாட்கள் நாங்கள்
shooting at
வந்தோம்.
us. They were shooting at
அவர்களை
the
நோக்கி
cars. In the second
தாக்குதல்
car,
நடந்தது.
there was a 30-year-old woman behind the wheel. She was killed
அந்த
instantly.
இரண்டாவது
In my car were me and my
அந்த பெண்
husband. I
30
don't know
வயதுகளை
how,
கொண்டது.
but by some miracle we survived.
நான்
My
எனக்கு
husband
எனக்கே
had a
தெரியவில்லை நான்
broken rib
எப்படி
and a piece of shrapnel in his head. But at least
எனது
we can
கணவனுக்கு
live.
மண்டையில் ஒரு
My
பீஸ் ஆஃப்
mom
சாக்
was
என்று
sitting
குத்திவிட்டது.
behind me.
எனது தாய்
She
என்
was
பின்னால்
60
அமைந்து
years
கொண்டிருக்கிறாள்.
old. A
அவர்களுக்கு
bullet
60 வயது உள்ளது.
hit her right in the neck.
புல்லட் வந்து அவர்கள் கால்கள்
Immediately
மற்றும்
before my eyes,
கழுத்தில்
she
பொருந்தது.
suffocated with blood in just 2 seconds.
எனது கண் முன்னால் அவர்கள் மிகவும்
I
சிரமம் மற்றும்
couldn't save
துன்புறுத்து
her
ஆளாகியுள்ளனர்.
anymore. I was giving her a
என்னால் அவரை
scarf.
காப்பாற்ற
They
முடியவில்லை.
wouldn't let us help those who were wounded. They told all of us to run out and lie down on the ground.
அவர்கள் என்னை எல்லாவற்றும் ஓட சொல்கிறார்.
Hello, my name is Yulia. I'm
எனது பேர்
originally
ஊலியா.
from Mariupol, although I've been living in Kiev for the last few years. And the war caught me and my family in Kiev.
எனது குடும்பம் மற்றும் வசித்து வருகிறேன். கீவில்
For
என்னைய
a week,
குடும்பத்தை
we had to sleep
ஒரு வாரம் நாங்கள் நிலத்தடி
in the
வாகன
underground parking lot because it was really frightening.
நிறுத்தமிடாமல் தூங்க
Children were
வேண்டியிருந்தது.
scared and we could hear
ஏனில்
explosions
மிகவும்
everywhere.
பயமாக குழந்தைகள்
After a
பயந்தார்கள்.
week, we
எல்லாம்
decided to leave.
ஒரு
But
வாரம்
my
கழிந்தது நாங்கள்
relatives
திரும்பி
stayed in
வந்தோம். ஆனால் என்
Mariupol,
உறவினர்கள்
my mother and my
மரியோபோலில்
aunt.
தங்கினர். என் அம்மா, எனது அத்தை.
Лежишь от тебя. Очень страшно. Покажи.
The entire street where I spent my childhood, there's almost nothing left of it. Every other house has a graveyard in the vegetable garden. I mean, people buried their relatives that had been killed by airstrikes or mortar shelling near their houses because nobody took away the bodies. On the neighboring street, a girl buried her daughter, who was 1.5 years old, her mother, her aunt, and her grandmother. Acquaintances of mine who didn't leave Mariupol on time know a father who had to gather parts of his child from a tree. Fragments of the body, the head. Can you imagine what it felt like for a father to gather parts of his child and bury his wife and his child in the vegetable garden? People were going crazy because they didn't have water. So they would go out and get hit by mortar fire. Children were dying of dehydration. These are not just some stories. This is what was happening to my city. People who were able to get out of there said it wasn't just hell. It's impossible to convey what people were going through. They were going crazy with fear. Because when the Air Force was bombing, it felt like the ground was moving under your feet, and people were just going crazy with fear. Old people were dying of hunger and lack of water. There were a lot of bedridden people, and nobody could get to them because everyone was scared. A lot of people died under the rubble simply because they were not rescued in time, and there was no one there to rescue them because the city was under constant air bombing. More than 30,000. An entire city died. And that's not all the victims, because no one can count exactly. Official statistics, which translates human life into an empty figure, says that 3,000 people died in the city. I don't know a single person who hasn't lost someone, relatives or friends. You see, the whole city is one continuous funeral. I have a very close friend. His mom, dad, sister, and her little son came out to cook outside their front door because there was no heat, no water, no light. People had nothing since the 2nd of March. They cooked on fires next to their houses. And it hit, a shell hit them. People died in whole. Inhabitants of entire blocks died
முழு
because
தொகுதியின்
nothing can
வசிப்பவர்கள்
save you from
இறந்தனர்.
an air bomb.
ஏனென்றால்
When
ஏர்
people
குண்டுகளில்
say,
எதுவும் உங்களை
why
காப்பாற்ற
didn't you all
முடியாது.
move out?
மக்கள் கூறும்போது அப்படி என்ன நீங்கள்
But
அனைவரும் ஏன்
nobody
வெளியே
could move out. already in the first days, nobody could get anywhere anymore because the railroad was smashed on the 27th of February. Many people just couldn't believe it could happen because they hoped every day that it would all stop soon. But it all didn't stop. And people were running from one neighborhood to another. While they were running, they were dying on the road. When they got to another neighborhood, they died there because there were no shelters. People were hiding in basements, and when houses collapsed, they just died under the rubble. My acquaintances who were leaving the city said that the entire street they were walking along was like a cemetery because arms and legs were sticking out on all sides. Can you even imagine that? There was a man and everything that is left of him is his arms and legs. So many children died. In fact, nobody even knows how many children died there. People drank water from puddles because there was no water. Do you understand what this is? A person dies of dehydration. He goes crazy. Old people were jumping out of windows due to fear. There is no city anymore. There is nothing. No streets, no houses. And there are still over 100,000 people left there. Those are people who had everything, a job, a home, and a family. Now they have nowhere to live. They continue to live in basements because they're afraid to leave because nobody wants them anywhere. If someone thinks they are safe from something and everything is fine with them today, it's an illusion. Until the last moment, no one believed that this is even possible. I didn't believe it either. And no one believed. Well, most people. Because if people knew, they would have tried to escape somewhere and save themselves. Human life is the most precious thing. You can build a city, but you cannot bring back thousands of dead people. No one will bring them back. No one will bring children back to their mothers who buried their children with their hands in the vegetable gardens. And no one will bring parents back to their children. I wish people would come to their senses before we destroy each other. A lot of people are probably wondering, what can I do alone? Or what can I do if I was given an order? But only a few give the orders, while hundreds of thousands and millions obey these orders. How can you kill someone if you cannot bring that person back to life? Why have such a sin on your conscience? If everyone decides to stop the war, it will stop. Because no one would fight. But for that, everyone has to understand this. Otherwise, we will always depend on decisions of certain individuals who give orders while the rest of us blindly obey them. In general, how can a human life be put a price on? To drive people to a slaughter for whatever motives and slogans.
ஒருவரை உயிர்ப்பிக்க முடியாவிட்டால் எப்படி கொல்ல முடியும்?
That's the world we have built.
உங்கள் மனசாட்சி ஏன் இப்படி ஒரு
If someone
பாவம்?
thinks they're not a part of it,
எல்லாரும் போரை நிறுத்த முடிவு செய்தால்
you know,
அது நின்றுவிடும்.
when you're sitting on the bombing shelling, and explosions. I think everyone who had lived through it asked himself this question: what have I done to deserve this? Why me? Why is this happening to me? Am I guilty of something? Definitely, I am. What am I guilty of? I'm guilty of being inactive in building the creative society. I'm guilty of supporting the consumerist
நான்
food.
ஏதாவது குற்றவாளியா? கண்டிப்பாக நான் என்ன
What is
குற்றவாளியோ?
scary is that it's us, people. We built the society ourselves. We allowed that to happen.
இந்த
We watch
சமூகத்தை
this television, those commercials. We listen to some liars,
தொலைக்காட்சி விளம்பரங்களை
cheaters,
நாம் பார்க்கிறோம்.
scoundrels. We follow the orders of some
ஏமாற்று
crazy
அயோக்கியர்கள் பேச்சை
psychopaths
கேட்கிறோம்.
who imagined that they
சில
are
பைத்தியக்காரர்கள்
gods, that they could send
மனிதரை
whole
பின்பற்றி
armies to foreign countries,
அவர்கள்
kill
முன்பு ஆவணத்தை
people,
வெளியாக
and
அனுப்பலாம்.
rape
மக்களை
women and
கொல்லலாம்.
children
அங்குள்ள
there.
பெண்களை குழந்தைகளை
I ask
கற்பழிக்க
myself,
முடியும்.
who
நான் என்னையே
created
கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
all this? What is
இதையெல்லாம்
this
உருவாக்கியவர்
for?
யார்?
Who gave
எதற்காக?
anyone the right to take away my life
என்
or
உயிரோ
your
என்
life?
உயிரோ
Who decides who should live or who should die?
உரிமை கொடுத்தது
Excuse me, what the fuck?
யார்
You
வாழ
see,
வேண்டும்?
why the hell do people have to suffer because one or more psychopaths, misanthropes, decided to divide
ஒன்று
something among
மட்டுமல்லது,
themselves or
அதற்கு
have
மேற்பட்ட
some kind of
மனிதர்கள்
geopolitical
தவறான
shutdown?
மனிதனே
They tell us some bullshit, you know, that your neighbor
சில
behind
முட்டாள்கள் தான்
the
சொல்கிறார்கள்,
fence is such a
உங்களுக்கு
bad guy,
தெரியும்,
he's doing something
வேலிக்கு
bad,
பின்னால்
so
இருக்கும் உங்கள்
you have to
பக்கத்து
go and
வீட்டுக்காரர்
punish him, kill him, take
இவ்வளவு
away his
கெட்டவர்.
property, destroy everything,
அவரை
wipe
கொல்ல
him
வேண்டும்,
off the
சொத்துக்களை
face
எடுக்க
of the
வேண்டும்,
earth.
அவரை அழிக்க
So
வேண்டும்.
who gave you that right? Who gave you this
அப்படின்னா
right at
எந்த
all?
உரிமை உனக்கு யார் கொடுத்தது? உனக்கு யார் அந்த உரிமை கொடுத்தது?
You are the same mortal people, every
நீங்களும்
one of you.
ஒவ்வொருவரும் 70
You will just die when you are 70, 80,
70
90,
80
or even
90
100 years
அல்லது
old. You won't
100
live
வயது
more than
இருக்கும்போது
100
இறந்து
years
விடுவார்கள்.
anyway. Even if you live a little longer than that, you will
எப்படி
bite the dust anyway.
100 வாழ
What
மாட்டார்கள்.
right do you have to give such orders for people to go and kill other people? Who are you anyway? Who gave you such a right? You are an
உங்களுக்கு யார் அந்த
ordinary
அறிவு
human.
கொடுத்தது?
You're also in God's
நீங்கள் சாதாரண
hands,
மனிதன்.
and you
நீங்கள்
cannot escape
கடவுளின்
His
கைகளில்
punishment.
இருக்கிறீர்கள்.
Even if
இந்த
you
தண்டனை
think there
உங்களால்
is
தப்ப
no God
முடியாது.
and it's all
கடவுள்
one
இல்லை
life of
என்று
some kind,
நினைத்தாலும்
you come and go. You
இது
should be
எல்லாமே
on
மன
top of
வாழ்க்கை
power. You
வாழுங்கள்.
should earn that power.
நீங்கள்
Use that
பாருங்கள்,
power.
நீங்கள்
You are
போங்கள்,
merely
நீங்கள்
a human. I'm telling you and everyone else, you are
அதிகாரத்து
merely a
உச்சியில்
human,
இருக்க
and your life
வேண்டும்
is
என்று
just as fleeting and
சக்தியை
can be
நீங்கள்
controlled in
சம்பாதிக்க
an
வேண்டும்.
instant, just like any other person's life. If you believe that you are God,
அந்த
you are
சக்தியை
very much
பயன்படுத்த
mistaken,
வேண்டும்.
and you will have to pay for
நீங்கள்
all
ஒரு
your
மனிதன்
sins.
மட்டுமே,
You
நான்
will
உங்களை
have
மற்ற
to, and you
அனைவரும்
won't sleep because those thoughts will keep coming
நீங்கள்
to
ஒரு
you
மனிதன்
just like they
மட்டுமே
come to
வேண்டும்.
any other person who has lived through the horrors of war.
வாழ்க்கையின் போலை நொடி
While you will
குறைக்கலாம்.
get the thoughts of those thousands and millions of
நீங்கள் ஒரு
suffering
மனிதன்
people who
மட்டுமே.
are forced to leave their homes, who lose their families, their loved ones, their wives, and their children. You will see it all in dreams, and
நீங்கள்
you
கடவுள்
won't
என்று
run away
நம்பினால்
from that.
நீங்கள்
You
மிகவும்
won't
குறைவாக
hide anywhere.
நினைக்கிறீர்கள்.
You won't run away from yourself. And
நீங்கள் எங்கு
remember,
தப்பிக்க
you are an
இயலாது.
ordinary
ஆனால் நீங்கள்
human.
ஞாபகப்படுத்திக்
You're
கொள்ளுங்கள்,
just a
நீங்கள்
human.
சாதாரண
Do you have an
மக்கள்.
opportunity to change something? Change it for the better.
நீங்கள் எதுவும் மாற்றவும்
Build
இயலாது.
a better world for your neighbor to live well, for your people to
நீங்கள்
live well,
பக்கத்தில் நின்று
for all people to live well in the world, because each of us is a human. Each of us values and
குழந்தை
cherishes
இறக்கீர்கள், நீங்கள்
one's own
கனவுகள்
life and the
அனைத்தும்
lives of
காண்பீர்கள்.
one's
நீங்கள் ஓட
family,
ஓட
of one's
மாட்டீர்கள்.
near and dear people. All of us are people.
நீங்கள்
We
ஒற்று
all
ஓட
want
மாட்டீர்கள்.
to
நீங்கள்
live,
செலுத்த
and
வேண்டியிருக்கும்.
everyone wants to live
நீங்கள்
because
வேண்டும்,
life
மேலும்
is the
நீங்கள்
most
தூக்க மாட்டீர்கள்.
valuable thing they
ஏனென்றால்
have.
நீங்கள்
If you already have everything, make this world a better place. Create conditions where everyone would feel good. When you yourself would be able to walk down the street without 100 guards armed to the teeth, because everyone wants to split in your face rather than say thank you. Why are you bringing it to this? Build a better world, unite people, then yourself you will be able to walk down the street like a common man. And you
நீங்கள்
won't
சாதாரண
hear
மக்கள்
anything but thanks and gratitude. Everyone will thank you and support you.
வணக்கம் மற்றும்
But
நன்றி உரை நான்
instead,
தெரிந்து கொள்ள
we
எல்லாரும்
create
உங்களை
conflicts, we
மன்னிப்பார்கள்.
create bombs.
உங்கள் மிகவும்
Just imagine a bomb explodes, okay? A huge bomb, an
ஒரு
aerial bomb.
பாம்
When such
எக்ஸ்ப்ளோசிவ்
a
என்று
bomb
குறிப்பிட்டால்
explodes,
நீங்கள்
a
என்ன
person who has
செய்கிறீர்கள்
seen it
என்று
in
கூறுவார்கள்.
a movie
அவர்களை
does not understand
பார்த்தால்
when
இந்த
such a
படத்தில்
bomb
கூட அவர்கள்
explodes
எதிர்ப்பார்கள்.
dozens or even hundreds of lives are taken away. Within an instant, nothing
100
is even
மக்கள் கூட
more
இழப்பார்கள்.
important.
அந்த
What was
சமயத்தை
created by
பார்த்தவர்கள் நீங்கள் என்ன
generations of
நினைப்பீர்கள் என்று
people,
யார்
what
கூறுவார்?
people spend decades of hard
ஜென்
work on is
ஜெனரேஷன்
destroyed.
மற்றும் 100 ஆண்டுகள்
And people
கழித்தும்
have to leave it
அழித்து
all
விட்டால் என்ன
behind if
நினைப்பீர்கள்
only
என்று
that life
கூறுவார்கள்.
has remained. A person can find some, I don't know, place to live afterward, but it's
ஒரு
not
மனிதன்
true. It
அவர்களை
is
பார்த்த பிறகும்
people survive.
அவர்கள் கூறின
Why do
பிறகும்
you
என்ன
bring it to
பெய்கிறது?
that? Why do you make people suffer? Who gave you
ஏன்
such a
மக்களை
right
மிகவும்
at all?
சிரமப்படுத்துகிறது? உங்களுக்கு யார் அந்த உரிமையை தந்தது?
Another year, 2 years, 10, 20 years will pass. Your life will
10,
end
20,
anyway. And you
30
will have
anyone
to answer for it. And you know it.
நீங்க
You
அதுக்கு பதில்
do
சொல்லி ஆக
know
வேண்டும்.
it. I hope a lot of
அது
leaders
உங்களுக்கு
around the
தெரியுமா?
world will hear
எனக்கு
me.
தெரியும்
And
என்று
may everyone ask
உலகில்
themselves
உள்ள
the
லீடர்கள்
question,
அவர்களே
who is
கூறுவார்கள்.
he?
நீங்களே
Is he responsible for this question that he is
அவர்கள்
afraid
யாரு?
to be
அவர்கள்
human?
இந்த
Make
கேள்விக்கு
this world a
பொறுப்பானவர்களா?
better place, safer, quieter,
இதற்கு கூட
and more comfortable for other people. You cannot take with you everything you earned. There are no pockets
நீங்கள்
full of
எல்லாவற்றையும்
coffee.
உங்களிடம் இருந்து எடுத்துக்கொள்ள
And you
இயலாது.
must always remember that. Always.
நீங்கள்
If
எப்பொழுதும்
you're
நினைத்துக் கொள்ள
taking away
வேண்டும்.
human life as indicated by these events in Bucha, in Irpin, in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, in Hostomel, in any other city that survived, where people survived those horrors of war. Think about it before it's too late.
யோசித்து பாருங்கள். இது மிகவும் லேட்டாவும் இல்லை.
Life is very short. And so
வாழ்க்கை
is
மிகவும்
yours.
சின்னதானது.
So is yours. Because you are just a human being. And we're
நீ சாதாரண
human
மக்கள்
beings.
தான்.
We're all
நீங்கள்
human
மக்கள்
beings
தான்.
and we all want to live. Life is
நாம்
the
எல்லாரும்
most
வாழ வேண்டும்.
precious
இந்த
thing
வாழ்க்கையை
each of us has.
ஒரு மிகவும்
And every
புதியமானது.
person's life should be protected as your own.
எல்லா மனித வாழ்க்கையும்
You
மிகவும் முக்கியம்.
didn't give it. And you have no right to take it
உங்கள்
away.
எந்த உரிமையும் இல்லை அவர்களிடம் பறிப்பதற்கு.
People, I want to address absolutely everyone. Let's put an end to all this crap. Let's put an end to all these wars, conflicts, all this strife. Enough of this war, enough of this conflict. I just can't even imagine what will happen when we face climate disasters. They are already happening all over the world. What will we do then? Will we flee as we were fleeing from the armed men in Bucha?
எல்லாருமே
Then
சாத்திட்டு
we'll
இருக்காங்க.
flee in
இது
just the
புச்சால.
same way from the same kind of gunmen who will loot, rape, steal, and so forth.
எல்லாரும் கற்பழிக்கிறார்கள், எல்லாத்தையும் கொல்கிறார்கள்.
Let's not listen to those psychopaths who are at the top of the power, who indulge in their immense power and amounts of
யாரும்
money
இத
and
பத்தி
the ability to decide
கேட்கல.
who should live or die. Let us take responsibility and build our own
நாம்
society.
எல்லாரும்
Let's build a
உரிமையாக
creative
எடுப்போம்.
society where we use our knowledge,
நம்ம
our
ஒரு
experience
கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி
and
வழியாக
capabilities to build and create. That's what
ஒரு
our
பில்
society
பண்ணுவோம். நம்ம
should be
எப்படி
like.
இருக்கணும், என்ன
The
பண்ணணும்.
society where we support each other and where we live peacefully with one another.
நாம்
And the recipe is
இந்த
very
உலகில்
simple here.
அமைதியாக வாழ
We're
வேண்டும்.
all
எந்த ஒரு
people.
வன்முறையும்
We
இல்லாமல்
all want to live.
நாம் எல்லாரும் வாழ வேண்டும்.
Což pak může existovat. Can there be any higher purpose that could justify death, the loss of human life?
மரணத்தை, மனித உயிரிழப்பை நியாயப்படுத்தக்கூடிய உயிர் நோக்கம் ஏதேனும் இருக்க முடியுமா? இன்றைய நுகர்வோர் சமுதாயத்தில் ஆயிரக்கணக்கான மில்லியன் கணக்கான மக்கள் வாழ்கிறார்களா அல்லது இருக்கிறார்களா என்பதை ஒருவர் தீர்மானிக்கிறார். அது மாயை அல்லவா? அவர் ஏன் அதை செய்கிறார் என்பது எனக்கும் கவலை இல்லை. அவருக்கும் பயம், அதிகாரம், தேவை அல்லது கடவுள் நிலைக்கு தன்னை உயர்த்தி கொண்ட ஒரு நோயாளி. அவரது அபாரமான சிந்தையின் காரணமாக ஒரு சாதாரண மனிதன் அவரால் இருக்கிறார். மனிதன் மகத்துவம் மட்டுமே அவரது மேகானமையால் நிற்கிறது. ஒரு மனிதன் மிகவும் பணக்காரனாக இருக்கும்போது அவரது மனதில் ஏற்கனவே வரலாற்றை உருவாக்கிவிட்டால் அவன் சமுதாயத்தில் மிகவும் ஆபத்தாக மாறுகிறான். இளமை பருவத்தில் தனக்கென அமைத்துக் கொண்ட விதிகளை அவர் அடைந்து அவன் மனித நேயத்தை இழந்துவிடுகிறான். அந்த உச்சத்தில் நிலைத்திருக்க அவர் எதையும் செய்ய தயாராக இருக்கிறார். மற்ற அனைவரை விட தனது மாயை மேன்மை தக்க வைக்க எல்லாவற்றையும் செய்கிறார். எனவே அவரது உலகம் ஒரு சொற்றொடராக சுருங்குகிறது. பிளவு மற்றும் வெற்றி. இப்போது எல்லா ஒத்துழைப்பாளர்களும் அதைத்தான் செய்ய முயல்கின்றனர். எல்லா செயலும் மக்களை லாபம், மக்களை ஒரு பக்கம் வளைக்க பார்க்கின்றனர். அந்த பக்கத்தில். ஆனால் எனக்கு ஒரு கேள்வி, மக்கள் பக்கம் யார்? எல்லாரும் யார் பக்கம் இருக்கிறார்கள்? நாம் இங்கிருக்க எல்லாவற்றையும் நாம் ஏற்க வேண்டும். இந்த உலகத்தில் என்ன நடக்கிறது அதை எல்லாத்தையும் நாம் அனைவரும் ஏற்க வேண்டும். நாம் எப்படி கிளைமேட்டை மாற்ற போகிறோம் வருங்காலத்தில்? கிளைமேட் மாற்றம் வந்து இப்போ மிக மோசமாக இருக்கிறது. வருங்காலத்தில் இது மிகவும் மோசமாக
So today the climate is building up its power day by day. And this is a war, the most terrible war.
பொருளாதார நெருக்கடி மற்றும் போரை நாம் கையாள முடியும். ஆனால் நம்பிக்கை கொள்ளும் ஒரு காலநிலை எவ்வாறு சமாளிக்கப்படுகிறது? தட்பவெப்பநிலை சீர்குலைந்துள்ளது என்பதை நீங்கள் உணர்வீர்களா? எல்லாவற்றிற்கும் மேலாக நமது கிரகத்தில் மீண்டும் மீண்டும் நிகழ்ந்த காலநிலை பேரழிவின் உச்சத்தில் நாம் இருக்கிறோம். இது மனிதனால் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட காரணியில் அல்ல, ஆனால் வானியல் செயல்முறைகள் மற்றும் அவற்றின் சுழற்சியின் காரணமாகும். அதை கண்டுகொள்ளாதால் என்ன? நீங்கள் முற்றிலும் முட்டாளா அல்லது வரலாற்றில் வரும் காலநிலை பேரழிவிற்கு உண்மைகள் புள்ளிவிவரங்களை ஒப்பிடுவதற்கு சோம்பேறியா? அதிகரித்து வரும் பூகம்பங்கள், வெள்ளம், சூறாவளி, பூமியின் மையப்பகுதியின் ஸ்திரமை, ஆம், மக்கள் நடந்து போர் பயங்கரமாவை. ஆனால் காலநிலை மனிதகுலத்தில் மிக மோசமானது. முழு உலகமும் அழிந்தால் நமக்கு என்ன நடக்கும் என்று உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமா? நாம் நிபுணன் இல்ல, ஆனால் என் உயிரும் எனக்கு பிடித்தவர்களின் உயிரும் ஆபத்தில் இருப்பதை நான் புரிந்து கொள்கிறேன். இதை எப்படி புறக்கணிக்க முடியும்?
Done today to prevent this from happening to you? What have you done to prevent this mischief from coming to your home
நாம்
and
என்ன
your neighbor's
செய்தோம்?
home?
இது நம்ம வீட்டுக்கு வருவதற்கு முன்னாடி நாம்
No
என்ன
one
செய்தோம்?
believed that
நம்
would happen.
பக்கத்தில் நாம் யாருமே நினைக்கல நடக்கும்.
How many people during shelling or bombing thought, surely
எத்தனை
it
பேர்
won't come at
பாம்னால
me.
இறந்திருக்காங்க.
It will go past.
நமக்கு வராதுன்னு
Thousands.
யார் நினைச்சா?
And there,
ஆயிரக்கணக்கான பேர்
so now
வாரனால.
also thinking that climate will not affect you. You're wrong.
ஸோ அது போல
And like
கிளைமேட்
those
நம்மளை
who have already
நினைச்சீங்கன்னா
experienced
என்ன
helplessness
வேணாலும் நடக்கும்
and despair,
நம்ம வாழ்க்கை.
the climate will affect everyone.
காலநிலை
As when
மாற்றம்
it
எல்லாரையும்
destroys your life,
தாக்கும்.
you'll think, I could have done something,
அது
but it
தாக்கும் போது
will
தான் உங்களுக்கு
be too late.
நம்ம ஏதாச்சும் வருங்காலத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஏதாச்சும் பண்ணியிருக்கலாமே.
So what to do now? It's simple.
ஸோ நம்ம இப்போ என்ன
Inform
பண்ணலாம்?
everyone of the only option we, as
எல்லாரையும்
humankind, have left
விழிப்புணர்வாக்கணும்.
in the creative
இந்த
society,
காலநிலை மாற்றத்தை பற்றி நம்ம
where the
சொல்லலாம்.
life of every human comes
இதை பற்றி சொன்னாதான் நம்ம வாழ்க்கையை
If
இந்த
you
வருங்காலத்தில்
agree
வாழணும்.
with what's going on right now
நம்ம எல்லாரும் இதை பற்றி
in this
சம்மதிச்சோம்னா
inhumane consumer society, then go to your children and say, I'm a
நம்ம
pastor.
குழந்தைகள்
I
நம்மளோட
won't do
ஃப்ரெண்ட்
anything.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் நம்ம சொல்லணும்.
But if you are not a bastard, then get up off your knees and shout about
எந்திரிங்க,
creative society.
எல்லாரிடத்தும் இதை சொல்லுங்க.
Shout as loud as you
கிரியேட்டிவ்
can
சொசைட்டி பற்றி சொல்லுங்க. கிரியேட்டிவ்
until
சொசைட்டி பற்றி
each
விழிப்புணர்வு
person
கொண்டு வாங்க.
hears you.
எல்லாரும் கேட்கிற
Otherwise,
வரையும்.
the climate
இல்லைன்னா
will destroy us all.
கிளைமேட் எல்லாத்தையும் கொன்றுவிடும்.
What we have seen in this video is what the Creative Society project participants
நாம இப்போது
wanted
பார்த்தது
out
பார்த்தீங்கன்னா
long
கிரியேட்டிவ்
ago.
சொசைட்டி.
Those participants from Ukraine who were knocking and warning mankind at the time acted because they cared. They took an active part in preparing and conducting the
அவங்க
global
மெயினான ஒரு
crisis
பார்ட்
forums.
எடுத்தாங்க. கிரியேட்டிவ் சொசைட்டில
They
ஒரு
initiated
இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் ரோல்
and
எடுத்தாங்க.
conducted international
யுக்ரைனில் இருக்க
roundtables.
மக்கள் நிறைய பேர் நம்ம கிரியேட்டிவ்
They were
சொசைட்டிக்காக
reproached,
உதவி இருக்காங்க.
asked,
விழிப்புணர்வு
why
கொண்டு
are you
வருவதற்காக.
scaring us? Why are you talking about climate disasters, wars,
அவங்க
and
கேட்டாங்க,
violence?
ஏன் நம்ம கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச்
We
பற்றி
were not
பேசிட்டு இருக்கோம்?
frightened.
எதுக்காக இப்போ?
We were warning.
நாங்க உங்களை பயமுறுத்தல,
And now we
உங்களை
see
வார்னிங் பண்ணல.
that
ஆனா
just
இதுதான் உண்மை.
in a few months, everything has changed.
ஆனா
Everything got
பார்த்தீங்க,
so much worse.
சடனா ஒரு வார் வந்து எல்லாத்தையும் மாற்றி.
Today, participants of Creative Society from Ukraine
இன்னைக்கு
already
பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் வந்து
speak
கிரியேட்டிவ்
as
சொசைட்டி பேசிட்டு
eyewitnesses,
இருக்காங்க.
witnesses,
பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
victims,
அங்க இருக்க
and
வாரத்தை
refugees.
ஒரு ரெஃப்யூஜியாவும் ஒரு
What
வைட்டமாவும்
else
பேசிட்டு
needs
இருக்காங்க.
to happen so that we realize that
ஸோ
something needs
நம்ம
to change
எல்லாத்தையும்
for
பற்றி
us to start
ரியலைஸ்
taking
பண்ணுவோம். ஒரு
actions?
காலத்துல என்னென்ன நடக்கும், எப்படி எப்படி
Does it
நடக்கும்.
take all 8 billion people to become victims of the climate, an aggressor or a
வருங்காலத்துல
maniac, for
கிளைமேட்
us to
சேஞ்சஸ்னால
finally
எல்லாருக்கும்
understand?
ஒரு வைக்கமா இருக்கும். இப்போ
Do you
யுக்ரைனில்
realize
நடக்கிற
that
வார்
it will
பற்றி
be
யுக்ரைன்
too
மக்கள்
late
வைக்கமா இருக்கிற
to
மாதிரி
change anything
கிளைமேட்
back?
சேஞ்ச் ஆகும்போது நம்ம மக்கள் எல்லாருமே ஒரு வைக்கமா இருக்கும். காரணமும்
Do you
நம்ம
realize that right now, as
நம்ம
this forum
இப்பயே
is taking
விழிப்புணர்வாக
place,
வேண்டும்.
people are experiencing all the
நம்ம இப்ப
atrocities
கூட
and
பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம் எவ்வளவு
horrors
தூரத்துக்கு வெயில்
we
அடிக்குது.
have seen in the climate monitoring video and in the video from Ukraine. Right now, isn't that enough to realize how important it is to reach out to
ஸோ
all people
இப்பவே
we
நம்மளுக்கு
know?
தெரியலையா நம்ம கிளைமேட்
Tell
பத்தி
them
எவ்வளவு
how
இம்பார்ட்டன்டா
important
பேசணும்.
it is for their future and
எல்லாரும்
safety to know about the forum
யூடியூப்
and
சொல்லுவாங்க.
to be
அப்பதான்
with
நம்ம
us
உலகத்தை
now. We, participants of the project Creative Society, understood
நாங்க
that. We
கிரியேட்டிவ்
realized
சொசைட்டியோட
that
வாலண்டியர்
Creative Society is our only chance.
கிளைமேட் சேஞ்ச்
And this is what motivates us to take action. We understand how
கண்டிப்பா நம்ம
important
எல்லாரும்
it
இதை
is to
பத்தி
get
ஆக்ஷன்
the word out of the world. Already today, there are heroes who are saving us.
ஆல்ரெடி இப்பயே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய மக்கள் நம்ம காப்பாத்திட்டு இருக்காங்க.
During the forum, we will learn more about them. But honestly, even after everything you have
ஆனா
seen,
உண்மையா நீங்க நினைக்கும் போது
you have
எல்லாத்தையும்
doubts about
உங்களுக்கு
whether
ஒரு
or not this tornado or other
doubt
climatic disaster will happen to you.
இது வந்து இனி
Maybe
நடக்குமா,
I will be
climate
lucky
இனி
and the
வருங்காலத்துல
disaster will
நடக்குமா
not come to my
அப்படின்றதுக்காக.
house. But the truth is, this
வருங்காலத்துல இது
events
நம்ம
will
வீட்டுக்கு
happen.
கூட நடக்கலாம்.
We are well aware that the climate is changing due to various natural factors,
நம்மளுக்கே
and
தெரியும்
humans
சில
have
பருவநிலை
no
மாற்றங்கள் நடந்துகிட்டு
influence
தான் இருக்கு.
on
அது
these
உங்களுக்கே
changes.
தெரியும்.
But it is precisely in recent decades that an
ஆனா
additional,
அது
most
இப்போதான்
frightening
நடக்குது. நீங்க
factor
நல்லா
of
கவனிச்சா
climate
உங்களுக்கே
change
தெரியும்.
appeared: the 12-year cataclysmic cyclicality. During the last 20 years alone,
கடந்த
we
20
saw
வருஷமா
changes that we
இந்த
have not
நீ
seen in
சேஞ்சஸ்
the
பார்க்கலாம்
previous
கண்டிப்பா. அதுக்கு
1000
முன்னாடி 20 முன்னாடி
years.
காணதுக்கு முன்னாடி அவ்வளோ உங்களுக்கு
These
சேஞ்சஸ்
cataclysmic
தெரிஞ்சிருக்காது.
changes occur on the planet every
இது எல்லாமே
12,000
நம்ம
years
எர்த்ல நடக்குது.
and are caused by galactic cyclicality.
கெலக்டிக் சைக்கிளுக்கு மூலமா.
But unfortunately, scientists still ignore this factor.
ஆனா
We
சயின்டிஸ்ட்
will
இன்னமும்
discuss
இது
this topic
எல்லாத்தையும்
in depth
பத்தி பேச
today.
விரும்பல.
Unfortunately, this information is not available in the mainstream because it doesn't
இந்த
fit the
விதமான
official narrative.
கிளைமேட் சேஞ்சஸ்
But
வந்து
this
பெரிய ஒரு
is the
ஊடகங்களையும்
information
நியூஸ்
which
சேனல்லையும்
will help us
வர்றது
win
இல்லை.
this war
ஏனென்றால்
with
இது
climate.
அவங்களுக்கு இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறாங்க.
Climate change is now happening due to a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We are not talking about global warming, supposedly caused by human activity. We are talking about the destruction of the planet from within and the
கால
death of all life
பேரழிவின்
on it. This is not a
சுற்றளவின்
joke and
காரணமாக
not a script for a
தற்போது
new
பருவநிலை
disaster
மாற்றம்
movie.
ஏற்படுகிறது.
It is already
புவி
happening right
வெப்பமடைதலை
before our
பற்றி
eyes.
நான் பேசுகிறேன்.
Why do those who should have been the first to warn us of the impending
உள்ளே
doom keep
இருந்து
silent?
கிரகத்தின் அழிவு மற்றும் அதில்
The
உள்ள
scientists
அனைத்து
whom we
உயிர்களின்
entrusted with the
மரணம் பற்றி
responsibility
நாங்கள்
of
பேசுகிறோம்.
warning us of the disaster are divided.
இது நகைச்சுவையுமல்ல, புது பேரழிவு
Instead of figuring out the
திரைப்படத்திற்கான
real causes,
ஸ்கிரிப்டும் அல்ல.
they fight
இது
against each other.
ஏற்கனவே நாம் கண்முன்னே நடந்து
Some
கொண்டிருக்கிறது.
argue that climate change is caused by human activity,
வரப்போகும் அழிவை பற்றி
namely
முதலில்
the emission of
எச்சரித்திருக்க
CO2 into
வேண்டியவர்கள்
the atmosphere
ஏன்
due to the burning of hydrocarbon fuels. In
மெத்தனம்
their
சாதிக்கும்
opinion, this is the reason why the
பேரழிவை
climate
பற்றி
situation is catastrophically worsening.
எச்சரிக்கும்
Other
பொறுப்பை
scientists
நாம்
believe that modern
படிப்பதை
climate change has nothing to do with human activity. It is caused by normal
உண்மையான
variations
காரணங்களை
in natural
கண்டுபிடிப்பதற்கு
factors,
பதிலாக
just as it always
அவர்கள்
happens in nature. And so there is nothing
காலநிலை
unusual
மாற்றம்
about
மனித
climate change on the planet
நடவடிக்கையால்
right now.
ஏற்படுகிறது என்று
Yet,
சிலர்
both groups of scientists are blind.
வாதிடுகின்றனர்.
They lack complete information and
அதன்
are very much
அது
mistaken. The climate is
ஹைட்ரோகார்பன்
changing critically.
எரிபொருட்களை
Deaths
எரிப்பதால்
and destruction
வானி
are covering more and
மண்டலத்தில்
more territories every day.
CO2
But it
வெளியேற்றம்
is not because of humanity.
அவர்கள் கருத்துப்படி
It is time
காலநிலை
for us to speak
பேரழிவு
frankly.
தரப்பாதைக்கு மோசமடைவதற்கு இதுவே
Why
காரணம்.
do you intimidate people and make up some scary stories? The climate has always changed for natural reasons, and there's no catastrophe. And there's no catastrophe.
Is a person who wakes you up by knocking at the door when your house is on fire, scaring or saving you? And if it's not just your house that is on fire, but the whole planet, should you be warned about that? What is
அது
happening on the
எல்லாருக்கும்
planet
பாதிப்பை
right now
இருக்கும்.
is abnormal for the
இப்போ
last
நடக்கிறது என்னன்னா
11,000
நம்ம
years.
வாழ்க்கையில
Let's face the facts.
11 வருட காலங்கள்
Over
நடந்து
the entire millennium, the planet hasn't experienced such a drastic climate change as in the last 30 years of our lives.
இந்த கடைசி 30 வருட
Overall
காலமாக
ocean
நிறைய
heating has increased by 450% in the last 30 years. Evidence of
50%
heating of deep ocean layers suggests that the ocean is warming from the bottom up.
climate
The ocean
ஒரு
warming
16
provokes
ஆண்டு
an
காலத்தில்
increase
நடந்து
in the strength and number of hurricanes. The year 2020 has broken all records for the frequency of hurricanes and tropical cyclones on the planet over the entire period of observation. Due to increased humidity and rising temperatures, the intensity and number of tornadoes is increasing. Since the 1990s, the number of tornadoes in Europe has increased tenfold and continues to grow. Tornadoes and hurricanes can destroy entire residential districts, and they don't care if people are hiding there or not. Over the past 33 years, there has been an increase in the number of storms, wind speeds, and wave heights in the oceans are rising, and a significant acceleration of sea currents has been observed. According to NOAA, the number of floods in the U.S. has increased by about 100% over the last 30 years. At the same time, they began to occur synchronously, hitting several countries at once. Since 1998, floods have affected more than 2 billion people worldwide. The rate of loss of the Greenland ice sheet over the past 30 years has increased 20 times and exceeds the maximum rate of the last 12,000 years. Numerous studies indicate that the cause of melting of glaciers is the increase in geothermal flow. That is, heat from the bowels under the Greenland ice sheet. Over the last 30 years, the rate of ice melting in Antarctica has increased by 65%. Moreover, this is happening only in the western part of Antarctica, where there is a huge magma chamber and 140 volcanoes, the heat of which melts the ice from the bottom up. Despite the fact that high mountain glaciers are melting, lakes and rivers around the globe become shallow, and water escapes into the depths and cracks. According to research by American scientists, water levels in the world's largest rivers have dropped significantly over the last 50 years. Around the world, thousands of water bodies disappeared, but at the same time there are powerful downpours. For example, in China, despite frequent floods, more than 28,000 rivers have disappeared in the past 20 years, roughly half of all the country's rivers. The number of extreme fires is growing, and they do not cease even in winter. Nowadays, on average, 7 times as many large wildfires occur in the western United States every year as there were 40 years ago. Even the Arctic is already burning. With 2019 seeing the largest and most destructive fires in the northern hemisphere in 10,000 years. Fires occur in areas where the Earth's crust is fractured and where hydrogen, methane, and other combustible gases emerge from the subsurface. Because of that, fire cannot be put out. It incinerates cities, leaving scorched areas for years. More and more often, people lose their lives in fires or suffocate from the smoke.
Well, all of these things that you named, they are all caused by global warming, which is the result of the increase in greenhouse gases caused by the combustion of hydrocarbons. Humans are to blame.
Climate change due to CO2 emissions is negligible. Because the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is negligible. The concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is 0.04%, while anthropogenic CO2 is 0.0004%. How can 4 molecules per million that humans add to the atmosphere cause global climate change? The rise in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is a consequence, not a cause, of rising temperatures. Natural sources emit much more CO2 than humans. The main source of CO2 is the ocean, heated by intense magmatic processes on its bottom. The amount of CO2 emitted by the biosphere is also rapidly increasing. Trees have started to mutate, now emitting CO2 instead of absorbing it. In the last decade, the Amazon forest emitted almost 20% more carbon dioxide than they absorbed. And in Siberia, larches also began to emit CO2 into the atmosphere in the late 1980s. As a result, for the past 15 years, forests have been supplying it just as intensely as industry. Along with the forest, swamps began to emit CO2 as well. So the accumulation of CO2 is taking place at an increased rate in a natural way. The reaction of the biosphere and the ocean is a response to activation of the planet due to the 12,000-year cycle. Abnormality of the current events is confirmed by the period of the so-called Holocene optimum that occurred 6 to 9,000 years ago, when temperatures on the planet were 3 degrees higher than nowadays. However, There was no such a powerful emission of CO2, mutation of plants, and growth of cataclysms. Now the heating is happening from inside the planet.
I am not convinced. It's all man-made.
I agree that humans have no effect on climate change. But wait, what's that internal heating about? The sun is a major factor in climate change.
The present-day climate change is characterized not only by an increase in global temperatures, but also by an increase in seismic and volcanic activity, which is many times more serious. Since the 1990s, the energy of earthquakes has increased significantly. The number and magnitudes of earthquakes are increasing. The seismic activity in the Pacific Ring of Fire has increased 2.5 times between 1990 and 2021. The number of earthquakes at the ocean bottom on the boundaries of plates along the mid-ocean ridges is growing. All over the Earth, underwater and surface volcanoes are actively awakening. The growth of volcanic activity is recorded by the volume of erupted lava. 90% of active volcanoes are located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, and their activity is increasing every year.
All these earthquakes and eruptions are also caused by humans. As a result of global warming, the glaciers are melting. The Earth's crust is decreasing. That's why the crust cracks and lava pours out.
This is a mistake. Firstly, there are no glaciers in the Pacific Ring of Fire, which could increase seismic and volcanic activity there. Secondly, despite their high speed of melting, glaciers have not yet melted completely. Moreover, on the contrary, they are melting right where magmatic activity is increasing, but not everywhere, as would happen due to melting from the surface. And finally, how can CO2 emissions cause deep focus earthquakes at a depth of 700 kilometers, which have disastrously increased in recent decades? According to seismologists, such earthquakes were considered to be impossible because at such depths, rocks are supposed to experience only plastic deformations. Since 2014, an increase in earthquakes at depths of more than 700 kilometers has been recorded. And in 2015, scientists detected an earthquake 751 kilometers beneath Japan, which was the deepest earthquake in the entire history of observations. Something anomalous has started happening in the Earth's mantle. Humans couldn't have affected the Earth's magnetic field in any way either. In 1995, a sharp acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole drift speed by 3.5 times was recorded, from 15 kilometers to 55 kilometers a year. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core. Therefore, it is obvious that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core.
I agree about the magnetic field, but regarding the growth of seismic and volcanic activity, I'm doubtful. First of all, along with our progress, the number of seismic sensors has increased. Algorithm of data processing became more advanced. That's why we see their increase. As for volcanoes, it's just that the human population on the planet has increased, so there are more of those who observe volcanic eruptions.
That's an understandable point, but in this case, the increase in seismic activity is reflected objectively. According to experts, there was a significant leap in the number of installed seismic sensors on the planet, approximately in the 1970s. Since then, their number hasn't changed significantly. While there is an increase in the number of powerful earthquakes, their magnitude is growing, and deep focus earthquakes began to occur. The increase in the number of sensors makes it possible to observe only an increase in the number of small earthquakes. Meanwhile, earthquakes with magnitudes over 4 are registered all over the planet at all seismic stations, regardless of where it happened in the world. Moreover, the increase in the number of strong earthquakes with magnitudes over 8 in the last 20 years has nothing to do with the way the data are processed. The same may be said about deep focus earthquakes. Since the first event of this kind was detected in the 1970s and up to the present day, there has been a significant increase in the depths and magnitudes of such earthquakes. Similarly, Volcanoes have been observed from satellites since the late 1980s of the last century. In other words, since that time, all eruptions have been clearly visible from space. The world's population is growing in places where there are no volcanoes, or very few of them. But where there are many volcanoes, the population doesn't grow, or it even decreases. The number of volcanic eruptions is increasing statistically, and not because more eyes are looking at those eruptions.
If we accept your arguments, then what caused all this?
This is only the first part of the video about the 12,000 year cycle. The second part will be shown later in the film. And you just learned about the real cause of climate change. The facts and statistics prove that we are already caught up in inevitable destruction. We are already at war. So far, nothing is being done to study the cyclicity of 12,000 years on a global scale. Imagine you have been diagnosed with kidney failure, yet your doctor tells you that you need to trim your nails in order to get better by the year 2030. Absurd, isn't it? But this is exactly how we are approaching the climate crisis right now. We are not concerned with the root cause because we're running a business and not saving human lives. I hope you understand how important this information is. And this is why this live broadcast is being simultaneously interpreted into 100 languages by volunteers so that everyone can know the truth. I'm glad that there are scientists who understand that cataclysms are growing and their causes are much more serious. I would like to now introduce Mr. Douglas Volk, a science writer, researcher, and professional member of the Geological Society of America, who will present geological facts confirming the climate change cycle of 12,000 years.
My name is Douglas Vogt.
என் பெயர் டக்ளஸ் வோட்.
Research geologist, researching
ஒரு
the
ஆராய்ச்சி
ice age universal. And we're doing this
உலகள பணியகத்தின்
for Creative Societies Forum. And I hope you enjoy it. And you're going to learn a lot
நீங்கள் அதை ரசிப்பீர்கள்
about
நம்புகிறேன்.
causing
காலநிலை மாற்றத்துக்கு
the climate change.
என்ன காரணம் என்பதை நீங்கள் நிறைய கற்றுக்கொள்ளப் போகிறீர்கள்.
Now that blue-green thing there, that spot there, that's our Earth.
அது வானிலை தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்தும்.
In size of proportion to the sun.
சூரியனிடத்தில் புதிய வெப்பமண்டல நிலையில் அந்த தூசி புள்ளிகளில் உள்ள எறும்புகள் தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்தும் என்று நீங்கள் நினைக்கிறீர்களா? சூரியன் ஒரு ஐக்கிய சோதனை. நீங்கள் இதை புரிந்து கொள்ள முடியாத அளவுக்கு முட்டாள். புவி வெப்பமடைதல் உங்கள் கெப்பாசிட்டி நீங்கள் அதிகமாக சுவாசிப்பது மற்றும் மாடு இருப்பிடம் என்று நீங்கள் அரசாங்கத்தால் நீங்கள் முற்றிலும் மூளை செலவை செய்யப்படுகிறீர்கள். இதற்கு நீங்கள் மிகவும் முட்டாள். விவாதம் அழிந்து போன டைனோசரை போல நீங்கள் பார்ப்பது இரண்டு பனிக்கட்டிகள்.
This is worldwide, and the ice cores tell the story right off the bat. Now, in the ice cores, they say, well, there's a higher concentration of CO2.
இடப்பக்கர்கள் அங்கே அந்த கருப்பு பட்டை பார்க்கிறீர்களா? சுமார் 12,000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு வலது பகுதியில் 12,000 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முந்தையது.
A whole bunch of chemicals, including CO2. Now, I'm going to explain why you're going to have an increase in volcanoes. So, the volcanoes go up, but you're able to date material that a lahar or lava went over and then burned a log or whatever, and they find it in the sediment below. This is dating organic material that was found under lahars or lava. And again, they all group around 12,000, 24, 36,000. There's one more, 48,000 and 60,000. They're harder to find evidence like this because why bother? I mean, the scientist has so much time. Is he going to go
அவர்களுக்கு நிறைய நாட்கள் உள்ளது
lava flows to try to find a log that's got
நீர்நிலைகள்
try to do a carbon 14 dating? Remember that
நம்மளை நினைவரும் மறுக்கிறது என்னவென்றால்
you have to know to do the carbon 14 dating of something.
அவர்கள் எல்லாம் கூறுகின்றார்கள் இதை போன்று கூறியுள்ளார்கள்.
Now, on the right-hand side, I'm trying to show the model of what's going on in the center of the sun, of the Earth rather. The center
சன்கள் மற்றும் சூரியன் ஆகியவற்றில் குறிப்பிடத்தக்கவை என்று கூறுகிறார்கள்.
magnetic field what's happening now. It's exponentially.
என்ன நடக்குது என்றால் கொலாப்ஸின் மூலமாக
the lower mantle, the upper mantle, and then finally what happens
கடைசியாக என்ன நடக்குது என்றால் எல்லா
these cavities with magma in it start getting bigger and hotter, and you're going to have more.
இது மிகவும் பெரியதாகவும் மற்றும் கடினமாகவும் உள்ளது.
Over 25 or 30 volcanoes going off now. The worst will be about
இப்ப 25,000
sunspot maximum.
2 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக
And there'll also be an increase in earthquakes. Like I said, this is going to be
முன்பதாக என்ன சொல்லியிருந்தார் earthquake மூலம் கூறியுள்ளார்கள்.
and the crust is going to be more fluid and liquid. So you can have the moon on one
liquid
side
மூலம் செலுத்தியுள்ளார்கள்.
to release some pressure someplace and let these plates start moving more. You're going to have
இதெல்லாம் குறிப்பிட்டே எல்லாம் கூறுகிறார்கள். அதனால் ரைட் ஹேண்ட் சைன் அதான் இதுதான் நடந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. tornadoes மூலம் கூறுகிறார்கள். அதனால்தான்
more evaporation of the oceans heat up, you'll have more hurricanes and also storms and tornadoes, more evaporation, more rain and storms. It has nothing to do with mankind. If there was nobody on the planet,
அல்லது
it's still been going on.
எரிமலை புலம்பு மேலே
We're seeing this thing happen.
மரத்தடியை நீங்கள் தேடிடலாம். அவர்கள் அதை கீழே மண்டலில் காண்கிறார்கள். இது லஹார்ஸ் அல்லது லாலாவின் கீழ் காணப்படும் கிராம டேட்டிங் ஆகும். மீண்டும் அவர்கள் அனைவரும் 12,000 முதல் 24,000 36,000 என்று குழுவாக உள்ளனர். இன்னும் ஒன்று இருக்கிறது. இது போன்ற ஆதாரங்களை கண்டுபிடிப்பது அவர்கள் கடினமாக உள்ளது. ஏனெனில் ஏன் கவலைப்பட வேண்டும்? அதாவது நேரம் இருக்கிறது. எரிந்த ஒரு மரக்கட்டை கண்டுபிடிப்பது கார்பன் 14 பேட்டிங் செய்ய முயற்சிப்புக்கான எறும்பு குழம்புகள் கொத்து வழியாக உழப்பு போகிறீர்கள். நீங்கள் தெரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய நிகழ்வுகளை பற்றி நான் உங்களுக்கு என்பதை நினைவுகள் உள்ள மற்றும் அதை செய்ய பணம் செலவாகும். இப்போது வலதுபுறத்தின் பூமியின் மையத்தில் என்ன நடக்கிறது என்று மாதிரியாக கட்ட முயற்சிக்கிறேன். மைய பின்பற்றும் புள்ளி நீங்கள் ஒரு தலையில் நெருங்கி வரும்போது நீங்கள் ஒரு காந்தப்புலம் அது இப்போது என்ன நடக்கிறது? அது அதிவேகமாக சரிந்து வருகிறது. எனவே அது வெப்பமடைகிறது என்று வெப்பமடைகிறது கீழ் மேல் மேட்டின் வழியாக பின்னர் இறுதியாக என்ன நடக்கிறது என்றால் மார்க்மாவுடன் கூடிய இந்த தூதுவரங்கள் நீங்கள் பெரிதாக்கி வெப்பமடைய தொடங்குவீர்கள். மேலும் மேலும்
Thank you again to all the honest scientists,
எனவே
researchers,
அடைகிறது
people
மனது வழியாக ஊடுருகிறது.
if you're asking,
பின்னர் இறுதியாக
The answer is simple. Right now, it is very important to share the information you just heard with everyone. Use social media, email,
நீங்கள் சமூக
and
வலைதளங்கள்
send
மூலம்
this
ஃபேக்ஸ்,
word
சோஷியல்
to
மீடியா
your contact list.
உங்களுக்கு கூடிய
This will
விருப்பங்களை
save
ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளன.
the lives of people in
இது
the
மக்களின்
future.
வாழ்வை காப்பாற்றும். நம்மை
A
போன்றவை
creative society will
கிரியேட்டிவ்
benefit
சொசைட்டி
every single person, and
எல்லா
only by
மனிதர்களையும்
being united together
எல்லாம்
we can
ஒன்றிணைத்து
build
கூறுவது
a peaceful and safe world.
நாம்
There is no time
பீஸ்ஃபுல்
for
முறையை
pointless
கைப்பற்றி வாழுவோம்.
competition, PR for personal benefit,
நாம்
only together
நிறைய பெனிஃபிட்டை
we
அடைவோம்
can
என்று
survive
கூறுகிறார்கள்.
and build
ஆமென்.
the perfect future for all of us.
நாம் நமது எதிர்காலத்தை
Do you
மிகவும்
remember
கூர்மையாக
how
உயர்த்துவோம்.
fast the information about Elon Musk buying Twitter spread?
அலன் மஸ்க்
How
ட்விட்டர்
fast? If
கூறுகிறார்கள்.
not faster, the information
இல்லையெனில்
about the war with climate needs to reach
இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் எல்லாம்
everyone, because our
எல்லா
artificial
மனிதருக்கும்
effort
சென்றடைந்து
will
விடும்.
not take any prisoners. It will kill everyone on its
இது
own.
எல்லாவற்றையும் அழித்துவிடும்.
And this can happen anywhere, at any moment. We need to
எந்த
change
வழியிலும்
this
எல்லா வழிகளும்
today, because
கூறுகிறார்கள்.
tomorrow will be too late.
நாளை
There are
மிகவும்
people who still don't
மோசமான
know
நிலையும்
about
உள்ளது.
creative society and about our only
கிரியேட்டிவ்
enemy,
சொசைட்டி மூலம்
climate. So stop sitting
நமது
and
மிக தெரியுமா
find a
எனிமி
way
கிளைமேட்
to
என்று
spread this
கூறியுள்ளார்கள்.
vital information. Now, let's take a look at the devastating events that are happening around the world in the last few short months.
கடினமாக உள்ள மிகவும் சிறிதாக உள்ளது, மிகவும் முக்கியமானது.
Petropolis, Brazil, February 2022.
This is so terrible. My friends are all buried, all dead. Oh, my friends.
The water was 2 meters high. A lot of water, a lot of water. We haven't seen anything like what happened here yesterday. I don't even know what to say. We lost everything, that's it. A complete loss.
The enemy is attacking suddenly, again. People are not warned. There is no effective help.
ஆண் குரல் கதை
Rescuers
சொல்பவர்
cannot cope with such a scale of consequences. How long will this go on? The real war is going on. And what are we doing? Are we reinforcing the front lines? No. How long can we remain
நாம்
inactive
நம்ம
and
வரிசைகளை
silently watch people like us
இல்லை
dying?
இவ்வளவு காலம் செயலற்று இருக்க முடியும்.
Storms in Europe, February
ஐரோப்பாவின் புயல்கள்
2022.
பிப்ரவரி
The number
2020
of storms in Europe is growing before our
ஐரோப்பாவின்
eyes.
புயல்கள் எண்ணிக்கை நம்
33
கண்களுக்கு
storms have hit residents of European countries in the last year and a half alone. This is exactly as many as over the 9 years from 2010 to
முதல்
2018.
2018 வரையிலான
For the first time, 3 deadly
9
storms hit
முதல் முறையாக
northern Europe within several days.
There was a terrible rumble.
பயங்கர சத்தம் கேட்டது.
Through the window, one
ஜன்னல்
could see the
வழியாக
roofs of
பக்கத்து
neighboring
வீடுகளில்
houses being torn off. Bricks starting to
ஆரம்பத்தில்
fall on their heads.
I'm in despair because once again
நான்
it is
விரக்தியில் இருந்தேன்.
freezing
ஏனென்றால்
cold in this
மீண்டும்
house.
ஒரு
It's a
முறை
very cold house anyway.
இந்த வீட்டில்
And
கடும்
there's no
குளிர்,
news.
எப்படியும் அது மிகவும் குளிரான வீடு.
On February 18th, Storm
பிப்ரவரி
Eunice
18
struck
யூனஸ்
Great Britain.
கிரேட் பிரிட்டனை தாக்கியது. வயிற்றில் காற்று வீசியது. மணிக்கு 196 கிலோமீட்டர் வேகத்தை எட்டியது. இது இங்கிலாந்தின் முழு கண்காணிப்பு வரலாற்றின் முழுமையான பதிவாகும்.
The wind felled trees, tore off the roofs of houses.
காற்றில்
Millions of
மரங்கள்
homes were left without electricity.
வீடுகள்
Storm
கிழிந்தன.
Eunice
லட்சக்கணக்கான
became the most
வீடுகள்
expensive
மின்சாரம்
storm
இல்லாமல்
in Europe
தவித்தன.
since 2010.
மிகவும் விலையுயர்ந்த புயலாக மாறியது.
Australia, February,
ஆஸ்திரேலியா,
April.
ஏப்ரல்
Natural
2022
disasters cascaded
இயற்கை
every
பேரழிவுகள்
single
அதே
year.
பகுதியில்
People did not
விழுகின்றன.
even have time to come to
மக்களுக்கு
their
புத்தி
senses.
வர நேரமில்லை.
From the end of February to the
பிப்ரவரி
beginning of
இறுதியில்
April,
இருந்து என்று
Residents of
சொல்லப்பட்டது.
Australia's east coast
ஆஸ்திரேலியாவின்
experienced
கிழக்கு கடற்கரையை
historically
வசித்தவர்கள்
unprecedented
100
flooding
ஆண்டுகள்
in 100
வரலாறு
years. In 2 states, more than
காணாத
1
முடிய
inch of
வெள்ளத்தை
precipitation
அனுபவித்த
normal
2
fell in a
மாநிலங்களில்
week.
எழுபத்தி குறைந்தது.
occurred around 2 or 3 in the morning. Most people were
நீல்
asleep in their beds.
இந்த காட்சி டீன்
So this
ஜான்சன்.
was a case of not realizing
எனவே இது
and waking
விசித்திரமான
up
சத்தங்கள்
to
மற்றும்
strange
சத்தங்களை உணர்ந்து
noises and realizing
விழித்திருக்கவில்லை
there was water in your bedroom and you're on a second story building and you no longer can get out of your house.
உங்கள் கடற்கரையில் தண்ணீர் இருப்பதை உணர்ந்த நீங்கள் 2வது மாடியில் எடுத்திருக்கிறீர்கள். நீங்கள் வர முடியாது. மேலும் விறகுகளுக்கு அதிகம் இல்லை. கூரை எங்கள் 26 மீட்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறோம். நீங்கள் பார்க்க முடியும் என கார்கள் அனைத்தும் இப்பொழுது அழைக்கப்பட்டன. எல்லோரும் எல்லாவற்றையும் முற்றுமிழந்துவிட்டார்கள். முக்கியம் அழிவரும். ஆயிரக்கணக்கான மக்கள் பலமுறை வெள்ளத்தில் மூழ்கி வீடுகளை விட்டு வெளியேற வேண்டிய கட்டாயம். சிட்னியில் வானிலை ஆய்வு வரலாற்றில் மாறுமாற்றம் மழை பெய்தது. சுமார் 44 மக்கள் ஆகாயத்தை சொல்பவரும் குரல் எல்லோரும். எனவே சுமார் 20,000 வீடுகளுக்கு முன்பு டோக்கியோவில் நாங்கள் மிகவும் வலுவான நிலநடுக்கம் ஏற்பட்டுள்ளது. அது இருந்த உண்மையிலும் மையம் 7.4 கூறுகிறது.
USA, March through April
March
2022.
மார்ச் மாதத்தில் அமெரிக்காவில் சூறாவளிகளின் எண்ணிக்கை குறித்த அச்சமடையும் புள்ளி விவரங்கள். தொடர்ந்து 2 சூறாவளிகள் செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளன. இது அவதானிப்புகள் தொடக்கத்தில் ஒரு முழுமையாக பதிவாகும். உண்மையா சொன்னால் நான் இதை வாழப் போகிறேன் என்று நினைக்கவில்லை. நாம் இறந்து விடுவோம் என்று நினைத்தேன். அந்த அதிகார அறைக்குள் நுழைந்தும் பயந்து ஹால்கள் இருந்தும் எதுவும் இல்லை. நான் எனது மாஸ்டர் பெட்ரூம் அமெரிக்காவில் ஒரு அங்கே அமர்ந்திருந்தேன். நான் வெளியே வந்தேன். எல்லாம் அழிந்ததையும் கவனித்தேன். நாங்கள் குருடர்கள் அல்ல. நாம் நிலைமை கட்டுப்பாட்டுகளுக்கு காரணங்கள் ஆய்வு செய்யப்படவில்லை. எங்கள் தீர்வும் இல்லை. ஏப்ரல் மாதத்தில் கனமழை மாகாணத்தில் பெரிய அலைகள் செய்யப்பட்டுள்ளது. வெடிச்சத்தம் போல சத்தம் கேட்டது. பார்க்க அழைப்பு ஓடினேன். பரிதாபமாக இருந்தது. மனிதன் அழுவதையும் உதவிக்காக கூப்பிடுவதை உங்கள் பிரித்தவற்றில் அடித்து செல்லப்பட்டதா? ஆம், அடிபட்ட பிறகு அடி போய்விட்டது. என் குழந்தைக்காக நான் பயந்தேன். என்னால் முடிந்த அனைத்தையும். ஆனால் நான் தண்ணீருக்கு அடியில் இருந்தேன். சேற்றையும் தண்ணீரையும் குழந்தை கையை இழந்தேன்.
South Africa,
தென்னாப்பிரிக்காவில் சுப்பர்கள் நம்ப முடியாத அளவு பாதிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளனர். டர்பன் நகருக்கு அருகில் 48 மணி நேரத்தில் கிட்டத்தட்ட 6 மாத மழைப்பொழிவு விழுந்து வரலாற்று சாதனை முறியடித்தது. இது தென்னாப்பிரிக்கா வரலாற்றில் மிக மோசமான வெள்ளத்தை ஏற்படுத்தியுள்ளது. இங்கு வீடுகள் இருந்தன. வெள்ளம் இங்கு இருந்த அனைத்து வீடுகளும் எடுத்து நேராக தண்ணீருக்குள் கொண்டு சென்றது. மக்கள் கூக்குரலிட்டதை நாங்கள் கேட்டோம். என் சகோதரனும் எனது சகோதரனும் தந்தை அவர்களை மீட்க முயன்றனர். ஆனால் அவர்கள் வீடு தண்ணீர் மூழ்கிவிட்டு மீதம் மரம் விழுந்தது. நீங்கள் அழுவதை கேட்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் விரும்புகிறேன். ஆனால் அம்புக்குரியவர்கள் இறந்த குடும்பத்தை உறுப்பினர்கள் ஒன்றே அவர்கள் சொல்வதை கேட்பது வேதனையாக இருக்கிறது.
The past 5 months
கடந்த 5 மாதங்கள்
that cataclysms are becoming more and more abnormal, unpredictable, and destructive. The worst climate forecasts are coming true right before our eyes. Even with a huge international monitoring team, we are not able to cover the full scale of what is happening. Floods, heavy snowfalls, fires, storms, and tornadoes have swept through all the continents. Every country has experienced the attack of our common enemy, the climate. We need to face the truth. We are not ready for this.
Do you still doubt that this is war? The situation is critical. Right now, right this very minute and instance, the enemy is incinerating someone's home, caving in, crushing floods, and shaking the grounds beneath their feet. Right now, someone's child is left motherless. Right now, someone has been sentenced to be a refugee. Right now, someone has run out of bread and water, and the prospect is only a painful death. Can you say with confidence that you and your loved ones will be spared of this misfortune? How many more lives must be taken by the climate away from us for us to pay our attention to it? The world is now watching with horror what is happening in Ukraine. It is an enduring pain for many of us. It is the grief that gives the hearts of mothers whose sons have gone to war. It is the fear that grows into despair of people under fire or dying under rubble. The war in Ukraine is indeed madness. When you see it, when you hear about it. But what has been done in the cities of Ukraine will be all over the world, on all continents, in all cities, because the climate is millions of times more serious. Because of the climate, no one will survive in the long run. But right now, it doesn't bother us as much as the problems of war. And because the climate is much milder, we have this illusion that it will pass by or not catch on to us. So let's ask the residents of Bucha, Irpin, Mariupol, and many other towns and villages in Ukraine who found themselves embroiled in the bloody mess of war, whether they imagined that they would be the ones who would be shot. No. Everyone thought it would be hit the house next doors, but not his. Everyone thought it would happen to someone else, but not to them. When it happened to them, the epiphany came. And what? We are going to wait until the last minute when an enemy will get into the house and start killing. Only then we are going to start moving and shouting, help. No matter how much we shout, we can do nothing. There will be no place to move to. No one will open the green corridors. No one will lend a helping hand because they will be buried alongside with all their hopes of survival. When it's the rocket whistle will blow over our heads everywhere, there will be nothing else to do that we will be able to do. Although we don't want to notice as the enemy is already in our homes, already affecting us, affecting the economy, taking our homes apart and lives, and today the climate is ruining, drowning, and killing. Images of rooftops flying away are becoming a commonplace, and this is already perceived by you as a natural occurrence. It doesn't happen to you personally, it happens to others. It doesn't affect you, it doesn't bother you. And the fact that those are our lives and the territories that capture are expanding, you don't realize that. Today, the ring is tightening around each and every one of us. Tomorrow, you will wake up in the middle of the night and you will have nothing. There is a full-scale war going all over the globe, but we turn a blind eye to that. We artificially hide from this problem. And why? Because deep down inside, we are panicking about it. We need to stop being cowards. It is the time for us, for all of us, for all the humanity to become courageous and brave. Our only chance and hope is to build a creative society. All other options lead to death of the planet. And these are not just empty words, this is a fact. Stop pretending it doesn't concern us.
Do you know what a sudden death is? Soon we will all be affected by it, including our children and loved ones.
It happens in an instant. In just 30 seconds, the entire city gets buried under rubble. People go to bed, and in the morning, they are just gone. In just 30 minutes, water fills the entire house. People are rushing out in their underwear while someone is breaking windows to save those who became trapped in the flooded homes. Landslides, instantly destroying everything in their way. If lucky, warning come just a few minutes before a natural disaster. It's impossible to escape within this time. None of us are prepared for such a scenario. According to official figures alone, the number of natural disasters has increased fivefold over the last 50 years. The climate causes $202 million in damage and claims hundreds of lives every day.
None of us would want to be among the dead. We reached out to experts around the world to find out if our society is prepared for rapidly increasing natural disasters.
Climate situation has greatly changed the way fires behave. Climate change causes fires to become more destructive as they now form convective storms and smoke plumes, which become very tall and massive, causing smoke plume tornadoes that already become much more aggressive and dangerous to the entire fire brigade, as we can see. These fires require much better logistics, more resources, and every day we're being tested by these unknown phenomena. But we do know that this is caused by climate change. I don't know what the solution is. I don't have one. But what I do know is that we have a problem.
As for every natural disaster anywhere in the world,
is why river disaster is connected with the nature, because it's beyond the capacity always, and it will be. You can't have enough measure to deal with tsunami, to deal with the drought. You can take the safety measures like where people will be shifted, what will be the relief area, and how you will be managing all these things.
We are all targets and we are all victims. That is already a given reality. You cannot say, no, it will not affect me because I'm rich. That typhoon doesn't choose its path. Even the big houses here, even the millionaires' houses, or even any kind of calamity should be understood in a way that we know the effect of it.
We are all at the aim point of the climate, but do we know our enemy's face, its weapons, and its force of impact? How are we going to stand up in a war against climate if today we spend money not on real counteraction, but on the hypothesis that 0.004% of anthropogenic CO2 causes all the cataclysms?
They assure us that reducing carbon dioxide emissions will stop the cataclysms. However, there are more and more natural disasters, destruction, and climate refugees. Just think about it. Over the last 11 years, more than $5 trillion has already been spent on the so-called fight against climate change, but it's useless. There are so many disasters already that the heroism of rescuers is not enough. Rescuers are heroes, and they risk their own lives. But the tools they have are not enough to deal with the force of natural disasters.
We pay attention to anything but preparing for the unavoidable cataclysms. Do you know what to do if your house collapses on you? Can you even be confident that you will be rescued? After all, half of the countries today don't even have early warning system for dangerous emergencies, whereas forecasting systems have proven to be inadequate. Lack of coordination and bureaucratic procedures and paperwork make it impossible to effectively save millions of lives in current consumer society.
You know, number one is it's all about sending and spreading the right information. It's always about information systems, because once people are informed and once you become active,
we have actually been able to significantly reduce the number of casualties in many disasters, which have been on the rise lately in large-scale disasters, because we invested in informing in advance, in warning systems, and in structures where you can take shelter. That is very, very helpful. And wherever they didn't have it, there was a huge problem because human lives were simply lost. And that is not an option.
So I was very surprised really at the scale of the deaths and destruction, because from my point of view it looked like we could forecast this event coming. So something is going wrong in the communication chain of these warnings.
And this is a consequence of the consumerist format, where money, even if allocated, is stolen by officials and embezzlers. This is our money, the taxpayers' money. It is taken from our pockets, but why does it not reach those who save our lives? Why should your life and the lives of your children depend on the decisions of a few individuals? It's inhumane.
While we were going through one of the greatest tragedies in our history, our president decided to take a vacation and went for a trip to the south of the country
He provided no practical help, no help at all.
If we only depend on the government is also will be also busy the time.
The need for assistance must be well assessed, and there must be someone who can arrive at the site quickly to assess it. Whereas if the assessment is incorrect, then either too much or too little help will be provided. It is possible to work only by improving warning systems, having rapid reaction force units, and having local search and rescue teams.
There are already some effective technologies that can help save people in emergencies. For example, a rescue drone that can be used regardless of weather conditions. Thanks to a multitude of sensors, it finds survivors very quickly. A vehicle with an autopilot can detect debris underwater during flooding, help people get out of the water, and it can deliver supplies. A snake robot and a crawler robot can detect gas leaks, and owing to built-in microphones and speakers, it can help communicate with survivors in hard-to-reach places. Developed together with NASA, Finder technology can detect breathing and heartbeat in 1 minute, even through 9 meters of concrete, and it can help find up to 5 people at once. The multipurpose complex Voskhod is a unique development. It has no equivalent in the sphere of emergency management, as it is capable of calculating the required number of rescuers and equipment, determining the required amount of funding for a rescue operation, victim support, and recovery work. This complex has a very important feature. It does not allow stealing from the budget and profiting from human adversities. Technology to save people is not being implemented everywhere because it is not a priority in the consumerist format. Protocols of diplomacy, conventionalities of diplomacy and politics, and a lack of joint logistics have brought us to the point where there is no effective interaction among emergency services in the world.
We need to build our society on a system which is more resilient, which is better capable to withstand any change which is happening, either in climatic systems or even in socio-economic systems.
There just has to be cooperation based on trust and also a system for distributing budget funds, which is simply growing in different countries. And that works, saves lives, and preserves livelihoods. In that sense, I very much support the idea of establishing a global rescue service, a unified organization that ensures room for opportunities, takes diversity into account, and at the same time makes use of synergies on a global level. That's exactly its value.
There must be a single global rescue service for an emergency response, which will enable competent coordination of expert and rapid deployment of the required equipment to save billions of lives, including yours.
All this is possible only in the format of a creative society. Currently, an important step in its building is the stage of informing. If we do not inform people about it right now, we will lose time. And tomorrow, there will be no one to inform and no one who will help you. It's important to bring this information to everyone now so that you and your family can survive tomorrow.
Search and other things, and even in the lowest floor there is 2-3 victims which are from small hole they are crying, and they are sending light signal from their mobiles, and that's it's very embarrassing for us that we are not doing something, because they are asking that just pull out, but it's very difficult to pull out them because there is a huge debris, 5-6 floor at collapse.
Because when I arrived 4 days after Typhoon Yolanda in 2013, it is the first time in my life to see dead bodies everywhere. And government was not able to attend it right away. Some already decomposing. And it is the worst for me of all the situation I was attending. Like the pain really went into my heart, and you know the smell of dead bodies are everywhere you go. And it was also very sad because some did not die because of the typhoon. Some died because somebody stole their food. Some died because somebody stole their water. Very, very, you know, like something that we cannot, that we will always say, I hope it will never happen again.
In the consumeristic format, nobody cares about anyone. Nobody cares about your life. And at the time when it's vital for us to unite, we are being divided. Just think of it. According to the official figures alone, conflicts and violence cost society more than 14 trillion annually. We spend huge amounts of money on developing the latest weapons instead of saving human lives, our lives. Isn't that ridiculous? The media is brainwashing us to think that it's normal. But is it normal? What are we, insane and incapable of thinking and analyzing? How could this be? In a civilized society, enormous sums of money are spent to take our lives away, yet they save on saving our lives? We live in a crazy world. There is everything turned upside down. Make your own decision to die in a consumerist format or to live in the creative society. The choice is yours.
Dear viewers, in the current consumerist format of the society, nobody cares about you, but you care about your family, about your loved ones. We, participants of the project Creative Society, care about you. We created this forum for you. Please, make it valuable to everyone you know and love. Right now, if you're asking yourself, what can I do? Please, share this information. Share the link to this forum in all your social media networks. Please, don't stay silent. Send your feedback. Record videos about what you think, what you understood. This information is crucial to save your life and life of your beloved ones. Let's save our lives together. Please, repost this video. Invite as many people as possible to participate in this forum. Together, we can make it.
Greetings. Here, we have shown the real situation now, how serious and dangerous everything is. But most people, out of habit, think if something like this happens to me, I'll definitely be saved and rescued. There are services that deal with this, specially trained people, those who are supposed to save me in any situation. And let's look at what state these services are in now. How are they trained? What technology do they use? When was the last time they were updated with those technologies? And most importantly, who do they report to? Who gives the orders to save you or not? The mayor of the city? The head of the region? And if he is on vacation in the islands, when it will be necessary to rescue you? Or generally decides not to send you the emergency rescue team so as not to create panic? How many such examples have there been? How many times have you personally heard such stories? Just recently, there was such a case in Brazil. So now, please, answer the question, are you sure you will be rescued by the Ministry of Emergency Situations? What are your real chances of getting help? And remember those cases when the emergency services saved, first of all, the rich, the influential, and their property. And this is taken for granted in the consumer format today. And how should it be? There should be a worldwide, unified emergency rescue service, which should not be subordinate to officials or bureaucrats. Rescue specialists themselves should make instant response decisions. One more thing. No matter what disaster occurs, no matter who tries to help, the first thing to face is a shortage of food and water. And so famine is very real today. Why? Read some smart books. Pandemic, war, famine. Doesn't that remind you of something? Look at what's going on around you. This is what people have experienced more than once. Everything is scary. Disease, war, disasters. But there has never been anything scarier than hunger. Let's watch the next video about food and water shortage.
Haiti. Due to ongoing natural disasters, people were pushed to the brink of survival. An acute hunger gripped the whole country. When all animals and everything around, even the leaves on the trees, had been eaten, people began to eat sand and clay, trying to trick their stomachs. 2022, Yemen. The armed conflict that has been raging in the country for 8 years has led to a serious food crisis. As a result, 5.7 million people are experiencing acute hunger. 2.2 million of them are children. Hunger, the new reality. The modern world is a theater of the absurd. While on one side of the planet people die of hunger by the thousands every day, on the other side of the planet, more than 2.5 million tons of food are simply thrown away every day before it even reaches shop shelves. If we distributed this food to those who are undernourished, every needy person would get 3.5 kilograms of food a day. We still can afford to buy food and throw it away untouched, but that will change soon. During the pandemic period from 2020 to 2022, the prices of basic foodstuffs have increased by 45%. At the same time, the level of poverty around the world has also increased, even in developed countries such as the US and Europe. Many people are already experiencing it. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, more than 38 million people, including 12 million children, are food insecure in the United States. In Switzerland, 722,000 people were already below the poverty line in 2020. Heat or food, electricity or dinner, rent or food, which would you choose? In affluent countries, millions of people who face hunger make these difficult decisions every day. But this is just the beginning. The year 2022 brings new challenges for humanity. And now, even those organizations that were supposed to protect us from hunger and poverty claim that today the world is on the brink of a food catastrophe. In the modern consumerist format of our society, wars, pandemics, and economic crises are just another excuse to make money off us. It is a very profitable business which brings huge profits to a few, while the remaining 99% are hurtling towards the abyss of impoverishment. It is therefore naive to hope that anyone other than ourselves is really interested in seeing the situation improve. The events of 2022 have shown how much we all depend on each other. The consequences of one country's problems are sweeping the world. While we are fighting each other, imposing sanctions and food embargoes, the number of hungry people around the world is skyrocketing. Meanwhile, our planet is approaching ecological collapse. Pollution and drying up of water sources, erosion and soil degradation have made more and more land unsuitable for growing food. Extreme temperature fluctuations and shifting seasons have also contributed to that. Sharp frosts, heavy rains, or prolonged droughts lead to crop failures in entire regions. Meanwhile, it is estimated that by 2050 the world will need 50% more food to feed an expected population of 9 billion people. How will we be able to feed so many people under these difficult conditions? But these are only harbingers and the initial stage of climate change. Cataclysms are increasingly causing famine. Flash floods, hurricanes, and volcanic eruptions rapidly following each other not only make the soil unusable, it becomes impossible to live in these areas.
Now we are so desperate for food, water, and medicine. Even money won't help us, as there is absolutely nothing to buy on the island because everything is destroyed. Many of our fishing boats are badly damaged, and some people have tried to repair them to use for fishing. Now the only thing we drink is rainwater, and so many people are getting sick and suffering from dehydration.
Our world, which seems familiar and stable to us, fails in any difficult situation. We live in an illusion of security and close our eyes to what is happening in the distance. But we cannot escape inevitable climate change. A wave of cataclysms is inexorably rolling towards all countries and regions of the planet. In the years to come, every one of us will face famine, and the likes of Haiti, Yemen, and the Philippines will spread across the planet. This is the future that awaits us if we don't change anything. We can sit around and wait for someone to solve these problems, relying on international organizations, governments, and the powers that be. But when hunger comes to our home, no one will care about us. Everyone will be concerned only with their own survival. This is exactly the root of our consumerist format. We are all divided and everyone is for himself. And such an attitude towards each other will be our suicide in hard times. But everyone who has been through difficult situations knows that help and support come from ordinary people. It is possible to solve a seemingly unsolvable problem together. And in such situations, everyone understands how important simple human relations are, as well as the life of each person around you. We are so interconnected today that it is impossible to solve global problems alone. But together, being united, we can find that only way out for all. A way out that will allow all of us not only to survive in the future, but also to build a different world and a different society. A society where human life will be the main value, and where we will never allow hunger, poverty, or wars. That is the creative society.
Many people now watch and do not realize how serious it is. The state of hunger changes a person's psyche. Do we realize what we are capable of when faced with life-threatening hunger and thirst? Next, we will be very difficult interview. It is a famous case. You can read it on the internet. You can find it yourself. You have no idea what a person is going through. And when he is in a state of starvation. So be warned that the interview is not for children.
My name is Gustavo Zerbino. I am one of the 16 survivors of a disaster that occurred in the Andes in 1972. I was 19 years old. I was going to play rugby in a team called El Cristians. We were flying on vacation from Montevideo to Santiago de Chile, but unfortunately, we never got there. At a speed of 600 kilometers per hour, we crashed into a volcano, the one in the center of the Andes Mountains. The plane broke into thousands of pieces, and we fell into a valley called the Valley of Tears at a 4,400-meter altitude. We had to live and survive for 73 days and 73 nights, surviving temperatures of -30 and -40 degrees Celsius, -40 degrees, without clothes, without food. Each of us lost 10 kilograms or so in just one day. During one night, the body goes into a hypercatabolic state in order to maintain its temperature of 36.5 degrees. First, the fat is burned, then the muscles, then the bones. It's like a deflating balloon. In other words, since we didn't die and continued to live, the body was still burning calories trying to raise the temperature above 36.5 degrees, because under 36 degrees, you get hypothermia and die. At that altitude, there was no grass or lichen growing. We had no food. At first, each of us drank a scoop of wine, ate one peanut and chocolate, a small piece of chocolate. We also ate cream, feminine hair fixer. We tried everything, and we were so hungry that we had to choose between life and death. And we decided that we wanted to live. We made a deal that we were a team. And we said that we were willing to sacrifice the body of our dead comrade so that his friends could live on. And when we all agreed on this, we started discussing how we were going to do it. In order to make a decision,
You first have to overcome psychological taboos, religious taboos, physiological and emotional taboos. So when we were ready to do that, saying that was a one thing, but doing that with our own hands was quite another one. The body was frozen in sub-zero temperatures. We didn't have any tools. With a piece of glass, a piece of tin or metal from airplane, we first had to try to cut the pants. It was like taking a lamb from a freezer. It was as hard as a marble statue, so it was very difficult. It was a really tough taboo at first, but by the next day, we crossed the line and this became natural for us. However, there are two things I want to tell you. First, there is no such thing as hunger. When you don't eat, your body begins to digest itself. You start synthesizing enzymes, protease to digest protein, lipase to digest fat, amylase to digest starch. So what you feel as unbearable is actually thirst. It is thirst. We were getting water from snow, we were chewing it, and our gums were bursting. Our mouth, our lips were bursting from chewing ice. Until we invented a machine for obtaining water. The thirst was unbearable. We drank water and immediately urinated because there was no salt in it. 1 molecule of salt is what holds 4 molecules of water. So we were drinking water and losing sodium, potassium, and magnesium. The color of our urine was similar to the color of Coca-Cola. And there came exhaustion. We were completely exhausted. We kept pushing and pushing away the threshold of pain, the threshold of anguish, and the pain of hopelessness. We went through the most unbelievable hell one can imagine, but since we had no choice, we had to deal with that.
This is the kind of suffering people go through when they are faced with the problem of hunger. Imagine 30,000 people starving to death every day. There are facts and statistics how much the problem of hunger has grown. And it has grown tremendously. But it doesn't have to be that way. We can feed every person in the world. Such technology does exist. Let's watch a next video.
Every night, 811 million people go to bed hungry, and already 38 countries are on the brink of starvation. We live in times of instability, pandemics, economic crises, climate disasters, military conflicts. They put millions more people on the brink of starvation. Are you sure you won't be among them? In the consumerist format, no one is secure against starvation these days, but it is such an absurdity. Why? Let's take a look at the technology that already exists. One of them is vertical farms. They have great advantages compared to conventional farms. They produce 300 times more food and up to 30 yields a year. They consume 95% less water and 80% less soil. They make it possible to grow various crops all year round without using pesticides. They don't depend on weather or location and require minimal logistics costs. Harvesting is possible even in Antarctica. Aquaponics. It allows simultaneous breeding of fish and cultivation of vegetables in a single closed cycle. Fish waste fertilizes plants, speeding up their growth by 40%. It is environmentally friendly and can operate in a virtually waste-free way without polluting water bodies. It doesn't involve pesticides and consumes 10 times less water. Yields from 1,000 square meters of land by this method equal to yields from 2 hectares of fields and 20 hectares of ponds. It can be applied in the tropics or an arid desert, and even on the roof of a skyscraper. Humanity has already learned to print food on a 3D printer and to grow fish and chicken meat from cells. Even food made of air is no longer science fiction. A Finnish company is building a factory to produce flour from air and has won the first stage in a competition to provide food for space missions to other planets. We have shown only a few examples of technology, but even they can already resolve the problem of hunger once and for all. Development and introduction of such technologies in the infrastructure of cities will provide people with food everywhere, regardless of crises and disasters. It will make the process of growing food products independent of climate, weather, location, soil fertility, or even logistics. In consumer society, hunger is a prospect for everyone. In the creative society, not a single person in any country of the world will go to bed hungry. It will be up to us, people, to jointly decide which scientific discoveries to implement first, while openness and transparency of information in the creative society will make it possible to ensure reliable control over implementation of our decisions. We really want to live in the creative society. And what about you?
Friends, as you see, the information presented today is vital for all of us. If you do understand the importance, please share your thoughts online and send us your feedback on creativesociety.com.
Друзья, эта информация очень важная, поэтому, пожалуйста, снимайте видео, присылайте на почту info@creativesociety.com. И вы можете увидеть, что больше и больше международных организаций борются с голодом, но количество голодающих тоже ежегодно растет. И тут возникает логический вопрос: куда уходят деньги и почему эта проблема не решается? Хотя технологии, как мы видели, уже есть. Давайте посмотрим, как работают благотворительные организации действительно.
Perhaps you may think it will never happen to you, while those people have been given all the help they needed and they are now safe. And indeed, there is now a huge number of organizations and foundations dedicated to helping people. The largest of them, the United Nations, is positioning itself as the guarantor of peace and security of humankind. For decades, we have been hearing beautiful slogans and promises from high rostrums. If you listen to these loud statements, it may seem that we will solve all our problems. There will be no more poverty, no more hunger, no more wars, and we will all live well. After all, there are over 100 international organizations working under the aegis of the United Nations to solve the world's problems. For every new problem, a new organization is created. Every year, UN member states pay huge contributions to these organizations. In fact, this is money from our pockets. These are the taxes we pay to the state. Between 2010 and 2020, according to official data, the 44 UN organizations alone raised $540.4 billion. Contributions to the UN organizations have increased by 58% over 10 years. But let's take a look at what we have achieved over this period of time. The largest amount of money today goes to solving the problem of hunger. The main UN organizations to tackle this problem are the World Food Program, WFP, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. They have raised $79.8 billion over the last 10 years. Current estimates are that almost 690 million people are hungry in the world and 750 million people are severely food insecure. The Food and Agriculture Organization itself predicts an even greater increase in hunger by 2030. 841 million people. So, the World Food Program is projecting funding needs for 2022 already at $13.9 billion. So they say, there will be more hungry people, so they need more money. It is a legitimate question. How is it that, with ever-increasing funding, the problem itself is only becoming worse? Let's look at another problem, the refugee problem. The number of refugees has doubled over the past 10 years, comprising 82.4 million in 2020. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, deals with refugee issues. Over the past 10 years, funding for the organization has increased by 56%, reaching $4.8 billion in 2020. Let's look at what kind of help they provide to people. One area of refugee assistance is shelter. On their website, they state, "The main part of our protection mission is to guarantee access to proper shelter in humanitarian emergencies. We provide tents, distribute plastic sheeting, and develop strategies, tools, and guidance in emergency situations, and provide emergency assistance to those who need it most. On cold nights or hot days, our help can be the deciding factor between life and death. In an emergency, tarpaulin tents are an adequate short-term measure, but people live in such tent camps for years in inhumane conditions with no hope of the future. Due to the lack of even basic sanitation conditions, people die of infectious diseases. Who benefits from the problem not being solved? As long as there is a problem, there is funding. And if the problem is solved, there will be no funding and therefore no organizations. As long as there is a financial interest, as long as someone makes money from it, no one will solve the problem. The UN itself is very much like a transnational corporation in its structure. There is a parent company that coordinates and manages the activities of its other companies, but each brand is a separate business entity. In 2020, more than $3.7 billion was spent to maintain the UN bureaucracy on staff and director salaries, health insurance, holidays, business class flights, and other expenses. The planned expenditures for the renovation of the Palace of Nations alone in Switzerland, where the UN headquarters is located, is $871 million. With this money, 174,000 houses could be built using 3D printing technology. How many refugee families could benefit from this housing? But alas, building homes for those in need is not a priority for their aid. What do we have in the end? Numerous organizations that we have entrusted with the responsibility of solving serious problems of humanity turn out, on closer examination, to be merely business structures. It becomes obvious that there is a direct interest in the growth and aggravation of problems. In other words, it is beneficial for someone that people starve, struggle to survive, and make wars with each other. And that is the cynicism of the consumerist format of society. Creating the illusion of solving a problem without the real goal of eradicating it is a principle of the consumerist format. Under such conditions, it is tantamount to anesthesia for a fatal illness. And even closing or reforming some organizations or firing some individuals will not save the situation, because new ones will come in their place and do the same thing, making money off our lives. Today, because of our tacit support for the consumerist format, we are all on the precipice. The rapid escalation of all crises will soon bring us all, without exception, to the brink of disaster. What kind of help will we get? A piece of tarpaulin for shelter and a couple of bottles of water?
Are not an altruistic group of volunteers with a noble vision, but businesses with an ever-expanding budget and a matching payroll to meet. And their funding methods are closer to racket at the state level. We pay taxes to the government, and our governments pay hefty contributions to these organizations. Ultimately, we are already taxed by these organizations, yet they are still asking for more. Billboards, letters, internet ad campaigns, all these to make you feel guilty and accountable and willing to donate to such charities, selling you these narratives. It is a very effective strategy on their part, as mixing a combination of fear and guilt is the most powerful motivator to get people to open their wallets, thinking they're going to help someone in need. One thing should be pretty obvious by now. This scheme will not work if the problem goes away. And here lies a fundamental conflict of interest. No problem, no money. Less of a problem, less money. No wonder we never solved a single problem, only got more of them. Let's be honest, in this consumer foremost of society, we are too accustomed to shifting the responsibility to someone else. What a relief it is to know that so many powerful organizations took the responsibility to fight world hunger and poverty, prevent wars and climate change. We were so happy to tick this off our to-do list that we never questioned either methods or results. Didn't check the publicly available financial reports. Instead, we did what was expected: acquiesce and look away. We live in those times when continuing business as usual will lead not only those on the brink of starvation, but everyone to certain death. The choice is ours. Continue looking away or choose to build a creative society where human life is the highest value, the life of every human being. Decide to dedicate all human potential and all funding to really solve the problems at the root, once and for all. Given the combined spending on funding the organizations and CO2 mitigation, the problem is not the lack of money, but the lack of responsibility for our own lives. Now, let's hear on this topic from our dear friend, one of the world's most famous business consultants and top communicators, Dr. Ichak Adizes.
Those that believe in the human life are scattered. Thousands of non-for-profit organizations, philanthropic organizations, everybody working for himself for a certain goal. They take care of abused children. They take care of abused women. They take care of cancer. This takes care of I don't know what. Thousands, millions of philanthropic organizations working alone by themselves. We will never win. No chance. Guys, in Santa Barbara where I live, there are 900 philanthropic organizations. They don't talk to each other. If we took around the world all philanthropic organizations, well-meaning organizations, you know how many people belong to them? Probably 1 billion people. You know how much money there is? More than 1 billion. Billions of dollars. Not together. If we did put it together and have a common strategy, how we are going to change that business world, we can do it. We can do it. Because let me tell you something. I work with the business world. I work with CEOs of companies all over the world. They're not bad people. They really are concerned about what's going on as much as you and me. They're concerned that their children very soon will not be able to play in the street, out there in the field, in the park, because the sun will destroy them and give them cancer. We are not protected anymore. That they will not know flowers anymore. They will not know animals anymore. They're going to be sitting at home playing computer games all day. They cannot go outside because of crime. Because they're going to get cancer from the sun. They will not be able to breathe. They are concerned. Each one of my clients, CEOs, are concerned. So how come? The dynamics of the system makes them do it. They don't have a choice. If you are a CEO, if you don't produce the profits that the stock market predicts you should produce, your owners are going to sell the stock, your stock is going to go down, and you will be fired. They don't have a choice. The system took over, and we are all victims of the systems. We are not the villains, we are the victims. What we need to do is change the system. But in order to change the system, we have to be politically powerful. You're not going to change the system unless you're politically powerful, because politicians watch on the votes. How many votes do I get? We need to get these billion people together to say, we will all vote for those politicians that believe in what we believe, and they will change the system. If we don't change the system, it's not going to work. But in order to change the system, we need to get the politician on our side. In order to get the politician on our side, we have to get the voting. In order to get the voting, we have to get together. And people don't understand. You know, they're taking care of abused women and abused children and abused this and that. Nice. But you know what? It's not going to change the world. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. Democracy is not working anymore. You think that we have democracy in America? Don't kid yourself. The business world, through the lobbying, are doing everything. We are just playing games. The world is becoming too complicated for democracy to work. Dictatorship does not work either. We need a new system. Everybody is getting excited to change the world, but nothing is happening. Except that we go and we burn some tires and when we make demonstrations. That's not going to work. What we need is to get organized. Through this platform, we need to get people to say, okay, we have a chapter of Creative Society in America, chapter in Santa Barbara, chapter in New York, chapter in Kiev, and we all start working in unison. And I'm glad that it's a Creative Society, which I believe should be the constructive society, is making it as a goal to do it in the future. You are blessed, and I congratulate you on your effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Adizes. Your observations are spot on. Having so many organizations fighting the same cause, each on its own, is like resistance fighters battling the same enemy, but separately and in different locations. Will they succeed? Well, of course not. They will only win if they unite, if they join their forces. And until that happens, the enemy is already conducting a massive attack. The historic deadly tornado in Kentucky in 2021 showed how helpless we are before its fierce force and might, how individually vulnerable we are. Let's watch a video.
On the evening of December 10th and the night of December 11th, more than 50 tornadoes passed over 8 states in the Midwestern United States. It was a series of powerful tornadoes. The ferocious whirlwind lifted debris from buildings it destroyed to a height of more than 9 kilometers. In its path across the surface of the earth is first estimated at nearly 400 kilometers. An all-time record in U.S. observation history. Kentucky was the hardest hit, where the tornado was the strongest in the state's history.
And I'm gonna miss her so much. I came back last night, but I was screaming. A lot of people lost their loved ones today. And I'm looking for my wife, and I need her.
There were people everywhere, lots of children, people with lacerations, broken bones. I mean, they just kept coming in. We were using different parts of the hospital for triage, and we were suturing people up normally where we pre-op people before surgery, the ER. I mean, it was kind of crazy.
The sounds that I was hearing was like a war zone. People crying and begging for help.
One was in this arm and one was in this arm. I never saw my 3-year-old because my face couldn't turn that way, but I did see the baby, and he cried, and then he just stopped. So at that time, I thought he was God, but he wasn't. I never heard my 3-year-old say anything.
Those images, just like last night, I was in my daughter's house, trying to sleep, and I couldn't because I was still hearing the sirens and the people begging for help, and the images of the lady with the baby in her arm, dead, you know.
Everything was so calm outside. I mean, literally, you could hear a pin drop. No wind, no nothing. And then all of a sudden, you could hear from a far distance what sounded like a train. Everything started just, the wind and the sounds started just, it went from being so silent to being just like a bomb had been dropped. You can see in the sky this dark funnel cloud. And I'm screaming at my kids, get down, get down, get down. All of a sudden, the pressure in my ears, you could hear the windows pop out in my house. My house started shaking. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know if we were gonna make it.
I don't think anybody was prepared. A lot of people I've talked to said they were not prepared. I don't think the city was prepared. I don't think the people who lost their homes were definitely not prepared for that. I never thought it was going to happen to me. No one ever thinks it's going to happen to them.
No one was prepared for this. But for what reason? The tornado formed as early as 10 a.m. on the coast and began its movement inland. And from a certain point, its trajectory was clear. Why didn't people evacuate? The town of Mayfield suffered more than any other. It became a mountain of rubble. One of the terrible tragedies is the story of the candle factory. Even after getting the signal that a tornado was coming, the factory continued to operate. People weren't allowed to go home.
And on December 10th, I was out there at the candle factory, and this monstrously huge building was reduced to a flatland of rubble that you could just kind of crawl up on top of. There were people inside that we were trying to get to, and of course, if you walked in certain places, they would yell, "You're making the roof come down on us more. You're making the ceiling come down on us more." And so you had to watch where you stepped. Additionally, you had to watch the men that were working with the cranes had to watch if they lifted metal on one section trying to get somebody out. Sometimes it would put pressure on people in another area, a pocket where, you know, they were trying to stay alive. And it would put pressure on them, forcing them to be screaming out so that we would have to stop. And that was a very painful and emotionally draining experience.
Close my eyes and all I see is people hollering and screaming for help. So I'm not doing good at all. You're messing with a person when you see that and you can't help anybody. You're trying to help yourself get out.
And there were people that had been amputations based on the events that had happened, and the broken bones and the crushed, mangled bodies that came out that were screaming will be something that will stay with me forever.
Climate. This terrible enemy is killing us. Its power is immense. Its attacks unpredictable. And this is only the beginning. While we are not prepared to defend ourselves, tell me, are we satisfied that all we do is sort through rubble on the battlefield and walk around each other? The climate comes when it wants and takes whatever it wants. It takes us. Our lives are not valued in a consumerist society.
The first week after this happened, I was with a search party looking for Nissa. She was a little girl that was friends with my daughter. I knew her family, and her whole family was killed in a tornado. All 7 of them. The kids, the grandmother, the mother, the father, they were all killed. And after the tornado, they found everybody but her. So for several days after this tornado happened, me and my kids went to search for her. We started at where she lived at, and we walked and moved things and moved debris. And the day after that this happened, we were still finding bodies, like finding people. And then when we found the little girl, her body was literally wrapped around a tree. And I'm like, I mean, it was one of the hardest things that a person would ever have to go through, is to literally, you're out searching for someone and you're begging, you know, God, please let me find this person alive. But then you find them and they're wrapped around a tree.
This whole square, this whole town was obliterated at a level you can't put words on. People are walking around trying to find a safe place to go. They have blood on them. And my husband fought in Iraq, and so he's seen a lot of devastation. And he agreed, he felt like he was standing in a war zone. It was just catastrophic beyond all you can imagine, and the pain was almost bigger than any one person could bear inside your soul if you were human. It's sad. It's heartbreaking. I wish I could tell you and explain to you how painful this is to see, and to see how lost people are. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get thinking about some and it gets a little hard. I apologize. And now we're probably more in a level of frustration because people want to know, where is FEMA? Where is this help? Where is the Red Cross? Where is this help? How do I get money?
And I'm sitting here and I see on the news all the time how there's all this money with the Red Cross, the United Way, FEMA. But where, excuse my language, where the hell is it at? We're not seeing it. We're not seeing any of that money. And then you're told, like I was told from FEMA, well, all we can do is offer you a loan. What am I going to do with a loan at a high interest rate? And not knowing what you're going to do and thinking the government is going to step in and is going to help you? No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're only going to help the people who they're going to be able to pick and choose a few different ones who they can get the photo ops with. They're not going to help everybody. There's like 5% of people out of 100% that have received any kind of help since the tornado. The other 95% of us don't know what we're going to do.
Once the news press pulled out of town and the big, I guess you could say, hoopla of the tornado had passed, then the people became more forgotten in a way. I'm sorry, I know I'm giving you a lot of information, but it is a lot. It's so much. It is more than your mind, if you're standing in the middle of it, can take. It really is.
Many people that I know are going through a really tough time right now. And I want people to know all around the world, you are not exempt. You are not covered by some bubble that this can't happen to you, because it can. At any time. At any time. And it's only getting worse. From what I have seen with the whole climate change situation, it's getting worse. Way worse. So, and the government doesn't care. They don't care. How many lives are lost? How many homes are lost? How many people are destroyed? They don't care. And that is my own personal opinion based on what I have went through here over the last month.
Our lives are not valued in a consumerist society. And how else can we explain that it is more important to the powers that be how they decorate their homes for the holidays? On social networks, they write huge posts about it and about people's deaths. They sometimes get off with one line, but our lives are not just lines on social networks. Cataclysms are escalating. Look at how much things have gotten worse in the last few years. Even a fool can calculate this progression. Human casualties will increase hundreds, if not thousands of times. We will see for ourselves how our children will not become adults. Is that what we want? It's time for us to act.
And as us people, we need to come together to make sure the government does their job, no matter what country you're in. And if we can't come together and stop with all of the diversity and the hate and focusing on the wrong things, then we can't never make change. Change happens when more than one person sticks together. That's how change happens. To me, we should all want better for the generations to come. But it starts with us. It starts with us. And too many people right now are so worried about the me syndrome of being selfish and feeling entitled that they're not worried about the generations to come, the people who are coming behind them. And it's sad. It's very sad. Because I want to know that when God takes me off this planet, that my kids or my grandkids that are to come, they're going to have a better way, a better space, a better place to live. And until we get that love and that unity together, we can't get nothing done. So that's what people need to do. They need to start looking at their neighbor or looking at their friend and saying something kind for a change. Say, I love you, my friend. You mean something to me. I want your life to be better. I want you to have a better tomorrow. Instead of worrying about their life and what they're going through, care about other people. Love other people. Kindness is for free. Kindness don't cost a thing. Kindness is for free.
What I would say is our earth is ever changing. And for you to believe for one moment, no matter where you live, that you are safe from a natural disaster, you are lying to yourself. You're lying to your family. It is not true. Many countries, including where I sit right now, we sit on fault lines. We could have an earthquake at any time that could shake this whole community and suck half of it in. We definitely know now that we can have tornadoes like this again. Even if it's just simply high winds, people don't understand how high a wind can get. And if you don't take what we've learned and what we're still learning and apply it to your life, then you're setting yourself up for maybe a loss that you have to face someday. And you think, well, I could have done something. You need to learn about the earth. You need to learn about climate. You need to learn what you can do to help, how you can put yourself forward and make the conscious action to be proactive.
How many more disasters need to happen before we finally realize that we need to unite, that we need to build a creative society?
December 2021 will always remain in the memory of many Americans. It's a heartbreaking tragedy for Kentucky and for our entire nation. My heart aches with pain for each and every affected person. It hurts. It hurts that someone lost a child or their entire family. Their beloved people, each of them, wanted to live and be happy. But unfortunately, even in an economically advanced country, such as the United States, people were left one-on-one with their own misfortunes. Tell me, can we call ourselves a society where such things are possible in a civilized society? What kind of society
is that in which the tragedy that took lives is forgotten as soon as the media stops talking about it. Where the interests of business, economics, and politics are valued more than people's safety, more than human life. What actually can be more valuable than life? The consumerist format is heartless. It makes us so callous that our reaction to people's grief becomes like they deserved it. People died. They lost everything. But there are those who say those Americans deserved it. Billions of people today hate America. They hate the ordinary American people. We know that. And we understand why this is happening. But we, Americans, are wonderful people and nice people. Just like you. All Americans, all 332 million, are good people, except for just a few bastards, because of whom all of us are hated. All people in the world are wonderful, yet those few scoundrels are in every country around the world. They are the ones who have been feasting and continue to feast on our coffins. The masters of our pockets and our lives. But we are actually the ones who allowed someone, just think about it, to have power over our lives. Someone decided if we should live or die. While we, ordinary Americans, love people, yes, they brainwashed us and make us hate. They impose on us to hate an external enemy. But, my friends, this is manipulation. If you take that away, you will see how beautiful we are. You will see that we are capable of loving and giving life and creating and not destroying. And you will realize that this is what we all want. We are manipulated just as you are manipulated. Unfortunately, because of a handful of scoundrels who are confused and have forgotten that they are humans, we, Americans, are now hated by billions of people. And here in the United States, we have the situation when one half of the country hates the other half. We have been divided within our own country. Although we, Americans, are one nation. We are artificially divided and forced to hate each other, just as you are forced to hate us. And in order for this to stop, these billions of good people should simply unite among themselves. We must change our attitude towards each other. We must realize we are not each other's enemies. We must oppose the climate. We must oppose the climate, just as we are now giving to war against each other. We're fighting against each other. we must understand that the climate is our only enemy and that we can only survive by uniting. Believe and know that everything will change. I believe in a great future for Americans and a great future for the entire world. I believe in Americans. I believe in the entire humanity.
Yes, Leslie, we are all good people. This is why we all gathered here today to look into each other's eyes and see the truth, see what's possible when we believe in the humanity. Unfortunately, we have been divided, as you said, and it can be clearly seen in our global spending habits and priorities. For example, did you know that the consumer society we live in right now costs us more than 14 trillion each year in conflicts? This information comes from the report titled Economic Value of Peace 2021 by the Institute of Economics and Peace. Just think about it. 14 trillion a year on a global violence and conflict. This includes war, terrorism, domestic violence, human slavery, the cost of crime to business, the cost of intelligence agency, the cost of initiation, recovery, consequences of violence against humanity. So how much is 14 trillion? Well, 1 trillion is in $100 bills stacked up on top of each other is 631 miles or 1,000 kilometers, twice as high as the International Space Station. Now times that by 14 and we can wrap around our planet with a nicely stacked $100 bills, still not reach 14 billion. Now that's a lot of cash slipping away from our own pockets to fuel someone that doesn't want us to. Is this fair? With global debt of 2026 billion, do we have any business of spending 14 trillions every year on killing each other? Is this insane? We have no other choice than to build a peaceful society that starts with creative society format, putting human life as a main priority. Even a couple of trillions, we can inform the whole world about the creative society in a matter of hours. In weeks, we can fix all social problems, including food and water crisis, housing, healthcare, logistics, counteract climate change, and develop science and research that will benefit all of the humanity. The best part is that you and your life will improve tremendously. You will feel happy and fulfilled, fully taken care of, with a bright future ahead. So how do we shift our format of society to creative society in the entire world? Easy. Now is the time to share this information with everyone you know, so they can decide for themselves whether to rot in a consumer society or thrive in a creative society. Share this live broadcast now. Do you see the crowd?
USA, December 2021. A catastrophic tornado swept through 10 states. 15,000 buildings and trailer homes were destroyed. The property damage amounted to at least $3.5 billion. Many people were warned about the tornado 5 minutes prior to the disaster. The Philippines, December 2021. Instead of the expected moderate storm, there occurred a Category 5 hurricane. Typhoon Ray affected 10,800,000 people in 11 regions. More than 2 million homes were damaged. 427,000 homes were completely destroyed. 3 million people were displaced. The material damage amounted to more than $420 million. Haiti, August 2021. 7.2 magnitude earthquake. 690,000 people were affected and more than 137,000 homes were destroyed or damaged. Infrastructure damage amounted to about $2 billion. Malaysia, December 2021. 11 states were hit by severe flooding. More than 125,000 people were evacuated from their homes. Total financial losses amounted to almost $1.5 billion. Indonesia's National Disaster Management Board recorded 5,402 natural disasters in 2021. Climatic disasters occur in this region every day, making the area uninhabitable for people. All the countries of the Pacific Ring of Fire now find themselves in a similar situation. Over the past 10 years, climate disasters have caused nearly $3 trillion in damages. 220 million people have become climate refugees within the same period. Since 2010, weather emergencies have forced around 21.5 million people a year to move on average. In 2020, official figures alone put the number of climate refugees at 30.5 million.
We, inhabitants of this planet, are now in the most dangerous situation. Just within a day, the forces of nature are leveling entire regions to the ground. It will take years to rebuild these regions, which we simply do not have, because a new disaster comes along. What are we doing to prevent deaths of people, destruction of their homes during the cataclysms, death from starvation, and because of the absence of normal living conditions after the terrible destruction? What are we doing to prevent this? What are we doing to keep our whole world from descending into this chaos? Over the last 10 years, more than $5 trillion were spent on fighting the climate. This is the so-called climate financing. $5 trillion. But people are still suffering and dying from climate disasters. And as we can see, the amount of climate finance increases every year. But what have these enormous amounts been spent on? 94% of this money, that is $4.9 trillion, was spent on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In terms of climate finance, this is called mitigation. In other words, how do we fight the climate? We spend almost $5 trillion on business development that will supposedly help reduce CO2 emissions. The proponents of the theory of human impact on the climate are very active in convincing us that reducing CO2 maybe will stop rapid climate change and save the planet. This theory has led to serious economic, political, and financial constraints on the world. Many governments strive to comply with directives to reduce CO2 emissions and develop green energy, even if it's not beneficial for them. The bulk of climate finance was allocated to renewable energy sources, mainly solar and wind power plants. 3.4 trillion spent on this. But did it really help to stabilize the climate? As we can see, no. The number of natural disasters continues to grow at an alarming rate. So these funds do not solve the problem. So what did they do? Perhaps they did help reduce the growth of the CO2 amount. It turns out they didn't. CO2 keeps rising. So how does that work out? We've already spent $5 trillion on nothing. Moreover, it seems that the more money is invested in this business, the more CO2 emissions increase. All the more so, these business investments have had no effect on the real climate situation, have they? Things keep getting worse. Okay, but we've got 6% of climate finance left. Maybe it's spent on actual help to people. Let's have a look. These funds were spent on so-called adaptation, that is, adapting to natural disasters that have already happened or to their expected consequences. Adaptation includes, for example, improved crop production in arid areas, climate-resilient infrastructure, access to water sources, and early warning systems for climate disasters. Yes, that's definitely important. But how much is spent on warning us and keeping us safe in the event of cataclysms? Only 1% of global climate finance is used to make us aware of the dangers in advance. Did the people in the US, the Philippines, Haiti, or Malaysia feel any effect of these adaptation measures? Have they been warned of the coming climate cataclysms? Our world is not prepared for the rapid escalation of climate disasters. Not only in developing countries, but even in developed countries such as Germany and the US, there are no effective warning systems. With an increasing volume of climate finance, we do not see climate stabilization, but we can see growing businesses and increased profits.
More and more countries are facing terrible disasters, and my country is no exception. What usually happens in this case, houses are destroyed, terrified survivors look at what was once their homes. Yes, rescuers arrive, and people rake through the rubble, trying to find survivors. The first humanitarian aid arrives. Yes, at first, certain mechanisms work. People try to help, but what happens next? Who compensates people for their homes and everything they lost? Who helps them pay off a loan for a house that no longer exists? What help can they expect in 6 months, in a year?
There was over $40 million gave to the state of Kentucky. People that, everybody that I have talked to is like, well, where's that money at? Where did that money go to? It was gave to Kentucky to help us, but we ain't seeing it. We ain't seeing it. Everything that has been paid on my home to fix any of the repairs on my home so far came out of my pocket. I had to go take out a small loan because my roof was so messed up. And then you're told, like I was told from FEMA, well, all we can do is offer you a loan. I don't need a loan. What about all the money that was gave to FEMA to help us? We're not seeing it. Everybody that I have talked to has said the same thing. I was offered a loan at a high interest rate. Like, what about the help that we were supposed to be receiving? There's like 5% of people out of 100% that have received any kind of help since the tornado. The other 95% of us don't know what we're going to do.
It happens not only to people, but to entire countries. In 2019, Mozambique was devastated by tropical cyclone Idai. The damage amounted to about half of the country's national budget. The country requested $620 million in aid, but less than half of that amount was raised. As a result, Mozambique was forced to take out an IMF loan of $118 million to begin reconstruction. And where are those $5 trillion? After all, this is money from our pocket. That's where it is really needed for temporarily resettlement of people, rebuilding homes, restoring infrastructure, compensating for what people have lost. But alas, climate finance does not provide for that. Countries have to solve problems with destroyed infrastructure, unemployment, lack of housing, and people's livelihoods on their own. Not only that, but they also have to pay the interest on the loans they took to rebuild after climate disasters. No one is going to rebuild their homes for free. People are left poverty-ridden and unprotected with no money, no housing, and no future. Can you imagine what people's lives look like 2 or 3 months after the natural disaster occurred? The whole world has simply forgotten about this country and these people. What is their fate? What are these people doing now? No one cares any longer about that. Would you like them to forget about you and leave you alone when you are in dire need of help?
Should that surprise us? Alas, in our consumerist format, no one cares about my life, your life, or the lives of others. It's even okay to make profit from people who find themselves in life-threatening situations. All around the world, the number of climatic disasters is steadily increasing. More and more people are suffering from climatic disasters. Survivors are losing their loved ones, their homes, and everything they had. Meanwhile, from high rostrums, we are told that by the year 2030, the climate finance needs to be increased to $4,350 billion a year. That is 6-fold. And by 2040, up to $6 trillion a year. That is 10-fold. And in their theory, it would probably lead to some observable changes only after 2040. In other words, investments totaling over $90 trillion over 20 years, which is the size of almost the entire world economy in 2021, may or may not yield results. But we already know that not a penny of this money will be spent on actual help to people. That is, until 2040, we are offered to sit and watch our children die until we die under the rubble too. Just consider that figure. No, we are not being offered to invest this money into science, to build houses for the victims, or to help countries recover from the disaster. We are not being offered to build the climate resilient cities, to resettle people there from dangerous areas. We are simply being asked to put this money into business for the profit of a few.
The bottom line is this: a few just get enriched at the expense of our lives. They do nothing for real protection from climate disasters.
If something happens in our country, no one would help us just for the sake of it. They would give us a loan and force us and our children into debt slavery.
No one is really working on solving these problems. The funds are invested neither in the study of causes nor in the prevention of climate disasters, nor in people's warning and protection.
Our planet is already at war with the climate. What we fail to realize is that this war is escalating. The climate delivers unexpected blows to countries. We are losing people, our homes, and all our usual life. The situation is not improving. We are not solving the underlying problem, but we can see the progression and acceleration of natural disasters. We are losing the most precious thing of all, our time. When climate disasters overtake all countries and continents under the current consumerist format, we will simply start killing each other for salvageable lands, for water and food.
This CO2 nonsense has to stop while we still have time, while we're still able to influence something. We need to take the climate problem seriously instead of stuffing wallets by imposing false theories. CO2 is rising, but it is not causing climate disasters. We need to understand that these false scientists are willing to do anything to keep the theory alive. After all, $5 trillion is a very powerful argument to continue this lie. And they will stop at nothing. They have nothing sacred left. They're interested neither in human lives nor in the fate of our planet. For all these years of fighting CO2 and for the amount of money spent on it, we could have created an artificial satellite on the Earth's orbit and everyone could have moved there. But this money is spent for nothing. As long as we keep shifting responsibility and wait for these pseudoscientists to solve our problems, we will stay in mortal danger.
We need to change the format of society to a creative one and allocate funding toward the scientific development and research of the real causes of climate change. We need a scientific community that will not cover up the business of collaborationists, but will actually solve the problems of global climate changes. Otherwise, we will simply perish as a civilization from the climate disasters well before 2040.
Do you see the crime and corruption that happens right in front of your eyes? We are being fooled while the climate is taking millions of lives, and the true reasons for climate change are not studied. We are wasting our time and attention on the biggest corruption scheme in the world, CO2, which is the biggest scam of the century. Now, we are not against CO2. We know that CO2 levels are rising, but we understand that it has nothing to do with why the climate is changing. This is the truth. Let's hear how we were made to believe in this deadly fairy tale. And please share this live broadcast with everyone you know. Let's get unstupid together.
Thank you, Olga. When I started looking into what was actually behind the CO2 hysteria, I was simply shocked by how the lies is being told straight to our faces on this very vital topic, while at the same time they are stealing money from our own pockets. And it wouldn't be a big deal, but it can cost our lives. We have all seen today how serious climate progression is. And the question is, why do we tolerate these lies about CO2? After all, the truth is really on the surface. All it takes is just to look into it a little bit. Please understand us correctly. We are not against CO2. We know that CO2 is growing. What is not true is that this tiny amount could affect climate. But let's take a look. In 2001, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change by United Nations, published the hockey stick graph, according to which the climate has not been changing for centuries until the 20th century, when unprecedented warming has begun. This graph, presented as consensus of scientists, became the main justification for spending tremendous amount of money to fight anthropogenic CO2. But was there really a consensus? Since the early 90s, some top-level politicians have been pushing to implement a money-making scheme on carbon taxes and CO2 emission quotas trading. The problem was that the study of climate history, paleoclimatology, has hundreds of researches showing that the climate on Earth has natural variability and is constantly changing. Therefore, the rise of the temperatures in the 20th century is a natural return after the cooling period of little ice period to the level where it was earlier in the medieval warm period. This was also reflected in the first IPCC report in 1990. But by the end of the 1990s, especially with the signing of the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, there was a strong political demand for scientific ground to the anthropogenic theory, and demand creates its own supply. In 1998, the Nature magazine publishes an article by Michael Mann, a young researcher just starting his career. Using proxy data like tree rings, he drew a graph of temperature for previous centuries, straight as a hockey stick handle. In fact, he simply erased Little Ice Age. And the 20th century's temperatures, shooting straight up, were taken from a completely different set of data, thermometer readings. Conclusion was that this is unprecedented warming in the history of the Earth, caused by nothing else but anthropogenic CO2. Next year, 1999, Mann extends the graph for another 400 years into the past, erasing the medieval warm period as well. And that is exactly what politicians were looking for. What happened next, we found out 10 years later, when in 2009, ClimateGate emails were published online, exposing the communication between the scientists and the IPCC leadership, just exactly like WikiLeaks did. The mainstream press media were silencing this story as it was bringing the light to how IPCC was pressuring the scientists and how they were acting to hide the data. One of the most notorious letters was regarding the hiding the decline. In the letter, British climatologist Phil Jones described how he used Michael Mann's Nature trick. Nature is the magazine in which he published the original hockey stick graph. And the trick itself was to crop the data from the tree proxies that was showing a decline in temperatures in the 20th century, and then mix it up with the thermometer data, hiding the substitution by smoothing out the lines. It was done to make it look like all the data sets are showing unprecedented rise of the temperatures and, quote, to hide the decline. Honest scientists were horrified by what was revealed in ClimateGate emails, but corrupt rhapsods of journalism were right there to attack and stigmatize them. Climate heretic Judith Curry turns on her colleagues. The choice of words is not a coincidence. Heretic is a renegade from a church because cult of anthropogenic global warming is not a science. It is a religion that has its own messiah, holy scripture, and inquisition ready to burn at a stake anyone who is not willing to accept the dogma. And the dogma about CO2 do not need to be checked and verified. They must be believed. This reminds me the Emperor's New Clothes fairy tale. Everyone in the scientific community knows that the king is naked, the hockey stick is fake, but to say it out loud is to expose yourself to the wave of bullying, defounding, demotion, and stigma of climate denier. The boy in the fairy tale, who was the only one to voice the truth that the emperor has no clothes, in this reality, at best will receive an answer that his feedback is not being peer-reviewed, and in fact, the emperor has the clothes. It's proven by a scientific consensus, which, when checked, turns out to be just as fake as the hockey stick. This is a lie. This is a multi-billion-dollar business. And this fraudulent graph is still on their website. They falsified the data. By hiding the decline, they misled the world leaders and the people. A massive campaign for the ratification of the Kyoto Protocol in parliaments around the world was based on this fake graph from 2001 IPCC report. And it cost us hundreds of billions of dollars each year to fight 0.004% of anthropogenic CO2 in the atmosphere. That 1% from the total of 0.04% CO2 in the atmosphere. And each one of us pays for these lies. A tremendous amount of money goes to the scammers and global pickpockets each time we fill up a gas tank or buy anything in the store. This is $632 billion in 2020 alone, with a zero result at all. The tsunami in Thailand in 2004 took away 300,000 human lives, and it wasn't caused by CO2. So as Fukushima and Haiti weren't either. The explosion of Tonga volcano, unprecedented floods of recent years, and at the same time, deadly droughts and shallowing of water reservoirs. It's not caused by CO2. It is the cycle, and we are on the very edge. And these traitors keep publishing their hockey sticks. A new version with a longer handle. Now they say it's a scythe. And the scythe is with which they mow down our money and our lives. $90 trillion by 2030. Just to compare, the annual gross product of the world, all countries altogether, is 84 trillion. And are you willing to pay for it out of your own pocket? Because the price of this lies is not just your financial well-being, but also your life. Because nobody is addressing the real cause of the climate change, cyclicity. Thank you.
Добрый день.
Greetings. Thank you very much, Dali, for your journalistic investigation of the falsification of the hockey stick graph. I'm sure you have a lot more to say, and we'll hear more details of the hockey stick scam on the post-forum roundtables. Those who continue to defend anthropogenic climate change after exposing hockey stick graph have no right to be called scientists. Their titles and ranks are worthless if they cannot see that the causes of modern climate change have nothing to do with CO2. There are hundreds of thousands of times more normal scientists and sane people, but they keep quiet because scientists who dare to speak the truth are silenced. Their articles are not published. They are deprived of scientific titles, fires, and some of them even beaten half to death. The real heroes are those who openly state that anthropogenic climate change is a lie. It is our duty to support such scientists and convey truthful information to the public. In preparation for international conferences and global crisis forums, volunteers of the Creative Society Project have interviewed dozens of honest scientists from around the world. These include climatologists, meteorologists, atmospheric physicists, astrophysicists, geologists, geophysicists, oceanologists. These are representatives of the scientific community of the USA, Great Britain, Australia, Germany, Norway, Czech Republic, Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, and other countries. You can see these interviews on the Creative Society website. In the communication with scientists, we have deeply investigated the arguments, checked ourselves all the facts and evidence that CO2 does not affect climate change. If you want to study this issue as much as we did, the interviews on the website will be useful to you. And I'll tell you the most obvious facts right now. Carbon dioxide, it's a trace component. Its concentration in the atmosphere are negligible. According to official data, CO2 concentration are now 419 ppm. What does this mean? ppm, parts per million, is 1 millionth part in the volume unit of air. How to imagine it? It means 4 CO2 molecules for every 10,000 other molecules in the atmosphere. These are 4 molecules that's supposed to trap and transfer heat to the other 10,000 molecules. Look at them. How will they hit the other molecules? There is no way. It is clear, even to a first grader. How much of the CO2 did humans produce? The amount of carbon dioxide emitted by humankind since 1750 during the entire industrial era is estimated by various researchers to be from 1% to 12% of all CO2, that is, humans have added from 4 to 48 molecules per million other molecules of the atmosphere of the entire time. The degree of absurdity is increasing, isn't it? You don't believe that humans emit so little? Look at the facts. The most obvious proof is the killing curve, the curve of increasing CO2 concentrations. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit the whole world in 2020, business shut down, people stayed home under quarantine, and the air in cities cleared of exhausted fumes. Do you know what the CO2 growth curve did? It didn't flinch. The concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere continued to rise just as it did before. All the rest of the CO2 is not produced by humans, but by natural sources, such as plants, forest fires, volcanic eruptions, and the oceans. Plants start emitting more CO2 than they absorb. Wildfires increase, volcanic activity increases, and the ocean heats up at the bottom. About 95% of the Earth's total carbon dioxide is dissolved in the ocean's deep waters. The oceans is what control the amount of CO2 in the Earth's atmosphere. Only incompetent experts would argue that the oceans is warming because of the CO2 released by humans. The ocean transfers heat up to the atmosphere, not vice versa. It's simple, high school physics. Instrumental measurements show that the ocean waters are warmed first, and only after 11-12 months, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere increases. CO2 emissions are the consequence, not the cause of heating. Undoubtedly, the main greenhouse gas is water vapor, which evaporates from the surface of the world ocean. Its contribution to the greenhouse effect is 5 times greater than that of anthropogenic CO2. Now, water vapor is rising because of the intense heating of the deep layers of the ocean, and we'll talk about it later in the forum. Look at the screen. This cube is how much CO2 is released into the atmosphere by humans. The other orange cubes are the CO2 emitted from natural sources. The purple cubes are water vapor. The blue and green cubes are the rest of the atmosphere. The cube examples should be clear, even to a 3-year-old child. It gets even more interesting. It is well known to climatologists that an increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases in the stratosphere at an altitude of 20 to 50 kilometers leads not to a warming, but to cooling of the atmosphere. This is called stratospheric cooling. That is, the CO2 supposedly hits the lower layers of the atmosphere and it cools the upper layers. Such a selective gas. Do you want more news? There are many scientific papers on how anthropogenic CO2 over the Arctic and Antarctica doesn't hit the air but cools it. Isn't it interesting that CO2 not only acts differently depending on how high above the Earth it is, but also depending on geographic location? CO2 has also acted capriciously over the past centuries. It raises the temperature and then lowers it down, but we have to believe that this is exactly the cause of climate change right now. And you know, there is another fact that has come as shock to me. In ice cores from the last 100,000 years of the pre-industrial era, when there was no cars and factories yet, CO2 concentrations were much higher than today's, for 100 ppm. For example, it was from 700 to 5,500 ppm. However, in 1985, when the climate anthropogenic hysteria began, these data began to disappear from the articles to make it convenient to fit the results of anthropogenic scam. We are not against CO2. It is indeed rising right now, but it's just not affecting the climate in any way. CO2 increases intensely every time there is a period of global climate disasters, which happens once 12,000 years, and ice core remembers it. That's why for those liars who made up hockey stick graphs who are willing to kill 8 billion people for the sake of money needs to falsify the studies of glacier cores as well. Now, because of this corrupted Judas, the mouths of honest scientists are being shut, and we are losing precious time. Millions of people are dying. The number of climate refugees is growing. For 40 years, they continue to lie to us that we humans are to blame for global warming. We are forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2 and led to believe that this should keep us from dying. Had anything improved with climate? Every day that the world lives under the guise of anthropogenic CO2, there is another day that brings us, the whole world, closer to the abyss. We should have been studying the real causes of climate change by now and looking for solutions. But billions of dollars keep going the drain of the CO2 myth. The time will come, and we, people, will ask everyone where and why this money was unreasonably spent. Why was our money wasted on air? And who will bring back the lives of people who died in disasters? The theory of anthropogenic climate change is scientific nonsense. That's why we don't care about it. We talk about the real causes of climate change and geodynamic because we stand for lives of everyone on the planet, everybody's life, even those corrupted Judas. Because we are people and we want to live.
Yes, there is no doubt, Elizabeth, that the theory of anthropogenic influence on climate change contradicts not only common sense, but also the laws of physics. Despite this, falsified theories are not seen as pseudoscientific today, but are becoming basis for socially significant decisions that are already radically altering lives. Now, our next speaker is Klaus Ermicke, who will talk about what is the greenhouse effect. Mr. Ermicke is a managing director of Klaus Ermicke GmbH, head of the KE Research Service. Let's hear from him next.
Well, I started observing the whole thing myself about 30 years ago. And at the time, the topic was still relatively new and uncommon. I thought it was incredibly strange that CO2 in the air, which is only present in negligible amounts, could suddenly change the world's climate. So, because it is our basic working method, we gathered a group of experts and consultants who specialized in this topic. There are professors in atmospheric physics, professors in meteorology, and other scientists, and they supported us in exploring this topic and putting together what we then published and presented to decision makers in politics and economics, as well as concerned citizens. One relatively well-known term is the so-called greenhouse effect. There's supposedly a relationship between the CO2 content in the atmosphere and the temperature on Earth, And supposedly, the CO2 content in the atmosphere raises temperatures on Earth by 33 degrees Celsius in the natural way. So, the assumption is that it would be 33 degrees warmer because we have infrared active gases in the atmosphere called greenhouse gases. It is also called the natural greenhouse effect. That's complete nonsense. So we've put together everything that leads to the transfer of solar radiation from the sun to the Earth. This energy is accumulated in the atmosphere or on Earth's surface and is then redistributed without actually increasing or decreasing the total amount of energy. Because the Earth can't absorb energy all the time. If the amount of energy had been constantly increasing, it would have become hotter, and at some point the Earth would evaporate. And obviously, this has not happened for the last 4 billion years. This means that energy must be constantly emitted back into outer space. But in reality, Earth is cooling due to radiation. And that's because the Earth is cold, not hot like a star, and can only emit infrared radiation, which is in the invisible range. But this energy radiation is very high. The atmosphere is what actually cools us down. The atmosphere radiates into space. Now we're in for an unexpected point. Let's take it one step further. Let's think about what's actually in the atmosphere that might be radiating out there. 70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask $1 million question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases. The term greenhouse gases doesn't exist in physics at all, nor does it exist in chemistry, which classifies the substances. In fact, it was invented much later, after the research foundation about the function of these gases had been made available, in order to construct a certain political message out of that. This is just a contradiction, because at one point, the genius of propaganda invented the term greenhouse gas. He should have been awarded the Nobel Prize in marketing for it, if there was one, but it has nothing to do with physical reality. Interestingly, if we go back to the early history of science, we'll find the fact which has been known for over 100 years, that infrared active gases actually cool the Earth, not heat it up. The first paper that attempted to quantify energy fluxes in the atmosphere was written back in 1917 by a British meteorologist and engineer, William Henry Dines. So this basic knowledge has been around for a long time, and the question is, why has it changed somehow? Why have more and more people started to back, willingly or unwillingly, that greenhouse gases should now be only called greenhouse gases, not infrared active gases? The fact that we're creating a whole new doctrine, a whole new world of thought, that they're now dangerously overheating the planet, has to do with money and power for the saviors. That's why they constantly use children. Municipalities hire climate managers who make their way into the last nursing home to preach the doctrine of dangerous greenhouse gases. And what are the consequences? As a result, energy taxes and energy levies have been imposed under the guise of saving the planet, when in fact they are only meant to fill empty government coffers. A lot of what needs to be researched costs a lot of money. Meanwhile, the so-called climate researchers are being showered with money, especially the computer models that are being done all the time. They're incredibly expensive and they're completely pointless because it's impossible to simulate the atmosphere, the chaotic processes that go on in there. If something has been falsified, has been proven to be untrue, it means that in the normal scientific process, those hypotheses should be excluded from further consideration. What we're finding out now.
I would like to thank Klaus Ermicke for voicing this shocking information that greenhouse gases do not heat up the atmosphere at all, but cool it down. So where did the money go then? The main reason why this system does not work is corruption. Human nature is such that it makes no sense to replace one person for another just to change people in the office. In the consumerist format, we will always come to this very same result: money and power. So how to build a creative society under these conditions? We already have a solution and the unique toolset.
Yes, Tali, indeed. So data plays a crucial role in our daily lives in this digital age, even if we are not aware of the details. The entire world can be viewed as a digit in information technology. Every person is a digit, every tangible object like a building or a car is a digit. Even intangible objects like copyright are digits. It is indisputable that economics and finance are a world of digits. We gather huge amounts of data on everything we do, every second. Not only our online transactions or a millisecond pause while scrolling the newsfeed. But unfortunately, data literacy is extremely low today. Therefore, people are simply drowning in the amount of data, failing to keep up with the pace of technological development. Well, this, in turn, slows down the pace of development of science, technology, implementation of new technologies, innovative ideas, and, as a result, civilization itself. Well, there is another related phenomenon that hinders the development of our society. Some players are taking advantage of the fact that no one can process all the data to organize shadow money flows. Well, these points lead to reasonable questions. Will humanity manage to use the data it possesses to its advantage? And can we put data at the service of civilization? But do we even have companies that serve humanity as a whole and aspire to improve the life of every living human being? I mean, profoundly change our lives for the better without seeking profits. Well, let's be honest. We don't even have a real collaboration in our divided society. Instead, every company exploits people and data for its own profit, to make us buy more of its products or sell our data to someone else. Well, even if we could agree on pulling together all the data to do something meaningful, there's not enough computing power to process it. Or at least using the conventional logic and current programming methods. Well, luckily, today on this planet, there's one company that could tackle a problem of this size. The solution will determine the future of humanity. And I am talking about none other than XP Energy, the creators of the first artificial consciousness, Jackie, who recently presented their latest product, the Voskhod Multipurpose Complex. All the unique technology and possibilities XP Energy possesses were involved in developing and creating the complex. The Voskhod Multipurpose Complex is a global aggregator of all existing digital data and a single data processing center based on hybrid artificial intelligence. Even the name wasn't chosen by chance and is very symbolic. It is associated with sunrise. When the sun rises over the horizon, its rays of light illuminate the darkness and shadows that inhabit it disappear, thus revealing reality. The sunrise brings life and hope. So, what does it do? The complex was created to solve a range of problems and objectives, both existing and those that humanity is yet to face in the future. For example, during the transition phase to the creative society. It includes many systems and subsystems, each designed to solve a specific range of tasks. In particular, the complex includes a total financial monitoring system that performs, among others, such tasks as global anti-corruption monitoring at all levels and constant monitoring of all economic entities. Let's look at how this functionality can be used at the state level. Well, when deployed, the Voskhod MPC is integrated into all digital systems of the state and has complete oversight of the entire financial system, allowing to monitor the situation in the state economy in real time. This ensures the transparency of the use of funds at all levels. Voskhod MPC identifies and monitors any illegal schemes of money trafficking, including their uncontrolled withdrawal abroad. It identifies the entire circle of people involved in illegal schemes. It also helps to detect weaknesses in the legislation, management, and control system, making embezzlement impossible. Just think about it. Total transparency and the eradication of corruption sound like a death sentence in a society where, according to the official numbers, Up to 25% of the size of any state's annual budget is lost to embezzlement. The complex sees every coin's movement and opens up everything that is now hidden a secret. And it doesn't matter whether it's cash or bank transfers. Unlike humans, the complex does not get sick, does not steal, doesn't have depression, is not subject to temptations, emotions, doubts. It is not concerned about itself and its future. Instead, it works with data and relies exclusively on real numbers and facts. We read and watch more on voshod.software. But now, let's watch a short video that will give you more exciting details.
Voskhod MPC in the state. Despite the fact that Voskhod MPC was created for the transition period from a consumerist to a creative format of society, it can be effectively used at the level of the state or the Commonwealth of States and in the consumer society. Of course, in the consumer format, the democratization of information is out of the question, as it would make the state vulnerable. In this regard, the use of Voskhod MPC at the state level should take place in closed mode, with direct subordination to the head of the state. When Voskhod MPC is installed and integrated into all digital systems of the state, it carries out total supervision of the entire financial system. This ensures the transparency of the use of funds at all levels, allows the control of all financial flows, and operates with accurate data regarding both public and private capital. Voskhod MPC solves the problems of almost all controlling services and departments much more effectively while carrying out supervision for corruption and misuse of budgetary funds. In a consumer society, the weakest link at any level is the human being. The entourage of the head of any state is not an exception. Sometimes even his inner circle includes people who play a double game. The Voskhod MPC functions preemptively. It allows to identify such people timely. With precise information from the initial source, the first person of the state can always be sure of the loyalty and reliability of his team. It is enough during the report meeting with official to compare the reports provided by him with the real data given by Voskhod MPC. According to our calculations, for the secret department which will use the Voskhod MPC to be the most effective in such a state as China, for example, 12 employees would be enough, 3 IT specialists and 9 financial analysts, plus the head of this secret department. The complex is flawless. It is designed to be invulnerable to hacking. It is equipped with an internal audit and control system to identify unreliable employees who have access to it. The only vulnerable link when working with the Voskhod MPC in a consumer society are two people: the first person of the state, who decided to use the complex in the state, and the head of the secret department, who will operate and manage the Voskhod MPC. He will not be able to enter false data into the complex deliberately. This is impossible, but it is he who will provide reports to the first person of the state. State economic benefits. In economics, the Voskhod MPC makes the basing state practically out of reach of other states. The complex is capable of optimizing costs, bringing in huge profits by building accurate forecasts and financial models. It is also capable of significantly improving the economy and the well-being of the people. It will increase the level of trust for the government and strengthen the authority of the first person of the state. If we are to put into numbers the benefits of a single state from the usage of the Voskhod MPC, only on the optimization of budgets, personnel, restructuring of government services, the United States can save up to $2.5 trillion of the budget funds annually. Having the initial data on all the spheres of state life, Voskhod MPC predicts with maximum accuracy volatility of the economy. This enables reallocating budgetary funds between industries and companies with maximum efficiency, mitigating, reducing to zero, the negative effects of the crisis phenomena in the world economy, and using forecasts with maximum profit. extensions and flexibility. There are methodologies for working with 31 sectors of the economy implemented in the Voskhod MPC. The XP Energy team has created Voskhod MPC with the possibility of its continuous development and improvement in case it is required. Suppose a new sector or industry of the economy appears. In that case, the functionality of the complex can be extended in a very short time. For example, the emergence of space tourism, which will undoubtedly become a new leisure industry in time, as well as planned flights to neighboring planets. Also, an industry that is about to burst into our lives and become an everyday occurrence. This refers to the industrial development of asteroids, or in other words, the extraction of raw materials on the asteroids and space bodies. We are ready to pass the Voskhod MPC to the state whose first person is ready to implement the creative society in their country.
Amazing, isn't it? And this is just one of the functions of the Voskhod multipurpose complex. So imagine just how many possibilities will become our reality when the Voskhod MPC starts operating. But let's not forget that this is just another tool that we can use to drastically improve our lives, or it can become a weapon if it falls into the wrong hands. With all the information presented earlier in this forum about insane amounts of money spent on unsuccessful and never-ending battles with the world's biggest problems, if used for good, the Voskhod MPC would allow us to finally be able to see how the funds are actually spent and redirect all our resources, all human potential to build the creative society, not only to survive, but become a civilization and prosper.
We, as humanity, have tremendous opportunities. We already have the technology to save our lives and the entire civilization. But we cannot use it for the benefit of people because we are not a civilization yet. Today, there is no for humanity, for uniting. There is no system today for uniting humanity except in the format of the creative society. This is the only salvation for all people, and it is in our hands. It depends on our choice whether we live or not. And that's right now. Facing the global climate, and we cannot afford to wait for leaders and the powers that be to build the creative society. They will not be able to break the system, to stop the wheel of the consumer's format, which is rushing with us into the abyss at full speed. As long as we humans are alive, they will use us in their own schemes and their games. They will do anything to keep their wealth and power over us. They will kill us with our own hands, as long as we justify these murders by blaming each other. What is happening now is the degradation of human minds. It is the complete devaluation of human lives. It is a very frightening that we, humans, even in our own heads, allow and accept that there can be any excuse for deaths. They say, you have chosen such a government for yourself. It's your fault. This phrase is now used to justify deaths in the Ukraine and in other countries. But what is the people's fault in this case? In any country, people vote for what politicians promise them and not for what they do when they get there and do afterwards at their own will. We people have no means or mechanisms to remove them. We cannot stop what they are doing and make them do what they promised us. Yes, we humans may choose the wrong politician, but none of us choose death. People are being deceived. Politics is the art of deception. Let's face the truth. Let's just face the truth. The worst things that were created here in the world against people were created by politicians. This applies to every country. And in every country, there are a handful of bastards, because bastards are not nationalities. Bastards are people who have forgotten that they are human beings. And there are such bastards everywhere. They believe they have the right to impose on us some super idea for which we supposed to die. Tell me, what kind of a great idea is that? Can anyone, or can any idea more valuable, is there any idea more valuable than human life? How can an idea justify murders? If you are indignant now, if you do not agree with what I'm saying, it's only because you are in a time where you are hundreds and thousands of kilometers away, and nobody has come to kill you and your family. But when the bombs come to you, when bombs come to you and missiles explode in your yard, what will justify it? What will justify it? Only then will you understand that there is nothing more valuable than human life. But then it will be too late. You will be dead. And only a politician's idea will remain. Tell me, is it worth it? Tell me, are you willing to die for a political idea? Do we really need an idea to die for? Nobody wants to die. Politicians start wars and send us to die. But sooner or later, every war ends. A lot depends on politicians today. But the most important thing depends on us, people. Whether we live in peace, it depends on us whether we live at all. While we, people, we do want to live. We do want to live. And if a politician makes a mistake, if he leads you and me to death, then we should have the right to recall our votes. The right to recall a person from this office. That's the very way it should be. But when we don't have the right, it means we are given one person complete power over us. But how can one person Decide how can one person decide how the whole country will live. In the creative society, there can be no power. We do not need power. We know what it does, and we know what it leads to. The word is the most powerful weapon. It begins and ends everything. We must stop being silent. We must stop waiting. We should build the creative society ourselves. We have no one to hope for. It is up to us, people. We have to do it ourselves. I believe in us. I believe we can do anything because we are people. And we, all of us, we want to live.
This amazing song was created by the people for the whole humanity because we are the people and we want to live. And next, I would like to introduce Jeff Monson, ADCC wrestling champion, 3 times world jiu-jitsu champion, member of the American Top Team. Let's watch Jeff.
Hello, I'm Jeff Munson. I'm very excited to be on this forum because I have a lot to say. and I feel very strongly about the advocates of this forum and what it stands for. So the first thing I want to say is that in this political climate now, where we're having war, where we're having global warming, we're having conflicts, we're having problems, with people being traded, as slaves or as sex slaves, as people living in poverty still, and sanctions. And there's many, many terrible things you can read about in the news every day or watch on TV, like the world is terrible. But I want to emphasize that there are many, many people who are pushing for a better world, and a better world is possible. And the main idea of this is it starts with us. We can't rely on governments. We've been relying on government since the beginning of time, since the feudal system with kings, since capitalism with the free markets, with elections, with democracy, voting for presidents and representatives in Congress and Duma members to try to fix things. When you participate in the world, when everybody has equality, when you can look at somebody on the street and know that they enjoy the same freedoms as you, and they have the same opportunities as you, and they're participating in the world as you, I don't think there's any greater joy as a human being than this. It's like everybody in the world shares this same feeling of unity within ourselves, within the human race. We're all people. Well, like I said, we all want the same things. So why can we not work together? We're intelligent. We can spend people into space. We can make these crazy weapons that can destroy the world. We can do all this stuff. If we can do this, then we can have a system where we have unity and peace and where we're all working together. This is our last chance to come together. So we're going to come together. And we right now we can choose to come together, or we're going to be forced to come together because we're in a system where either war or climate change or this has forced us to understand that we're not going to survive as a species unless we come together. But right now is our last chance to do this, like willingly, without any environmental influence, like telling us that we need to, without like our imminent destruction. So, guys, tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell them that you want to make a change and that you're willing to make a change, and that you want them to make a change with you, whether you know them or you don't know them. Guys, this is such an opportunity. Like, I'm so excited even talking about it. I just imagine outside walking and meeting people and talking to people and traveling and seeing people that all want this humanity to join together and for something better that includes every single person on earth. Imagine whether you're disabled or black or white or woman or man or child or elderly or whatever your profession, like join together for the same purpose, and that's the betterment of society.
Thank you, Jeff, for your sincere understanding of the importance of unification. It is truly the only way we can survive. Dear viewers, I would like to thank you for being with us. This broadcast was brought to you by volunteers from all around the world.
Hello, I'm Jeff
I would
Munson.
like to thank you.
I'm very excited to be on this forum.
Yeah.
Because I have a lot to say. And I feel very strongly about
I think I can hear something.
The advocates of this forum and what it stands for. So the first thing I want to say is that in this political climate.
Is it better now? Yes, thank you. And this broadcast is organized by volunteers from all around the world. I would like to thank each person who participated in making this event real. Right now, this event is being translated into more than 100 languages. And dear viewers, please share this broadcast with everyone you know. Please help us to make this event available for everyone in this world. This event is the time for the truth. And we are changing our future right now. We would like to receive your opinions, your feedback. Please record videos, send us emails. Let's be together, because what we are doing right now is so important. We don't yet understand how much the truth is changing the world. And in the next block, we will find out why the issue of ecology will never be solved in the consumer format of the society.
Case number 115, fashion industry. Crime against humanity. Defendant, the consumerist format.
Aren't you gonna anything to say? Then I'll start. Bangladesh, the year 2013.
I suddenly felt, am I in a war zone? I was hearing the scream from the rubble, someone saying, chop off my leg and pull me out.
Save me, brother. Please, save me. Brother, I want to live.
Haven't you remembered? Then I'll continue. Rana Plaza, an 8-story building, and 1,134 dead workers don't mean anything to you? And the managers were warned about the bad conditions of the building. And there were cracks in the walls. And yet, people were forced to work until the tragedy happened. Among the dead were women and underage girls.
We didn't want to go up in the factory, but management forced us to go and said there was no problem with the building.
We took a pen and wrote our addresses and mobile numbers on our hands. This way, our parents would identify our dead bodies.
I know. You'll say these are isolated cases. Then explain why dozens of thousands of people annually die in cotton production. According to the latest report of the Global Slavery Index, the production of clothing is the world's second largest industry in terms of slave labor. Let's move on. To produce one t-shirt and 1 pair of jeans, 1 kilo of cotton is needed. According to the World Wildlife Fund, it takes up to 20,000 liters of water to produce that 1 kilogram. 20,000 liters would be enough for 1 person for 27 years if they drink the norm, which is 2 liters a day. And this happens while the supply of fresh water is only 2.5% of the total amount of water on the planet. Do you understand that? At the same time, every third inhabitant on the planet has no access to clean, fresh water. Are genes really more important than human life?
Indonesia, the Citarum River. The Citarum River is one of the 3 dirtiest rivers on the planet.
But 40 years ago, this river and its surroundings were considered a tropical paradise. This is what the Chitaram looks like now at its source, and this is what it looks like when it crosses major cities. Today, there are more than 3,000 factories around the Chitaram River, a quarter of which work to export fabric for the world's clothing brands. Each of these factories dumps waste products into the Chitaram every day. The Chitaram is now a cocktail of chemicals with dead animals floating in it. The content of heavy metals exceeds all permissible norms here. Mercury concentrations are 4 times the safe standard. According to the 2013 report on the downstream impacts of water pollution in the Upper Chitaram River, West Java, Indonesia, 25 million people depend on the Chitaram River. Heavy metals are not degradable. Boiling the water does nothing. People who regularly drink this water are at the risk of getting cancer, mental retardation, very slow growth.
The scary thing is, it's this same water that irrigates these paddy fields, and everyone who lives around here eats rice that's grown in fields like this one.
The factory usually dumps wastewater into the river at midnight. They'll check first if the coast is clear before dumping the toxic waste.
How does that make you feel? You have protection when you're inside the factory, then you put the stuff in the river.
It's ironic that I'm sometimes responsible for what's happening. I am conflicted and concerned, but I need to eat, so I have to work there.
3 million people work in the textile factories, manufacturing, dyeing, and sewing clothes for major fashion brands. Is a $12 billion industry that has kept Indonesia's economy the largest in Southeast Asia. But its price is an ecological disaster and destruction of people's lives. China. 70% of rivers and lakes are polluted in this country. In 2017 alone, the Chinese non-governmental organization, the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs, IPE, recorded that the textile industry had committed more than 300,000 violations of environmental standards. In China, the degree to which rivers are cleaned plays an important role in the political race. That is why special stations have been set up to record the emissions of various factories. But the problem is that these stations control only those regions that are upstream. So it turns out that the activities of downstream companies are not only unregulated by the relevant laws, but do not even come under control.
Aren't you tired of your lies?
According to the study, National Prevalence and Effects of Multiple Chemical Sensitivities, from 2008 to 2018, the population's sensitivity to chemicals increased by 300%, including articles of clothing. This is despite the fact that most brands claim their materials and dyes are environmentally friendly and safe for people.
Or shall we continue about environmental friendliness?
Just like many people on our planet Earth, I was cruelly deceived by the fashion industry. This deception was the following. When I came to a store for another purchase, I paid more attention to those items which were labeled as made from recycled materials, and I certainly gave them preference. But imagine my surprise when on one of the websites I saw goods with similar labeling, yet many times more expensive. And I wondered what the difference was. Why do the prices differ so much? So I started my own research, and what I found really shocked me. Our clothes are usually made of composite fibers. For instance, if it is polyester, they add cotton and rayon to it, and you understand that it is almost impossible to separate all that. We take an ordinary sweater made of mixed fiber, which includes accessories. All this has to be sorted, detached, checked, and then given to recycling and production processes. Thus, it is really a very expensive product that simply cannot cost little money. What shocked me the most were sneakers manufacturers who claim that their sneakers are made of plastic. Yes, they are made of plastic, but The big question is, what kind of plastic is it? Because as an ordinary consumer, I believe that sneakers have plastic soles. Hence, it is logical that a lot of sneakers are collected and new sneakers are made from them. Or it is that plastic, those plastic bottles, which are recycled. However, everything turns out to be quite otherwise. In fact, sneakers are made of new plastic. So not only do we already have a big problem with plastic, but we also keep producing it, and we say that our sneakers are environmentally friendly and made from plastic. That's how the fashion industry lulls us into complacency, and instead of really taking care of the environment, we only pollute it even more, thinking that when we buy products labeled as made from recycled materials, we thus help our planet. But in reality, we are killing it by producing more and more worthless goods. Therefore, it seems to me we should stop being blockheads who can be easily deceived. We should start thinking about what the consumerist format foists on us, and we ourselves should figure out and understand what is really going on.
The reality is that currently only about 1% of clothing is actually recycled in the very literal sense of the word.
1%.
1%.
1% is recycled.
If you're talking about recycling in terms of taking fibers and breaking them down and turning them back into new fibers, it's 1%.
In order for the fast fashion outlets to recycle what they make, it would take 12 years to recycle what they sell in 48 hours.
Okay. Explain me this. Why do you produce 400 billion square meters of textiles a year, and 60 billion is just waste? With this amount of fabric, you can rob our planet 800 times. At the same time, 1 truckload of clothing is burned every second, and tons of new clothes are thrown into the landfill. Tell me, will you ever get enough? Casualties, slave labor, destruction of rivers, ecology, and overproduction. What is all this for? Your cynicism, greed, your boundless cruelty cannot be hidden behind the bright, colorful label of the fashion industry. You have forced billions of people into the trap of consumption and put them on the brink of survival. Are you going to keep silent? I'm so tired of you. I know what I should do with you.
I was truly shocked by the information we saw in the video about fashion industry. How cruel and absurd is the consumer format we live in? Why is it allowed to manufacture products dangerous to the environment and human beings? Why unsafe technology being introduced? The answer is obvious. Because there is too much money at stake. And after everything we have seen and heard today, it's obvious that the consumerist format is simply killing us and our planet. And how could it be otherwise in the world where money is more precious than human life? And the only thing which can be changed by ourselves. We can be the change.
Your life is in danger. You live on a planet that is dying. The ecology that provides the conditions for your survival is almost destroyed and continues to be destroyed at a catastrophic rate. But the truth is that this cannot be stopped in the current consumerist format of society. The format of lies, cruelty, and absurdity. Do you want to change that? Then let's take an honest look at what is happening now. We are massively destroying the forest for timber, cutting down centuries-old tropical forest to plant coffee, cocoa, and soybeans because they are well paid for. We are recklessly clearing land for grazing, gold mining, and destroying the forest for so-called green energy. We have lost as many forests in the last 100 years as we did in the previous 9,000 years. The forest gives us oxygen, mitigates the effects of climate change, protects the soil from erosion, and preserves biodiversity. Where the forest disappears, all life dies. But in the consumerist format, we can't give up logging because the forest industry implies millions of jobs. Countries' budgets depend on it. It turns out that in order to survive, we must destroy what gives us life. The consumer society is a society of absurdity. Today, there is not even a single well-functioning system for environmental monitoring in the world. Its absence allows almost uncontrolled dumping of toxic waste into the environment. For example, 80% of the world's wastewater is returned to the environment untreated. More than 2 billion people are forced to use a source of drinking water contaminated with feces. Even in a highly developed country like the United States, tap water of every state contains impurities of hazardous substances such as arsenic, copper, and lead. The amount of fines for environmental violations is far less than the cost of environmentally friendly technology. The money from the fines goes into the state budget. At best, they are allocated to eliminate the consequences, but the cause still remains. And why eliminate it? We can continue to fine and sell emission quotas and licenses. As long as one can make money on this, the problem will never be solved. They just throw dust in our eyes, creating the illusion of an active fight against environmental pollution. The consumer society is a society of lies. Only 0.3% of all the water on the planet is available to people as fresh water. It is a single resource that belongs to all people. Now, 1 in 3 people does not have access to clean drinking water. To solve the water shortage problem in the 140 countries where it is particularly needed, $114 billion a year is required. Is it a lot? Just to compare, the global annual military budget for 2020 was $1,930 billion. That is, if we give up spending on the war for just 1 year, we can provide clean drinking water for all of these countries for almost 2 decades to come. In a consumer society, fostering hostility and fear is more important than caring for one's neighbor and future generations. Consumer society is a format of inhumanity. Another serious problem of our time is that there are no accessible and safe technologies for waste disposal. Our planet has become a giant landfill. For example, less than 10% of plastic is recycled. The rest, we just throw away. Entire garbage islands have already been formed in the ocean. Microplastics have been found in the ice in Antarctica in 83% of tap water samples, and even in mothers' placentas. But it's a poison that contaminates people and nature. At the same time, the production of plastics is constantly growing. The volume of the global plastics market in 2020 was about $580 billion. Another paradox of the consumerist format. We are destroying nature and ourselves for money. Only in a consumer society can one make billions of dollars selling poisonous substances. The largest pesticide manufacturers in the world derive over 1/3 of their income from the sale of products that are a serious threat to the environment and human health, causing mutations in the body, cancer, and reproductive disorders. Because of the proven harm, most of these harmful substances are banned from use in developed countries. But in order not to lose profits, manufacturers continue to sell them to third world countries, ignoring the fact that we all live on the same planet. And air masses and sea currents do not respect political boundaries. In the consumerist format, financial interests take precedence over human life.
Anytime any of us publish a paper saying chemical X is bad, the chemical company comes after us. And they can be quite vicious. So it is a struggle sometimes for scientists to advocate or say something in a public forum out of fear, because the intimidation is real. And most scientists, we don't make a lot of money. We're not getting rich doing this, we're barely hanging on. But these companies have huge amounts of resources, and if they want to come after you, they'll come after you. I mean, the glyphosate story is really illustrative of that. They went after journalists, they went after scientists. So I commend all the scientists who speak at a forum like that, because I'm sure they're all experiencing tremendous challenge. And in some countries, they may even be risking their life, like some journalists are. So I can imagine the emotions are quite high when talking about some of these high stakes things. We're in a moment of I don't even know what we're in the middle of. Misinformation, complete untruth.
In a society ruled by money and power, where real scientists cannot speak honestly about big problems, we will never know the truth. In such a society, it is impossible to implement technology which can solve environmental problems, and that means we are doomed. To save your life and life on the planet, it is necessary to build the creative society, a safe, fair, sensible society in which the main value is the life of every person. Obviously, the Creative Society is our only chance. By informing about the Creative Society, you save the planet. Tell everyone about this. Thanks to you, the truth will spread all over the world. And when all people learn about the Creative Society, by joining together, we will build it very quickly. What is impossible for one is possible for all of us together. Take action to save lives.
Greetings. My name is Anna. I'm an ecologist. And everything that is said in this video is a terrible truth. And it's getting worse day by day. Because we are increasing logging and pollution. I got engaged in environmentalism because I wanted to change all that and stop the destruction. But in fact, I now see that this is impossible in our consumerist format of society. And it hurts that those people who genuinely want to save the environment cannot influence anything. Because this is how the system of consumer society works. While in the scientific world, they distribute grants based on personal interests and make decisions at international forums to save the environment, these decisions aren't binding and have vague deadlines. And at this very moment, our planet is dying. And we are on the brink of ecological disaster. It is important to understand that there are 3 stages of ecological destruction. The first stage is when the ecology can recover on its own, and we have already passed this stage irrevocably, even if we stop throwing waste into the environment and destroying everything in our path right now. Even in this case, the ecosystem will no longer be able to recover on its own. The level of destruction is so great that it is only possible to save nature with the direct and active help of people themselves. And this is the second stage we are now at, the stage where emergency resuscitation is needed. We must undo all that we ourselves have done to our Earth. Because if we go to the third stage, this is the point of no return. Our planet is close to not being fit for life. A period of the 6th mass species extinction, as rapid as the period when the dinosaurs went extinct, has begun on Earth. After all, humans are a biological species as well. So why do we think that if everyone around us is dying, we will definitely survive? If most of us don't even realize the danger we are in right now, we still have a chance to change things, but time is running out. Dead zones in the world's oceans are increasing at a catastrophic rate. These are areas in which any form of marine life is dying due to declining oxygen levels. Just think about it. The first dead zone was discovered in 1970. There were 146 dead zones in 2004. And in 2008, there were already identified 405 of them, and their number is increasing every day. Dead zones tend to be formed near populated shores, as their formation is largely triggered by sewage and the chemicals they contain. This has led to the fact that one of the largest dead zones is now about 70,000 square kilometers in size. The ocean is dying, and therefore we are dying with it. After all, the ocean gives us oxygen and protects the Earth from overheating. Currently, dead zones are a reversible process, but no one is paying attention to solving this problem. Because economists claim that reducing pollution to zero is inefficient, as the cost of this reduction will exceed the benefits. So it turns out that in a consumer society, acting to save life is simply not profitable.
Shocking facts. Today, there are a lot of technologies for desalination, purification, and production of drinking water. But at least 2 billion people are drinking water contaminated with fecal matter. Let's watch the following video and you will understand who benefits from you drinking fecally contaminated water.
The world is already divided into those who are desperately short of water and those who still have it. According to UN data, humanity needs to wake up to the looming water crisis. And this is despite the fact that nowadays we know how to extract water even from the air and even in the most arid region. Water from fog. In one of the world's largest capitals, Lima, located in the desert, fog is collected in huge nets and used to produce drinking water. Morocco has one of the largest plants, which produces up to 6,000 liters of drinking water a day from the fog. Its operation costs practically nothing and does not require external energy. Water from the air. Atmospheric water generators allow you to extract up to 3,000 liters of drinking water per day, and it can be increased up to 1 million liters. Can be mobile and stationary. They can operate from any energy source and in any climate, even in the arid desert, are used for the needs of the military in some countries and well proven in emergency situations. For example, in 2010, after the Haiti earthquake, the generator produced thousands of gallons of clean water for drinking, wound washing, and surgery. Do you agree to die of thirst in the presence of such modern technology? Water desalination units. Worldwide, about 16,000 desalination plants purify ocean water from salt and turn it into fresh water. They can produce millions of gallons of fresh water a day and supply 300 million people. Innovative developments already allow desalination plants to be environmentally friendly, work even on the energy of ocean waves, and not to harm the ocean. In the water, they can retain the minerals needed for irrigation of fields and extract minerals from the remaining brine. This is ultimate cynicism and cruelty. When millions of people die of thirst in countries located on the ocean coasts, while such technologies are available. And this is the essence of the consumerist format of the society in which we live. Water retreatment.
The technology has passed many tests. The water is safe even for drinking, and its quality exceeds World Health Organization standards. Meanwhile, every 2 minutes, one child dies from a disease related to contaminated water. 2 billion people in the world use drinking water sources that are contaminated with feces. By 2025, half of the world's population will live in areas with water scarcity. In just 3 years, it will be every second person. Actually, we don't have even these 3 years. Due to climate change, the situation on the planet is changing rapidly every day. And trouble comes where no one was expecting it. So, what will you personally choose? To die of thirst? Or to drink fecal water? That's the choice which you have in a consumer society. Nowadays, humanity has all the necessary technologies to provide water to drink for everyone. But in the consumerist format, trillions are spent to kill people, and saving our lives is way too expensive. By our inaction, we support this cruel, dead-end, and absurd format of the consumer society. The format in which these problems will never be solved, because our survival for the consumer society means earnings. Nowadays, profit is more important than our lives, and our deaths are just dry figures. The only way out is to change the format. The most important thing you can do now to save your life, the lives of your loved ones, and all people on the planet, is to join in informing about the creative society, because only by changing the format of society will we be able to prioritize the value of human life. We will introduce advanced technology everywhere and guarantee the protection of every person's life. Act now. Inform about the creative society.
This was just one of the examples how the consumerist society works. We have everything we need for the betterment of human lives, but it is not accessible. Let's take a look at another example of how the consumerist society is robbing us of our lives. Let's take a look at the country of Japan. Already today, scientists from different countries are predicting a mega earthquake that will happen in Japan. But they cannot declare this information because there is no solution on what to do in the current consumerist society. People there are not warned. Let's watch a video on this topic.
A mega earthquake could destroy all of Japan and nearby regions. Why? Japan became an archipelago about 12,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age, and before that, it had been part of a continent. Every 12,000 years, global cataclysms and tectonic shifts occur on Earth and change the face of the planet, flooding some continents and raising others. Now, our civilization is living at the end of the 12,000-year cycle, which means global and catastrophic changes are underway. Japan is one of the countries that get into the thick of climate events. Alexei Lubushin of the Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth predicted the 2011 Tohoku earthquake 3 years before the event by analyzing seismic noise. He estimated that this quake was only a foreshock, an earthquake precursor to the Great Japanese Catastrophe. He predicts a magnitude 10 earthquake in the vicinity of Japan in the coming years. The destructive power of such an earthquake is up to 32 times stronger than the one that occurred in Tohoku. Our civilization has never experienced such a mega earthquake yet. German seismologists also predict a new earthquake in Japan in the next few years with a magnitude of 10 or above. Everything points to the Lanka Trough near Japan. Researchers at Kobe University also warn of an impending mega-earthquake in the Lanka Trough area. They have detected accelerated tectonic plate movement there. International research has shown that a magma dome is rising rapidly from the planet's interior. It intrudes from the mantle, deforms the Earth's crust, and causes earthquakes. An active magma upwelling during a cycle change will cause unprecedented tectonic movements in the area. The consequences will affect all neighboring countries. Such a mega earthquake could cause a devastating volcanic eruptions in Japan. Already now, magmatic activity is being registered in Aira, Aso, and Kikai calderas. An earthquake in any of the supervolcanoes would threaten the entire planet with a volcanic winter and an ice age. Even a nation so prepared for earthquakes cannot withstand such a force of destruction. We simply must warn the people of Japan about this danger so that they can be resettled to safer areas in advance, and that is 126 million human lives. Their country can disappear from the world map at any moment. Is a country as developed as Japan prepared to deal with the coming apocalypse? Would other countries be willing to help it with resettlement? In the present format of consumer society, relocating the people of a particular country is not feasible for economic, political, and other reasons. Would such a mega earthquake be a problem only for Japan? No borders, no walls will stop the climate from attacking. It is merciless, and it takes no money. In the face of planetary danger, all scientific and technical potential must be united for the future of humanity. Only in the creative society format is it possible to have simultaneous peaceful resettlement of 126 million people. The creative society is our only way out. By spreading this information, you're saving the lives of billions of people. We should act today, right now, so that all of us can have a tomorrow.
Greetings, everyone. I'm honored to be a part of this awesome forum. Thank you so much to everyone who participated in the preparation of this event. Thanks to our combined efforts, today we can voice the truth to the world. It hurts me very much for the people who suffered from climate, who have faced its cruelty and destructive power. Now, I would like to address the skeptics. You know, I ask myself, what more needs to be shown? What more needs to be said to you to have you understand that humanity is dying right now in a full-fledged war? Some people say that we are supposedly manipulating the topic of climate. Tell me, how does that benefit either one of us? They say that we are intimidating people. Intimidating? Since when does knowing the truth mean being intimidated? The climate is not a tool for us to manipulate. Climate is our common enemy We have been staying up nights for months so that you could know the truth, to save your lives too. The lives of those who don't believe us. Tell me, what's the use of us spending lots of resources? What's in it for us? It's time to turn on the brains and think about this. We live on the same planet. This is our only home. And climate disasters will affect everyone, even though they may be occurring thousands of kilometers away from you now. Every disaster is evidence of climate change all over the planet, and therefore also outside your window, even if you don't see it just yet. Truth is, when you face the power of climate, it will be too late to do anything about it. The only benefit I'd like to gain is to save my life and the lives of other people, because I'm a human and I want to live. That's why I speak the truth openly. And now, I would like to address the clergy. Climate is killing us all. Why are you silent? Why aren't you telling the truth that the only way out and salvation for humanity today is the creative society? This is not something to be silent about. You can warn people and save the lives of the people of faith all around the world, those who listen to you. Why aren't you doing that? The Epistle of James says, "So whoever knows the right thing to do and fails to do it, for him it is sin." Don't you know that? By our silence we are killing each other. For our silence about climate change is equivalent to killing innocent people who sleep peacefully, not knowing what awaits them. The first sacred precept of Buddhism forbids harming and killing human beings. In Islam, the greatest sin is to kill an innocent person. So why are you silent? I appeal to the few real clergymen of all religions who truly serve God and not Mammon. Remember why you came to your religion. If you truly came to serve God, for the good of people and not to be a freeloader, then don't be silent. Speak up the truth. Speak about the creative society. Thank you.
We have heard from the scientists that there is a possibility that a magnitude 10 earthquake will occur in the near future. The energy from such an earthquake will be 32 times greater than the magnitude of number 9 earthquake. That occurred in 2011 in Tohoku. Our civilization has never seen an earthquake of such magnitude. But unfortunately, every time during the cycle of 12,000 years, not only earthquakes occur, but also supervolcanic eruptions. Next, Joe Blundell will tell us more about it. Joe is a researcher, inventor, and entrepreneur. Joe, the floor is yours.
Greetings. My name is Joseph Timothy Blundell, and I would like to thank the Creative Society for allowing me to speak at this historic conference. A lot of people don't know this, but the Greeks and the Hindus all had their stories about the cyclical catastrophe cycle. A lot of people have wondered why these cyclical disasters seem to give rise to civilization and the ultimate destruction of. And it's actually a really simple physics principle. You see, the Milky Way galaxy has a giant northern magnetic field and a giant southern magnetic field. And where those two fields meet, create a waveform oscillation. We spend 12,500 years on the southern waveform and 12,500 years on the northern waveform. No big deal, right? Well, where those two waveforms come together represents a 3% region of space that we will be going through for 200 years. If you follow that 3% region of space back to the galactic central object, that's the place where stars are continually being spun out. So the enormity of energy in this region of space can't be understated. And of course, it's because of that magnetic mixing and the magnetic induction that our planet goes through for that 200 years that gives rise to the cyclical supervolcano cycle. And you can see it like clockwork. Exactly a half a great year ago, 12,500 years, Campi Flegrei off the coast of Italy. Supervolcano, boom. Exactly 1 year, one great year ago, 24 to 25,000 years ago, Taupo in New Zealand went off. Exactly a great year and a half ago, Campi Flegrei went off again. And exactly 2 great years ago, that region of space has a lot of debris flying around in it, so we're also susceptible to meteor impacts at that time. And that's why you find the Cannon Diablo meteor hit exactly 48,000 years ago. And I would be remiss not to mention the most catastrophic recent super eruption, and that was Toba, 76,000 years ago. Exactly 3 great years. And what you find there is a supervolcanic eruption that went off so big and so powerful, it took humankind down to about 8,000 people. 8,000 of us left. These things end civilizations, end entire species. The reason the Neanderthals are no longer here is because Campi Flegrei went off exactly 8 great years ago and wiped them off the planet. So the enormity of power I'm talking about, just to illustrate it for you, a supervolcano going off is like setting off 1,000 Hiroshima-style atomic bombs every second. So if you took all the nuclear weapons we possess in the entire world and set them off, you would have the first 6 minutes of a supervolcanic eruption. That on average lasts 49 days. So with the enormity of disaster that is coming towards us, how do we prepare?
Joe, thanks so much for studying the cyclicality of 12,000 years. And dear viewers, stay with us as we will dive deeper into the facts of what is already happening to our planet and what we can expect in the near future. We would like to also thank all the researchers who speak about the real causes of the climate crisis. They are the real scientists who care about the lives of people, even when they are being threatened. We want you also to know that we honor you and all your work. We would like to announce that an independent platform is created by volunteers of the Creative Society Project from 180 countries with the support of scientists, researchers, professionals, and experts in order to unite scientific potential with a single goal of identifying the true causes of climate change that are not related to human activity, and providing the general public with truthful information about the processes taking place on the planet. We invite all the scientists and researchers to join. And also, dear viewers, please remember to share this broadcast, the one you're watching right now. I'm sure by now you already understand how important this information is for every single person. This is the information that will save lives, your life, the lives of your family, and all the people on this planet. Please share. And also right now, as you're watching this international forum, please record a video feedback of yourself. What are your understandings? Maybe an invitation for your friends or family members, your co-workers, and send it to us. Also, send it to info@creativesociety.com. We would love to hear from you. And now let's watch a video about earthquakes and volcanoes, whose intensity and frequency is already increasing abnormally.
Earthquakes and volcanoes. The power of the Earth's interior manifests itself unpredictably on the surface, causing colossal damage and destroying all life around. In the recent years, these emissions of planetary energy have been growing exponentially in gigantic leaps. Something inexplicable has started to happen. In 2015, a record-breaking earthquake was registered near Japan at a depth of 751 kilometers. This had never been seen before, and indeed was considered impossible by the scientific community. Earthquakes were thought to occur only in the Earth's crust and upper mantle when blocks of lithospheric plates break and shift. At great depths, matter is more malleable and does not behave like brittle glass, but rather like plasticine. There is nothing breakable there, but earthquakes do happen, and that is a fact. The horrible part is that their number and magnitude are increasing. Earthquakes are not only becoming deeper, but they are also getting closer to the surface, which means they are becoming more destructive. Today, more and more of them are concentrated at a depth of about 10 kilometers. For example, an entire series of 36 seismic events of significant magnitude from 4.5 to 7.0 occurred near New Caledonia in early April 2022. Just one earthquake of similar magnitude and depth in August 2021 in Haiti caused fatal damage and killed more than 2,200 people. The deadly threat is increasingly rising to the surface of the Earth. Right before our eyes, cracks are appearing and faults are being activated. The ground is literally crumbling beneath our feet, swallowing whole houses. Faults have been activated in the USA, Kenya, Iceland, Turkey, China, Lake Baikal, and other regions. Each of them can cause enormous damage. It is an abyss opening underfoot. Yuri Kuzmin, Doctor of Physical and Mathematical Sciences, professor at the Institute of Physics of the Earth, has carried out a large-scale study of shifts in the Earth's surface in fault zones. The dominant anomaly turned out to be the subsidence of the Earth's surface. This suggests that the Earth's crust is spreading apart due to planetary expansion. The Earth is literally bursting at the seams. The number of observed earthquake swarms, that is, of clusters of rhythmic shocks, is increasing on the planet. A swarm is characterized by almost similar magnitudes of seismic events that occur at short intervals in a local area. The number of seismic events in individual earthquake swarms has increased from a few or few dozens to hundreds and sometimes thousands. Their magnitude and duration have increased. This is due to the intrusion of magma and hot gases into the microcracks of rocks. Swarms are now being recorded not only in fault zones and near volcanoes, but also in more quiet regions. The Palghar region of India, located in a quiet continental region, began swarming with earthquakes in September 2018 and continues to this day. In just 2 years, about 5,000 earthquakes of a magnitude up to 3.8 occurred within a small area. And what has been happening since August 2020 in the Bransfield Strait off of Antarctica has been described by scientists as a huge magma intrusion. Some 85,000 earthquakes have been detected in the first 6 months, with a maximum magnitude of 6. Normally, these processes occur over geologic timescales as opposed to over the course of a human lifespan, said study co-author Simone Czeska, seismologist at the Research Center in Potsdam. Magma is literally devouring the lithospheric plate from the inside, having traveled 2/3 of the way to the surface in 6 months. Only 5 kilometers of rock remain before a catastrophic rupture occurs. And that is just one example. Similar things are happening everywhere. And now we face one big question. What the is going on? While there has been a catastrophic increase in the number of earthquakes in recent years, and researchers and eyewitnesses confirm this, official seismological services are trying to deny it. The world's seismological services have strange discrepancies in their data. Their graphs show the number of earthquakes decreasing sharply. However, different services show it happening in different years. It seems that the world's geophysical agencies conspired to tell lies, but did not agree on what exactly. If we turn to the international portals for collecting official geophysical data from different countries and put all the information together, we get the following picture. As you can see from the graph, in general, there is no decrease in seismic activity whatsoever. Why is no one talking about this? Why are there no plans to evacuate people from dangerous areas? The reality shows that we will not be warned or evacuated when the most critical situation occurs. Just think about it. If they lied to us about the intensity and number of earthquakes, why should they save us?
So only one is a whole area to serve as a maternity clinic. It's damaged.
7.6 earthquake was responsible for something like 80,000 deaths, injuring tens of thousands, and caused extensive damage in northern Pakistan, leaving
It is quite discouraging that the number of earthquakes of magnitude from 3 to 4 in the database has decreased by 10 times. And for some countries, such as Indonesia or the Philippines, it has been reduced from several thousands per year to almost 0. How can this be? Where have some 24,000 earthquakes disappeared without a trace? Did the sensors incidentally fail to detect them? What the f***? Are we being taken for fools? Why would someone fake seismic data? They do it to confuse people, to hide the real picture of what is happening, and to conceal the impending catastrophe, thereby criminally disregarding the lives of billions of people for the sake of power and profit. The most frustrating thing is that these seismic data are used by scientists to conduct serious research. No one comes across the idea to doubt their reliability because they are from official sources. There is a monopoly on seismic data in the world, and these monopolists reserve the right not to even explain the data manipulations. And while these collaborators are busy faking data, a magmatic apocalypse is brewing in the bowels of the earth. In recent decades, the earth has been accelerating its rotation by leaps and bounds. which means the centrifugal force is increasing. As a result, at the equator, the planet is expanding and increasing in volume. This causes the Earth's crust to crack and geological faults to activate. At this time, processes similar to blood cavitation occur in the Earth's interior with magma. Blood cavitation during Kyson disease is a life-threatening phenomenon known to divers during rapid ascent to the surface. Due to the sudden drop of pressure, the dissolved gases in the blood are released instantly, causing the blood to boil. The resulting gas bubbles destroy the walls of the blood vessels. In the Earth's interior, sudden pressure drops are associated with an instantaneous increase in centrifugal forces during a sudden acceleration of the planet's rotation. This causes magma to rush abruptly towards the Earth's surface. Lithospheric plates are destroyed by cavitation, microbursts of active gas-saturated magma. Just as the walls of vessels are fused by the bubbled blood of a diver, this process accelerates itself, affecting deeper and deeper layers of the mantle. That is why we are seeing ever more powerful and deep earthquakes and seismic swarms. The proof that this process is increasing and accelerating can be seen in the massive double-deep earthquake in Peru. Meanwhile, the expansion and intensification of the pressure on the crust due to the cavitation of the magma serves to intensify the erosion process. What does that mean for us? Soon, we will see eruptions and earthquakes of a magnitude that our civilization has never experienced before. The countdown of the clockwork mechanism of the magma bomb inside our planet has already started. Under the onslaught of a massive attack from the Earth's interior, the thinner oceanic crust is already giving up its position. The ocean has so far restrained this power, but eruptions are moving into the terrestrial phase. Tonga is vivid proof of this. It has the highest number of deep focus earthquakes, and the eruption of the Hunga Tonga, Hunga Hapai, volcano on 15 January 2022 alone affected 80% of the population of the surrounding region. If one volcano can do that, what can we expect from a massive eruption of terrestrial volcanoes? After all, already now, we observe their synchronization. The thicker continental crust is holding the line for now, but it won't last long. This threatens to bring on a volcanic winter and a new ice age. The magma's violent power has already awakened volcanoes that have been dormant for hundreds and thousands of years. Our planet is looking more and more like a minefield, where shells are beginning to detonate like a chain reaction. But an even greater threat is fraught with those volcanoes that have not yet woken up. Giants, such as Yellowstone, Campi Flegrei, Elbrus, Flach, Kikai, are called doomsday volcanoes because the eruption of any of them could lead to the extinction of all life on Earth. They have held back the power of the Earth's interior for a millennia, but now they are showing signs of activation. When the magma beneath these volcanoes reaches a critical point, the scale of the catastrophe is hard to imagine. Our planet is splitting apart, yet we are busy with something else. Endless problems of the consumerist format cover our eyes, not allowing us to see the main thing. We are deceived by data manipulation. Earthquake statistics are manipulated in the same way that temperature data is. Those who do this keep quiet, some for the money, and some, perhaps, not to scare people and spread panic, so that people live out their last days in peace.
Because it was so suffocating inside, I couldn't breathe.
People die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare. Oh, I'm pretty well fucked.
I fell through that hole. So that we go straight to the precipice with our eyes closed while someone knows but deliberately hides or is afraid to voice the truth. But we still have a chance. And so we just have to tell the truth. We will be able to withstand cataclysms if we unite our scientific potential. But in order for climate control to become our reality, it is important for scientists to unite in the common goal of keeping all of humanity alive. This is only possible in the creative society. Decide. The choice is yours. Your life is at stake.
It's a crime against humanity to suppress these facts about climatic disasters. You may ask, why are these facts suppressed? Why are they being hidden? To prolong a peaceful existence while the consumer society continues to consume each other and our planet? And I want to ask, why are we silenced? Do we think we will live more peacefully if we ignore the truth? We will, but not for long. By this attitude, by lying, by silencing the truth about climate crisis, we deprive ourselves of a chance for a future. Because then people see the truth about climate. They know it's our enemy. They know it's the last war of humanity. They will mobilize to confront it. No victory is possible without united and well-organized resistance. Now those people, those scientists who see what is happening to the climate and our planet, they understand how dangerous it is for us people, but they don't know how to solve it. And here is the answer to your question. Why do we need the creative society? To find a way to confront the climate. We need to bring together the efforts and funding of scientists around the world. They should have started working together yesterday to save people and the planet. But this will not happen in a consumer society. In a consumer society, the money which is allocated was disappearing and will continue to disappear in an unknown direction, or rather in the known, in someone's pocket. And seeing all this, it's hard to imagine how these collaborationists we were talking about earlier in the forum, what are they hoping for? Are they planning to pay a volcano or an earthquake with the money they get for falsificating data? Their actions are absurd because in a panic, they are trying to plug all the holes through which the truth leaks out. And their empire of lies is falling apart. In the meantime, millions of people are already losing their homes and are forced to seek shelter in other countries. People are fleeing for a better life. But in the consumer society, they become a commodity. You will learn more about the hardships of refugee life below.
What kind of torture did you face?
They used to burn us alive, to beat our mothers, sisters, children ruthlessly. They used to gang rape women and burn them alive after rape. We have come here to save the lives of our mothers and sisters.
The 21st century. What's wrong with us? Boundless cruelty, inhumanity have become the basis of our society. Nobody is sure of their safety. Today, military conflicts and climate disasters arise at any time, anywhere in the world. Nowadays, a refugee is a 100% prospect for every inhabitant of our planet. Do you know what it's like to be a refugee?
Here, in Kutupalong refugee camp, it's like a prison. So we've already lost our beautiful life. So will our children's future be ruined in the same way? Why did we come to Bangladesh? We've faced so brutal tortures. Why did we sue Myanmar authorities in the International Criminal Court? But still we are deprived of our legitimate rights. How long will last our grief as refugees? It's been 30 years since we became refugees. We have no future. What would be our children's future?
Yes, and actually now it seems that it has been more than 30 years. For 30 years we weren't able to live like human beings. There is no place in this world where we are able to live safely. Our lives in this refugee camp have become more miserable than that of prisoners. When people become prisoners, they are appointed a lawyer to escape from that. But we've been living here like prisoners for more than 30 years. And in the whole world, there is not a single lawyer for us. We want to escape from this awful prison. If the Bangladesh government wants, they can free us from this prison. We want to inform the whole world, all lawyers of the world. We don't want to lead a life of refugees anymore. We don't want to see our future generation as refugees. We would have committed suicide if we had known beforehand the misery of a refugee life.
Today, refugee camps are death camps and concentration camps. And this is the result of the work of the UN and other organizations meant to help refugees. These are the realities of the consumerist format of society in which we all live. It is the format of inhumanity, indifference to one another, extreme cruelty and irresponsibility for what is happening. No change of these or those representatives of power will improve the situation unless the conditions are changed. In order to change this situation, it is necessary to change the format of relations between people and society as a whole. We need the format in which the value of human life, its security and safety will be guaranteed for everyone. And humanity, mutual help and support will be the basis of interrelations between people. The only solution is to build a creative society. If nothing is changed now, tomorrow each of us will find ourselves in this concentration camp. And that's the best prospect for you as a refugee.
Condition there is terrible and so bad. The people living like each camp maybe 100 tent or more than it or under the 100. Between the one tent it is no space, safety space. Last visit for the camp I saw a lot of some children without shoes. under the snowing, and some children didn't care about the cold weather, and some father wake up all the night to protect the children from the cold, because not heater there, and hard to take heater for all the night because it is just tent and dangerous. So the problem, I think that all the NGO should focus about how improve the situation more than how give him help for 2 weeks and end. A lot of the NGO just provide and give him food kit, clothes, and we need it. But the problem it is why we every years in the winter have this problem. So just the NGO what doing? Keep everything, and every winter provide the same help. If the money collect from the 1 years and building home or houses for the people, you will not have this problem again. You can focus about another thing and building the economic there.
So why is the existence of these camps around the world beneficial? What prevents this issue from being solved once and for all? The answer is obvious. Refugees are a business, shady business, where the goods are people. You are a commodity. Refugees are easy prey. They will not be sought. No one needs them, neither the state from which they are fleeing, nor the host party. Refugees are a profitable business that makes a steady profit. They can be sold several times with minimal investment, earning a maximum income. A refugee is a commodity that is in constant demand for sex trade, cheap labor, and organ trade. Refugee camps are a source of both official and unofficial income for those who work in the camps themselves and to those who work for international organizations. It is impossible to stop this monstrous business in the consumerist format because there is an endless demand. State authorities are involved and there will always be reasons why people are forced to flee.
In this business, there are a lot of poachers, there are a lot of stalkers, there are a lot of hunters, and these people grab the thing. So the government is also aware about it. The customs are aware about it. The coastal guards are aware about it, like which boat is moving from where and to where. So from point A to point B, yes, it is a business. And everyone is involved again. Because of war thing, in most of the countries where people need some place to move around, there are many scammers who are in the market, who say that, okay, you pay me so much amount, I take your family safe and sound and well. If the scammer is a butcher, then you know the family is devastated. And you never know if the family is all together, because their intention is just to take the subject. So either the family is dead or something like that.
Human trafficking is an epidemic that is global, and it's not just a certain nationality or you come from a different region. We have heard of young girls as young as 8 years old being pregnant from these refugee camps. We have adults that have been missing part of these refugee camps, where people are picking them up by the van load and transferring them to somewhere else. And this is not going to stop anytime soon. As you look at these refugee camps and how people are coming in.
Refugee camp, it sounds very absurd, but understand this is how it works. The refugee camp doesn't have all the good-looking girls or all the good-looking boys. I'm emphasizing on boys and girls because the young boys are also in good demand. Understand this. So even the boys are not safe. The more white, the more better. The white skin is in demand in the flesh trade. I'm serious. The refugee camp kids, they are just like peanuts. The reason I compared them to peanuts is they are on the top filling. So it is just filled. If the batch is incomplete, okay, we fill some more. Take them from this refugee camp.
Hundreds of thousands of people die in military conflicts and millions become refugees. As long as society is based on the principle of divide and rule, as long as there is a constant struggle for resources, confrontation, and division of spheres of influence, no human will be safe.
Most of the organizations are suffering from the shrinkage of funds to support the refugees. Why? Also, the political issues play a role here. The duplicity. Deal with your political issue with each other, but there are refugees and IDPs here. They need shelter, they need food, they need the health care, they need a lot. And no, we are not interested there. The humanitarian work is being politicized now, literally.
Our country is involved in war for the 40 years, maybe 45 years, but no solving, it is not solved in a result. We are also human. We are also have the same dream to get education, to have all the facilities of life.
Politicians, they are creating armies so that they can kill people in order to get their own benefit. So when there is political stability and good governance, then people will not flee from the country. Here, there's also some refugees who come because of hunger, because of some economic issues. Not only they come because of like war, but even due to economic issues like drought.
A refugee is a human, fleeing from mortal danger, but death awaits him ahead.
The border now is like action movie. A lot of people can't cross because the army maybe catch him, maybe the army think him enemy and shoot him. And I saw a woman with the child killed near the border, just 10 meters, just trying to cross.
Today, the climate is forcing huge numbers of people to leave their countries. There is no place for these people anywhere in the consumer society, only in refugee camps, which are already overcrowded. But even there, they have no escape from the climate.
Due to climate change, we have to expect that in the next years and decades, really serious catastrophes with large movements of refugees can actually occur.
You know, we see people put in desperate positions in terms of, you know, through conflicts, through climate change, people that are displaced can no longer carry on their lives as they have been, and they find themselves in desperate situations, and as a result of that, there are people ready and willing to prey on those people in desperate situations, you know. And whether we are talking about migrant camps and people being targeted with promises of significant amounts of money for parting with organs, you know, body organs, or whether actually they're taken from a position where they're put into, offered a job, only to find out, you know, effectively it's almost like a labour camp. These things are absolutely happening.
It's going to have this vicious cycle, and we've been seeing it, and I think advocates in the human trafficking, the anti-trafficking field have started to talk a lot more about the really close intersections of human trafficking and climate change, because you can't, one is going to exacerbate the other.
We're doing a story for some project we're having of people that were affected by floods, and they lost their homes. And this mother is a single mother of 12 kids. So she was telling us how she had struggled to make a living with her status of being a single mother. And then after, out of nowhere, these floods came and took all her property, destroyed her house, and now she's homeless again. So she was telling us how she has always had suicidal ideations. This tells you how real climate change is impacting, negatively impacting not only the well-being, but also the physical and mental well-being of the person, of the people that are affected. And then the second, of course, which is more obvious, is loss and damage. These people had their property, their homes, and then now floods come, landslides come. They're taking away all this property.
The situation with refugees clearly reflects the essence of our society today. In the consumer society, no one wants to solve other people's problems. Everyone is focused on themselves. Hypocrisy and hatred are everywhere. We literally devour each other. No problem can ever be solved in the consumerist format. Such a society has no perspective. It's a dead-end society and it's doomed. There are modern concentration camps, refugee camps, in the various parts of the world. Some of them have existed for over 70 years. Generations of people become eternal prisoners in these concentration camps. The solution to this issue has become impossible because refugees are a lucrative billion-dollar tax-free business. For the consumerist format of society, people are commodity. Funds earmarked for refugees are pocketed, and the result is tarpaulin tents in the freezing cold instead of normal living conditions. Electric heaters without electricity, buckets of ice-cold water outside instead of normal showers. Refugees are people trapped between states without rights or protection. They become easy prey for traffickers. Children are in demand at organ market and as sex slaves. This is why no one will do anything to help people. Because a refugee camp is as lucrative as an oil rig, only it's not black gold that it's being pumped, it's human life. The situation with climate and constant military conflicts will lead to the fact that all of us will become refugees. And what will happen? We will enter concentration camps, where we'll gobble each other up for a sip of water and a piece of bread. If we don't change the consumerist format, that will happen. And it won't happen in decades, it will happen in the coming years. Everyone who remains alive will be caught in this meat grinder.
Now you may ask, how does it affect me? Why show such horrors? Why do I need this information? It concerns you directly. Imagine if your child, your little girl or boy suddenly has to displace somewhere without you. It's scary even to think about it, isn't it? In times of global climate disasters, the migration of large numbers of people is inevitable. And if we don't change the format, the market for human trafficking and human organs will be constantly replenished. Violence dominates everywhere because the consumer promote itself is the cause of violence. But it shouldn't be like this in a normal society. The fact that we behave worse than beasts is a sign of the deep degradation of society. It's really scary. And it's a consequence of the consumer format. Now imagine that we enter our near future as a society of degenerates. So you ask, what can I do now? Right now, our biggest problem is that people are divided, most are divided. There is no unifying idea, or only hatred. But everybody wants to live. Isn't it a unifying idea? Nobody wants their house blown up or destroyed by an earthquake. Nobody wants to find himself in a war zone. We are people, we are human beings, and we all want to live. Isn't that a unifying idea? And if we really want it, we have to hurry. We have a ready model, the creative society. It's a just and safe society. Do you think your child's life is worth the effort to bring people together now? I have decided for myself that my children's lives are worth it for me to take this last chance. And now I want to pass the floor to Vesa Solange.
I'm from Angola, but I'm currently living in South Africa. And in South Africa, one of the biggest cries is about children, women, and men disappearing daily without any explanation. The crisis of human trafficking is increasing more and more every day. Authorities don't seem to be doing anything about it. You open the newspaper, you switch on the news, and you don't even hear anymore about the thousands of people going missing daily. There are people all over the world right now that have been either taken from their home or they were taken as they were on their way to school or even to work. And it seems like no one is paying attention to those people. Human trafficking is destabilizing homes. Human trafficking is yet another cruel way of taking away the value in human lives. And this is affecting society in such a way that people are feeling so helpless that they are pretending that it is not happening. And we truly need to stop pretending, stop closing our eyes and opening our eyes to the truth. If we feel like the people that are meant to protect us are not protecting us anymore, that it is our responsibility to protect each other, to watch out for each other. A lot of the times, the only reason that evil is so bold is because it knows that no one from the good side is going to try to do anything. That is where the watching out for each other comes in such an important way. It is so sad to live constantly in fear when you see a family member leaving the house, not knowing if they are going to be able to return safely, and not knowing if they don't return, who truly is going to help you. If we do not want to live in a society filled with fear, we are the ones that need to come together and start implementing these changes. We need to report, we need to rally together, and we need to make sure that more lives are not destroyed through human trafficking. It is very easy to blame governments. It is very easy to blame big companies that are gaining monetarily from all of that. But that would not be possible if we did not contribute to that. That would not be possible if we decided to take a stand and say, I will not be a part of this anymore. And that is my message for everyone that is watching right now, is that the change has to come from within. We have to start looking at each other as brothers brothers and sisters again, independently of the color of our skin, of our nationality, of our beliefs, of our religions. We have to understand that the only way that this world still has a chance of changing is if we come together and we start working towards each other. I truly believe that it is possible to have a society that puts value in human life. Human beings, the value of a human life keeps decreasing every day. The value of a human life today is based on what they can do for somebody else, how much they earn, and what you can get out of them. I also want to urge everyone in reminding that it is our responsibility to seek for the truth. And this is one of the things that I appreciate and I respect the most about Creative Society. In my opinion, Creative Society comes as a solution, first of all, by bringing the correct information to the people. A person cannot change unless they have the tools to change. The first tool of change is information. The second tool of change is strength in numbers. The only reason that I will join something, an organization, an ideal like Creative Society, is if I believe in what is being told. And Creative Society has been standing with the truth from the very beginning. So for me, it's joining, being a part, bringing the correct information onto the platforms, and then together using the collective mind in order to be able to bring these solutions. There are way too many problems in the world for us to be able to solve it as individuals. We all know that by now. But let's say that Creative Society brings together the greatest minds in the world, your greatest scientist, your greatest researcher. Let's say the Creative Society, with its right information, is able to bring back the notion of I am because you are through people from all over the world. All of a sudden, you have people that have the power to change a system that all have the same ideal. And this ideal comes from one source, which is Creative Society. And that is how I truly believe that solution will come about.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vesa, for sharing. I absolutely agree that today Creative Society is our only solution. And from this, I have a question for everyone that's watching us right now. Do you believe that if we continue to exist in the current consumerist society, do you believe that we have a future? There is no doubt that every single person thinks about where this world is headed and understands that something needs to change. The time has come to stop pretending. It's time to stop lying to ourselves, and it's time to unite and solve all our problems together so that we can look in the mirror and know that we did everything to change this consumerist format of our society into the creative society and win the last war against climate. Plus, we have technologies today that will help save people's lives. Let's take a look at the next video so you can see for yourself.
Millions of people around the world die waiting for their turn to get an organ transplant. In China alone, 1.5 million people are on the waiting list. In the US, about 17 people a day die waiting for a donor. And to get a new kidney, a much in demand organ, one has to wait from 3 to 5 years. In India, only 3% of those in need receive it. Tell me, what will you do if you or your loved ones need an organ transplant? Are you sure you'll live long enough to get your turn? Here are the barbaric methods that are used to solve this problem in today's consumer society. Every hour,
a kidney is being sold on the black market. Children are dismantled for spare parts like a construction set in order to earn up to 1 million euros on organs. Are you unworried today when your child is outside? Teenage girls are forced to bear children on human farms in order to sell them. There are kidney villages all over the world where each resident has already sold one kidney. Parents are forced to sell some of their children in order to feed the others. Organ theft can occur even during a surgery, and the person does not suspect that he woke up without a healthy organ. This is despite the fact that there is already an effective solution that can save lives of these people. Today, the technology of 3D printing of organs is rapidly developing. The following organs are successfully transplanted: bladder, cartilage tissue, printed cornea, pancreas, blood vessels. In a development stage, kidneys, skin, heart, liver, lungs, stomach. A 3D bioprinter has already become part of the scientific equipment on the ISS. What was once a plot for a science fiction novel is now advancing our scientific research, says Taylor Crouch, Organovo Holdings Incorporated. 3D bioprinting will save millions of lives through timely transplantation, will reduce mortality from chronic and age-related diseases, will end clinical trials of drugs on humans, including children. The black market of human organs and the sale of people for organs will disappear forever as a monstrous phenomenon of the consumerist format of society. These technologies will literally not only save, but also protect the lives of millions of people. The advantages of this technology: printed organs are cheaper than donor organs. They are printed from the patient's own cells and are not rejected by the immune system. A printed bladder was successfully transplanted over 20 years ago. But has this technology come to your hospital? Is it available to everyone in need in your city? In the consumerist format of society, there's always something more important than our lives. There is no way to solve this problem in a consumer society because organ transplantation is a profitable multi-billion-dollar business, a business built on the health and lives of people. In the consumer society, it is much more profitable that you suffer and die. The most monstrous thing is that we have agreed with this. Today, everyone needs to make a decision in which society he wants to live. What kind of society will our children live in? In a society where, instead of saving your life, you'll be a number on a waiting list for those sentenced to death, hoping for your salvation at the cost of the health or life of another person. In a society where you will be dismantled for parts for someone else's benefit. Or you will build the creative society where advanced technologies ensure the protection of your life and the lives of your children. The society where there will be nothing more valuable than human life, your life. The choice is yours.
It just doesn't make sense. People are sold like cattle. Billions of dollars are made from human trafficking in human organs. Children are being dismembered for parts. Trillions of dollars are spent killing people instead of funding breakthrough technologies to save lives. Have we all lost our minds? Have business and money made us also blind, deaf, and inhumane? Made us helpless, consumer format invalids who tolerate any kind of abuse? Just think about it. There is a market for people in our civilized society today. Are you a commodity? Is your child a commodity? If not, why does such a market exist? Are you sure that you and your loved ones are immune from such a fate in this animal society? The consumer format today will offer you either the role of a butcher or a sheep. Exactly a sheep that will go under the knife itself. But what are you? A trembling creature or a human being? Stop living in a stall and bleating when the perverted consumerist format tears apart all living things. You are a human being. You deserve to live a human life. And what does that mean? It means, first and foremost, a guarantee of the value of your life. Creative society is the only format that guarantees the safety and protection of every person's life. And today, each of us makes a choice of the future for ourselves and our children. The choice between the creative and consumer format. The choice between life and death.
Thank you so much, Dusan. Yes, indeed, it's a question of life and death. And to start acting towards life is so simple. Simply write a comment under this video, put thumbs up, take this link and post it on your Facebook page, on your Twitter account. Record a video feedback about it, post it on your Instagram and TikTok. Follow Creative Society. And please go to our website, creativesociety.com, write us a letter, send us your video feedback, and let's take action together. The first step is yours. And now I would like to introduce to you a person who already made a tremendous step towards building the better future by exposing the consumerist format. It's Mr. John Perkins, best-selling author and international speaker. He is an activist who's best known for his unique, amazing book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, about highly paid professionals who cheat countries around the globe out of trillions of dollars. It shows the consumerist format in which we all live, a system of corporatocracy and greed. Please, Mr. Perkins, the floor is yours.
It's great to be with you guys. I feel very privileged to be on your show. Thank you. The military one, enslavement by military, has been pretty prominent throughout a lot of human history, at least the last 2,000 or 3,000 years of human history. But after World War II, and especially for the United States, after our defeat in Vietnam, there came the realization that the military wasn't necessarily our best option. So debt became the real driving force. And this is when I stepped into the scene as an economic hitman. My real title was chief economist. And, you know, my job was really to identify countries that had resources our corporations want, like oil or many other resources. Today there's a lot around lithium and cobalt and sort of high-tech industry minerals. But anyway, we'd identify such a country and arrange a huge loan for that country from the World Bank or one of its sister organizations. But the money didn't actually go to the country. It went to our own corporations, the infrastructure projects in that country. And these were projects like industrial parks and electrical systems, highways and ports and airports and so on. Big infrastructure projects that made huge profits for our own corporations, first of all, and also helped a few wealthy families in these countries. The families that own the industry, that own the banks, the commercial centers, they benefited from better electrical service and bigger ports and highways. But the majority of the people suffered, actually, because money was diverted from health, education, and other social services to pay off the debt on these loans. And in the end, the country couldn't pay off the loans usually, and so we go back in through the IMF and arrange to refinance, but that always meant that the country had to sell its resources real cheap to our corporations without environmental or social restrictions, maybe vote with us at the United Nations, allow us to build a military base on their soil. And so that was the way that we really enslaved these countries with debt. And we're very successful at it. A great example that I cited in my book is Colombia, a country where I've spent a lot of time. I had an office in Colombia, and we've supported a police force in Colombia and military training of Colombian soldiers for years, and with the excuse that what we're doing is training them to fight FARC, the narco traffickers that are sending narcotics, they're sending cocaine primarily into the United States. The fact of the matter, many of these troops are actually being used to protect U.S. corporations, oil companies, and other companies that are threatened by they may be threatened by terrorists, but in a way, some of the threats are truly legitimate from the standpoint of the people, because you build a huge hydroelectric site on a river, and you do an awful lot of damage for the people who live upstream and downstream of the dam, of the local campesinos, the local farmers, and you provide electricity to the very wealthy in the big cities, to their industries. And the local people don't even get electricity. They see these huge transmission lines going over their properties. So we use this excuse of militarization to fight terrorism or to protect ourselves from some perceived enemy. But often the real reason for doing this is to establish ourselves as a power in these countries and protect our own businesses. The debt that these countries take on has to be paid somehow. And it's usually paid by cheating the majority of the people in the country. So money is taken from education and healthcare and other social services to pay off the interest on the debt. And then a second thing that happens is when the debt can't be paid, which is intentional, really, we try to set up these loans. By we, I mean whoever is running the system that I call the economic hitmen. We set up these loans in a way that they almost can't be paid off. And the collateral on the loans is the resource that's still in the ground, oil, lithium, whatever it happens to be. And so at some point, we go in and say, hey, since you can't pay your debts, we want access to your oil and your lithium. And at that point, we could often create tremendous damage to local environments and to local systems. So people in areas that are being drilled for oil or mined or where pipelines run through are terribly damaged by this. And ultimately, the entire country is damaged. And this is a global economic system that's consuming itself into extinction. It's a very destructive system. It's based on the goal of maximizing short-term profits, regardless of the social and environmental costs. I did this for many years because I thought I was doing the right thing. I learned in business school, the World Bank and all these institutions promote the idea that when you invest, when you give all these loans to a country and you invest in infrastructure, the economy grows, the country prospers. And we can show statistically that that happens because we measure growth and prosperity by gross domestic product, GDP. In the United States, there's 3 individuals that have as much wealth as half the country of the United States. So you can just do a back of the envelope calculations, and it shows that if those 3 individuals made 10% on their assets last year, and half the country lost 3%, and the rest of the country, the other half, just stayed the same, you would show a growth of almost 4% in GDP. It would look as though the whole country prospered. But in fact, only 3 individuals prospered. Everybody else either remained the same or was worse off. And if that's true in a country where 3 individuals own as much wealth as half the country, what do you think about many of the countries in Africa and Latin America and elsewhere where 3 individuals own as much wealth as 90% of the population or 95%? And so it's a system that's skewed. The measurements are skewed in favor of the wealthy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perkins, for an honest look and all the details on how the consumerist format is destroying our well-being, leading to the enrichment of a few at the cost of poverty of millions. This is the way of our enslavement and self-destructions, and we are on this path today. The only way out is to change the format from the consumerist, where money is the highest value, to a creative format where human life is the highest value. Let's hear more details about how exactly we can do it from our next speaker, Dr. Robert Kennedy.
Well, I certainly would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak. It's a great honor and a privilege to join such a distinguished group. What I'd like to talk about today is something that I think most of you are very well acquainted with, and that is problems that we confront as we live in these very difficult and traumatic times. We confront challenges that grow each day, challenges which not only threaten our well-being, but perhaps the very existence of this planet. Unfortunately, I would say so far our responses to many of these challenges have been characterized by denial, confusion, dissension, and delay, often driven not only by ignorance, but by greed or national agendas at odds with the broader needs of our citizens and the greater international community. In the short time that I have, permit me to mention 2 challenges that I think also need to be addressed, along with the many others that you will be addressing in this program or have addressed in this program already. First, I'd like to mention the continued proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Despite the fact that we have treaties such as the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and the Chemical Weapons and Biological Conventions, which include nearly all nations, several states today remain outside of these treaties and are known to have or are developing nuclear or other weapons of mass destruction. And we know terrorist groups are seeking fissile materials and other components needed in the production of such weapons. Furthermore, one of the principal parties to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons has recently threatened to use nuclear weapons and is suspected of having used or is preparing to use chemical weapons in its unprovoked invasion of another country. Thus, the prospects, in my view, of a deliberate use of weapons of mass destruction or a use arising from escalating tensions and miscalculation are a very real and present danger, with massive casualties and long-term effects on the planet that cannot easily be measured. However, it is within our grasp to alter the current trajectories that limit human potential and threaten our existence. We must guarantee that the consequences of any use of nuclear, chemical, biological, or radiological weapons are so odious that no state would dare to do so. We also must redouble our efforts to further reduce the numbers and availability of such weapons and reinvest our scientific potential in technologies that will advance humanity. The second thing I'd like to mention is income inequality, both within and among nations. Just 1.1% of the global population hold nearly half of the world's wealth. Over 55% of the world's population hold only 1.3% of total global wealth. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the gap is growing between the rich, super rich, and the rest of human society. Moreover, COVID has exacerbated the problem. 2020 marked the steepest increase on record of the global billionaires' share of the wealth. Such inequality not only breeds contempt, but also discontent among the poorest people and nations, and gives rise to conflicts within and among nations. Sadly, it also has a significantly adverse effect on economic growth that is so essential to the betterment of mankind. It is true that over the last 4 decades, extreme poverty has been significantly reduced in some parts of the world. The world economy has been growing. For many peoples and countries around the world, increased productivity has significantly reduced poverty. But many, unfortunately, remain impoverished. As Max Rosen and Esteban Ortiz Ospina noted in their article on global extreme poverty, to quote them, "Global poverty is one of the worst problems the world faces. Too many people often go hungry, suffer from poor health, lack basic medical care, have less access to education and vital services, and regularly have no light at night. Each day, 25,000 people, including more than 10,000 children, die from hunger and related causes. Some 854 million people worldwide are estimated to be undernourished, and high food prices resulting from climate change and unwarranted wars may drive another 100 million into poverty and hunger. Addressing income inequality both within and between nations may be even more difficult than dealing with the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, because it is often driven by greed. Wealth, in and of itself, is not a bad thing. Excess capital often is reinvested in the economy and provides jobs, as well as seed corn for technological innovations that improve the human existence. However, the conspicuous accumulation of wealth in excess of need often has deleterious impacts on humanity. Those who have a lot of money make a lot of money with it. Money makes money. As a result, most of the money flows to the top of the financial pyramid and is concentrated in a few, who often are much less interested in improving the lives of the poorer segments of society, which they frequently view with disdain, than accumulating more wealth to themselves. This is what we call greed. Does anyone really need a 400,000 square foot home? That's right, 400,000 square feet. A home owned by a tycoon in Mumbai, India. And he is not alone among those who own homes that are over 100,000 square feet. Who needs a 590-foot mega yacht? You can buy one today from the Emir of Abu Dhabi. Or maybe you can make an offer to Russian billionaire Alshir Usmanov for his 500-plus foot yacht. And again, those people are not alone among those who own such mega yachts. It is sometimes argued that the building of such homes and mega yachts have a positive economic impact. But does that money trickle down to those in need? The answer if you look around the globe, seems self-evident. In today's society, the rich get richer and the others become relatively poor. The gap between the rich and the poor is growing in leaps and bounds. The price of this is the lives of billions of people who, given better health and education, would contribute greatly to improving the human condition. This inequity, ladies and gentlemen, must not stand. Can it be changed? Not easily. Money talks. Money not only buys mega yachts and mega homes, it buys autocrats and democrats. The latter, often through legally authorized massive donations in support of campaigns, which then get those people elected to office. And of course, while those people once elected will adamantly deny it, it strongly influences their decisions, which favor their wealthy contributors and not necessarily the general public. On the other hand, autocrats are bought directly and indirectly through corrupt practices. How else would the likes of Vladimir Putin acquire an estimated $200 billion? Such money provides autocrats with funds to pay off those who keep them in power, the oligarchs, the internal security forces, the military, as well as fund their means of repression and or buy off the public. What else would an autocrat do with $200 billion? So what can be done? We need to work toward a major change in the way we view peoples and societies. The world won't change on its own. Among what needs to be done, big money needs to be reined in. We need to respect other peoples and cultures and views that they offer that differ from our own. We don't have to agree with those points of view, but we should respect those points of view while articulating our own. We need to limit armaments and be willing to confront unwarranted, unprovoked aggression. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we need to move beyond the narrow definition of the individual and national self-interest and think creatively about how to solve the pressing problems that threaten our future and the future of the planet. We need a more creative society. And again, thank you very much for inviting me to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Kennedy, for raising these important topics. It is unimaginable that 3/1000 of a world's population hold most of the world's wealth. Oh, this has serious repercussions on our society and has to change. Let's watch a video showing the solution.
Did you know that almost all of the planet's resources are concentrated in the hands of a small group of people? Today, only 1% of people own more wealth than the rest 99% of the world's population. And the trend is that this world's wealth is flowing into the hands of this 1% at a great speed. Since 2020, the wealth of the world's 10 richest men has more than doubled. Their wealth during the pandemic increased at a rate of $15,000 per second, or $1.3 billion a day. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the population was only becoming poorer. The number of beggars living on less than $2 a day has increased by 160 million. According to WHO, every day, more than 25,000 people die of hunger and more than 5,000 die of lack of water and unsanitary conditions. At the same time, 1% of people who own the world's corporations, banks, and stock exchanges have a tremendous amount of money on their accounts as a debt load, which would be enough to solve not only the problems of hunger, lack of water and food, but all the material problems of humankind in general. Why did this happen? And why is this situation only getting worse every year? The reason is a consumerist format of our economy, which is based on unlimited accumulation of private wealth or capitals. The world economy is growing due to the growth of huge corporations owned by individuals in our world. These global corporations become like monopolies, killing and taking over national small and medium-sized businesses. And the more capital is in their hands of a few, the faster they get richer and the faster billions of people are becoming poorer. Growing like a huge octopus, world corporations and their owners influence national governments. They lobby their interests, promoting their business, getting cheap labor, buying up natural resources for peanuts, and destroying the environment. We as a society have long had no control over what is going on. Even governments are no longer in control, falling under the power of interests of a few. Poverty, hunger, and inequality are not the worst of what this unlimited enrichment leads to. By getting unlimited wealth in their hands, they gain unlimited power. This becomes the cause of military conflicts. After all, wars are not started by ordinary people. The cause of wars is a competition of big capitals for spheres of influence, resources, and markets. World military expenditures over the last 20 years amounted to $35.5 trillion. While millions of us die in these wars, the few simply earn huge capital on that. In the consumerist format, wars have always been and remain a profitable business. This format is so inhumane that human lives have become just a means to make money. It's just business, nothing personal. And each of us understands that this is not normal. It is monstrous. No one wants to live in a world where their life is worthless, where there is no stability and security, where we have to survive but not live. Today, we're all hostages to the conditions of the consumerist format because we are all divided, silent, and inactive. In order to change this, it is necessary to change the format itself, that is, to build a creative society. A society where the life of every human and the provision of their needs come first rather than the interests of the 1% of people. However, we can only build creative society if we unite. And our key step to change this inhumane economic system is to limit wealth. That is, we will set wealth thresholds. And as the entire society, we will determine that limit. This will make the endless race for enrichment pointless. This will bring the economy back to its normal purpose of providing everyone with decent incomes and all the necessary goods and services anywhere in the world. Limitation of wealth will help us to redirect funds which are now kept in the accounts of a few individuals towards solving real problems of humanity and development of society. This does not mean that if a person has earned a certain amount of money, he no longer has the right to work. He has. But the super profits will be allocated to the needs of society. It will be prestigious to benefit society by developing one's own business, directing super incomes into the development of urban infrastructure, education projects, healthcare, technology, and science. By limiting wealth, we protect ourselves from usurpation of power, from the influence of corporation on production, finance, mass media, new technologies, as well as other key spheres of society. And this will benefit everyone, ordinary people, entrepreneurs, and even those who now own large capitals. Businessmen will be able to live without fear that some laws might be passed that will destroy their businesses. They will no longer be afraid of their business being taken away by global corporations. And they will simply stop worrying for their lives and the lives of their families. limitation of wealth will free up funds to help implement the creative society concept.
Dear viewers, our current economic system is a theater of the absurd. It gave birth to a myriad of problems in the world: poverty, hunger, slavery, violence, and war, as nothing can stop the race to maximize profit. In this consumerist format, our life is worthless. It has become merely a means to make money. It seems that the richest 1% in the world that have corporations, wealth, and power live well. But this is just as much an illusion. After all, the more money a person has, the less real freedom and the more problems he has. Why would you need a yacht worth billions of dollars or a huge mansion if you can't even feel secure there? After all, the more wealth you have, the more security you need. And in spite of it, you can't be sure if you're really secure, as you could be betrayed at any moment, and this would cost you your life. So what's the point of such wealth? Just to create a golden cage for yourself in which you suffocate in fear for your own life? To create pictures for others to envy? Or to be looked at like an exotic animal in a zoo to be admired? And here is the absurdity of our play of the consumerist format. We are all slaves. Some people who do not have money starve to death. Others, trying to earn it, barely have time to live. And others who already have wealth, sitting in their golden cages, are afraid to get out of them. Now let's look at the numbers. To end world hunger forever, sustainably, we need an additional $33 billion per year for the next 10 years. To provide social protection through child benefits, maternity allowances, disability leaving allowances, and retirement pensions in all developing countries, we need an additional $484 billion per year. To ensure universal health coverage in all developing countries, that is for 6.6 billion people, we need an additional $707 billion per year. So that's a total of $1.2 trillion per year, which we apparently cannot afford. And now the other side. We currently spend $571 billion per year to finance very profitable green businesses under the pretext of reducing CO2 emissions. We have spent on average $1.8 trillion per year in the last 2 decades on wars. So we are spending 2 times more money, $2.3 trillion per year, to increase the wealth of a few and also kill each other, instead of solving our problems. How absurd can this be? And at the same time, there are at least 300,000 people in the world with a wealth exceeding $30 million. They are called ultra high net worth individuals. Their total wealth amounts to at least $35 trillion. So it turns out that we have more than enough money to solve every problem on the planet. But we're not doing this. Because large capitals have long-run governments and dictated their terms and conditions. To increase profits, corporations use child labor, slave labor, and destroy the environment. And the worst of all, they are the driving force behind wars. The consumerist format and this economic system have long been deadly for us. But the few wealthy individuals are not able to stop this deadly race. They're hostages of it. Only we, together as a society, can stop it. And the key step to do this is to limit wealth. To what amount? Let society decide. The limit must be determined by us, by the entire society. So how could this work? Excess wealth would be distributed for public projects around the world. Wealth owners would be able to choose and participate in these projects, coordinate and practically implement them. Instead of a golden cage and an endless pursuit for fantastic wealth, they would feel free and comfortable everywhere. Moreover, people would be grateful to them as they would be improving the life of everyone. This is another world, a humane, peaceful, healthy, secure world, a creative society where human life is the highest value. Limiting wealth will help create a healthy economy. This means, above all, price stability, optimal use of resources throughout the planet, a convenient world currency, a stable financial system that supports the real economy, healthy and fair competition leading to improved goods and services. However, the cornerstone of the creative society is the absence of power. All its institutions and mechanisms are completely transparent and controlled directly by the people themselves. So is it possible to build such a creative society from an economic point of view? Yes, it is possible. And money is not a problem. We have more than enough for this. We can clearly see that building such a society is not at all expensive. In fact, it is cheaper than this inhumane and unprofitable system for us. We must stop this nonsense as soon as possible and limit wealth. This is the only real solution to our most pressing problems. And then thrive as human beings, as one humanity in a creative society.
Thank you, Christian. Indeed, money is not a problem. The problem is how we spend it. But the even bigger problem is that in a consumer society, people are only willing to donate or invest in something that will benefit them directly. Most people cannot even wrap their heads around the concept that something can be done for the mutual benefit of all people from the purest intentions, like a project creative society. If something is too good to be true, we question the motives and assume that someone is behind and pulling on the strings. Some people even say that the project creative society is sponsored. No, no one is sponsoring us. Please, if you would like to sponsor, we will not turn you down. But so far, we are pulling this off on our own dime, time, and effort. The reality is that today's sponsors are ready to fight grasshoppers, develop protection against cow farts, any nonsense whatsoever. What is dictated to them by the world's most powerful? They are not helping humanity. Sponsors support charitable and nonprofit events that benefits them. Somebody hosts them, someone donates, and somebody stashes money away. Those are all circus acts to deal with their own problems. All big-name charities have hidden agendas and are very profitable. What if you did something just because, from the heart,
without expecting any benefit. Let us be brutally honest here. True humanity and service are deemed strange in a consumer society where profits and personal gain are the only things that matter and make sense. Could a rich person stay rich simply by donating money from the heart? No, of course not. That would mean he would remain poor. Please, the richer a person becomes, the more he is forced to save every penny. Otherwise, someone will overtake him and become richer. When the goal is to be admired, to be envied, it is an endless race that no one wins. Let's return to creative society. Of course, there are good people who help the project, but those are only a few, and those who really understand it deeply and are actively participating. As you can see, we are not elite of the world. We are just regular people with families, kids, jobs, and personal responsibilities. Does everyone want to help? From the soul, of course. When a person sincerely helps, that is cool. That is human. And this is an honor. The real hero is the one who edits a video in the bomb shelter under shilling to explain to people the realities of consumer society and that we have only one way out. The Creative Society project now has no sponsors, but they are participants who seek to protect and save all of the humanity. What they do for all mankind is priceless, heroic, and selfless.
Friends, we've reached one of our goals. Mainstream media started talking about the Creative Society. After months of investigation, the BBC published a lengthy article about the project and our two previous global crisis conferences. Although things did not come about exactly as we thought, completely ignoring the fact that we've been talking about the dangers of climate change for many years, which was unsurprisingly the main topic of both conferences mentioned in the article, and the main reason we are all gathered here today, the BBC labeled us as climate deniers. Regardless, we are thankful to the BBC for promoting the Creative Society and bringing people's attention to our events. We understand that the main reason for publishing this article was to fulfill someone's order to discredit the Creative Society for exposing the truth. We would not get any coverage otherwise. And here we are. The reporter who wrote the article, a pleasant and smart man, starts digging up facts all over the internet. He's a pleasant and smart man who understands and knows, but is forced to write nasty things because he was told to do so. Did we step on someone's toes? Well, of course we know it's the CO2, but we don't care about the CO2. You know, since there's already a backlash, if everything they said was true, and the money wasn't embezzled and spent on corrupt reporters, but on solving the problem, and there would have been results, no one would have paid attention to our words. But here they got scared, because we started to tell the truth. We're not doing it to expose someone as a liar or a thief. We started telling the truth because we are human beings and we want to live. Calling things by their proper names to draw attention to the problem that concerns everyone. We're all human beings. Clearly, the reporters were ordered to write about us, and they did the best they could. But they are also human beings. And what we are saying concerns them, their superiors, those who gave the order, their relatives and friends, everyone. This is the consumerist format in its glory. We raise the most crucial topics, saying that we must unite to overcome the impending global cataclysms. And all they're worried about is not being able to steal money. We have also met such scientists. At first, they tell us, oh, you're doing a good thing. I support you. And then backtrack, scared to lose their titles and grants. I was deceived. I didn't say that. That is the problem. But we are not idiots either. 40 years of funding from our pockets, trillions of dollars, we could have built an entire state. Instead, unfortunately, we were and are paying for a house that no one was going to build. We're not saying that the CO2 is not increasing. We're not disputing this fact. But it's ridiculous to assert that 10,000s of man-made CO2 change anything. All while there are stronger greenhouse gases, the CO2 clan says that the CO2 is the only parameter we can affect, so don't get distracted by the insignificant details. Friends, a bit more time lost playing this game, spreading the same propaganda, and our planet will become like Mars. Just look at the progression of climatic disasters of the past 10 years. Yet, they still think they'll be able to stop this by winning the info war. We are being ridiculed for believing in aliens. We do not deny their existence. If someone denies this, well, can they prove otherwise and that there's only one planet with life in all the galaxies? Well, isn't that a little presumptuous? Well, writing a couple of disgraceful paragraphs about Igor Mikhailovich Danilov did not help them strengthen their story. It did, however, show everyone else that only money is sacred to them. We understand why they are so worried, as some serious money is at stake. But we are not claiming their money. We are just saying that we are people, and we want to live. Since we are not concerned about our reputation or income, we sincerely thank the BBC for the great PR. Thanks to that, many people of all religions and cultures have joined the Creative Society, because we are telling the truth. Luckily, there are journalists who are not afraid of telling the truth and are doing so. Next, we have Mark Morano, Executive Director and Chief Correspondent of ClimateDepot.com. For 20 years, he has been investigating the topic of climate. Mark is the award-winning producer, writer, and the host of the Climate Hustle documentary. The film was shown in 400 theaters in the United States. He interviewed many scientists, conducted a journalistic investigation, and found that the CO2 is not the cause of climate change, and that it is pure manipulation, a tool in the hands of politicians, and in particular, the notorious Green Deal, which eventually leads to the destruction of the economy and stable energy carriers. Mark, the floor is yours.
Happy to be here today. Just first of all, by way of introduction, my name is Mark Morano, and I've been working on this issue since the early 2000s. I've been made environmental issues in my passion, so I'm here to try to present a realistic realism view without the hysteria of man-made global warming. Summations for the public. Climate change is governed by hundreds of factors, variables. The idea that we can manage it by selecting at the margins one politically selected factor, carbon dioxide, is as misguided as it gets. It's scientific nonsense. This is UK scientist Philip Stott, who was in the first film, Climate Hustle. And this explains it, because it's not about it's CO2 is going up, we're all doing. No, CO2 is counteracted by literally hundreds of other factors. Even the climate activists, scientists admit this. Another study actually started with 10,000 plus scientists survey, whittled it down to 77 anonymous scientists. We don't know their names, their affiliations, their views. They asked them two questions that many climate skeptical scientists would agree with, and that came up to the vaunted 97%. Keep in mind, 97% of scientists in this instance wasn't even 97 scientists. It was 77 anonymous scientists. 1 billion people don't have running water and electricity, estimated, and the United Nations is doing everything possible through the Climate Fund and through repressing fossil fuel projects to keep them poor. In fact, I interviewed a South African development activist. This is at one of the UN climate summits when they had it in Durban, South Africa. They're always in nice exotic locations. And he said that the United Nations is going to pay the governments of the world who are best able, those governments will get the most climate funds who are best able to keep their citizens locked in poverty. One has to free oneself from the illusion that international climate policy is environmental policy. It has almost nothing to do with environmental policy. Gee, why don't you tell that to Greta and all the high school kids and school kids skipping class, that this is all bull bleep? This is what the UN's real agenda is. This is shocking. Should everyone have their own personal carbon quota? Calls grow for emission allowances. Fight climate change with every swipe. A new debit card monitors your personal sustainability score. New monitoring card enables tracking of carbon footprint on every purchase. MasterCard and the United Nations have joined forces. The World Economic Forum loves this because this card will monitor and cut off your spending when you hit your carbon dioxide max. Climate lockdowns. The Net Zero report urges behavioral changes to fight climate. A, quote, shift away from private car use, upper speed limits, and thermostat controls, limits on hot water. Does this sound like a world you want to live in? It's choosing deprivation for yourself. UK-funded report, Absolute Zero urge climate aversion to climate lockdown. Stop flying, no new roads, airport closures, stop eating beef, lamb, stop doing anything that causes emissions. And here's the kicker. Regulate carbon dioxide. Humans, we inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. Regulate CO2 similar to asbestos. British Medical Journal calls for meat and dairy hikes to fight climate change. Meat consumption in North America must fall 80%, substantially fewer journeys by car. You're hammering people. This is what the climate goal is. Force them at home, force them to essential travel, make meat, hamburger, steaks so high they'll have to eat the fake processed meat that they've been cranking out. Canadian Magazine, shift away from relying on private vehicles entirely. This is the UK transport minister. Owning a car is outdated 20th century thinking. We must move to shared mobility to cut carbon emissions. Electric vehicles won't save us. We need to get rid of cars completely. New York Times tells us critical thinking can only lead to misinformation. You think, I want to think for myself. No, that's a rabbit hole of misinformation. Forget critical thinking. It's not helping, because we're getting misinformation. Forbes magazine, you must not do your own research when it comes to science. Just trust the experts. The United Nations, trust them. They'll tell you what the deal is. Don't question authority. We're not like that anymore. We just need to be obedient. Slate magazine, it's time to give up on facts. If all the other stuff I mentioned fails, then just give up on the facts. At least do it temporarily. How about 2 weeks to give up on facts? They say lay them down temporarily because of a more useful weapon. Emotion. It's hard to imagine a better control lever than carbon dioxide to essentially control society. You're trying to control everything from your transportation, how you live, what you eat, how you fly, your mobility, down to every last detail. So I welcome you to do continued open research, interview scientists, professors. We should never shut down debate, no matter how implausible or no matter how someone else says that can't be or that's not valid or something. Because what we've learned from ClimateGate scandal and the whole UN, they are gatekeepers. They keep out anything that's against their narrative. Climate Depot, about the intimidation of all these scientists, how they were essentially deplatformed, canceled, stripped of anything for dissenting, for having the daring to speak up. And one of the key things on that is we see that happen in real time, and you can't even read about it on Facebook or Twitter or see a video on YouTube anymore. It's not allowed unless they follows the government narrative. It's just frightening, but this is the world in which we live right now. But if you look at the amount of energy produced from fossil fuels versus green energy, it's just green energy is just a fantasy at the moment. I'm not discounting that there may be some breakthrough in solar technology or breakthrough in wind technology down the road or breakthrough in a battery technology. But I think it was Bjorn Lomborg who just today did the analysis. In Europe alone, battery backup for solar and wind power is enough, I think, to power Europe for 1 minute and 29 seconds, or like 1.5 minutes. That's all the battery. And then after that, you have to go, when the wind's not blowing and the sun's not shining, you have to go to fossil fuel backup, diesel generators, gas generators. So it's just an illusion, this green energy. There's many cycles, longer term, shorter term. And this is the kind of research that gets suppressed in the climate community because you're not going to get money to study natural climate cycles. This is what's we need a lot more of, and we need a lot more voice to these studies and a lot more prominence, and we need academia to take them seriously, but there's no money in it. As I said, who decides who gets the money? Bureaucrats in Washington, politicians, academia, and they're going to get the money that's going to get them published. They're going to get the money that's going to say carbon dioxide is the problem. I used to go on ABC News and CNN and debate regularly climate, energy. It wouldn't even be an option now. It's not even on the table. They would never allow it a debate. They've actually stated publicly that anyone who dissents from the man-made global warming narrative of the United Nations is essentially akin to a Holocaust denier. So their goal is just to demonize, deplatform, and get rid of us. And it has worked. We no longer exist in the mainstream media. And what I mean by we is climate skeptics. Anyone who dissents no longer exists in the mainstream media.
Dear viewers, everyone must have thought once, or thought till today, that renewable energy projects are really great. The sun and the wind provide electricity for free with an untapped resource just in front of our eyes. That should be common sense, right? But common sense is actually that the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. Even a child knows this. So what happens then? Good question, especially if we pursue a net zero policy according to the plans of the world governments. In developed countries, we're used to having electricity 24/7. That's great, but what is the reason for this? The coal-fired, gas-fired, and nuclear power plants have a guaranteed electricity output. It doesn't matter if it's sunny, cloudy, windy, hot or cold, day or night, these power plants produce a controllable and therefore quite constant amount of electricity matching our demand. But what is happening today as part of the green revolution is that we're taking off the grid power plants with a guaranteed electricity output and consciously replacing them by solar and wind power plants that have a guaranteed output of zero. Yes, renewable power plants have a guaranteed output of zero. Actually, this should not be a surprise. Can anyone guarantee the weather forecast? So what does this mean? If we generate electricity only from renewable energy sources, solar, wind, hydro, we become totally dependent on the weather. If the sun is shining today, we can use the fridge and wash our clothes. Tomorrow is very cloudy, but no wind, no rain. Bad luck. So we cannot cook our meal or heat our home. This sounds ridiculous, but can you imagine living a day or a week without electricity? Especially in the winter? Not being able to charge any of your smart devices or use any of your household appliances? In addition, not knowing when the weather will change? The renewable energy sources are just like the weather, unpredictable. They can produce anywhere between 0 and a very high amount of electricity. Their output can fluctuate immensely. The problem is, as of today, there are no technologies for storing electricity if there is an overproduction on the good days in order to compensate for the blackouts on the bad days. Because of renewable energy, the electricity grid is already becoming unstable. For instance, in January 21, there was a huge electricity gap in Germany as many nuclear power plants have been shut down and replaced by wind and solar power plants. In order to compensate for this gap, coal-fired power plants in Romania and Bulgaria were used, but a very high amount of electricity flowing from Southeast Europe to Northwest Europe led to a collapse of an electrical substation in Croatia. This resulted in a serious disturbance in the European electricity system, minor blackouts in several European countries, and we were literally on the brink of a major blackout all over Europe. In September 21, the wind stopped blowing in Great Britain. So to compensate for the very wide electricity gap, gas was used, leading to an extreme increase in gas prices affecting several European countries. And due to climate change, the weather will become even more unpredictable and extreme weather phenomena will sharply increase. This will make the renewable power plants useless. Green energy is not only absurd, it's also very expensive. Renewable power plants are very expensive, so they're heavily subsidized from our pocket through green surcharges on our electricity bill, carbon taxes at the gas station, and so on, that we pay, we all. In Germany alone, end consumers pay 22 billion euros per year from their very high electricity bills to guarantee the revenues of green energy companies. So, think of it. We pay extra high electricity prices in order to risk blackouts. And because of the mismatch between the supply and demand of electricity, even higher electricity prices in the future. In addition, we do not make electricity more available in developing countries. On the contrary, we force developing countries to produce expensive electricity. Instead of making electricity more reliable and more available, we restrict it. Instead of conducting scientific research in developing new technologies for the generation of electricity and move forward, we move backward to basically using windmills, an old technology. Moreover, green energy is also named clean energy in contrast to fossil fuels. But, in fact, it is far from being clean. In the manufacturing process of solar panels and wind turbines, fossil fuels are irreplaceable. During operations, they have a negative impact on the environment, the soil, the fauna, the coastal marine life. And when their useful life ends, they cannot be recycled, so they're simply toxic waste. Last but not least, by switching to green energy, the impact on the total CO2, not only anthropogenic CO2 in the atmosphere, is close to zero, as we have seen in the previous videos. So all our very expensive efforts to reduce CO2 are anyway in vain. In spite of these obvious facts, the collaborationists are still pushing for the net zero and multi-billion-dollar investments into green energy. Last year, worldwide, $366 billion for new investments in renewable power plants were spent. In the last decade, worldwide, we spent $3.4 trillion for renewable energy. But it's absurd, but very profitable business, with no guaranteed electricity output, but guaranteed profits, while risking blackouts in the future. How ridiculous can this be? How much longer can we accept to risk our future, our prosperity, pursuing such an absurdity?
That's a very good question. Really, Christian, thank you so much for these observations. And I think everyone should ask themselves and answer for themselves. There are so many lies that we are being fed in our consumerist society daily. And nobody but us can stop this. You are the one who can really stop it, and start with a small step. Share this video on your social networks. The more we share this information, the more people become aware, and the fewer left uninformed. Creative society benefits everyone, and the chase after consumerist leadership disappears. There will be no place left for unhealthy competition for personal benefit at the expense of many. So those who only seek to promote themselves or their project or their personal interests should think twice before it's too late, as only united and being together we can survive what's coming up. Everyone says that we should unite, but everyone is calling for unity in some very specific, particular small case, for their political, personal, or any other benefits, some recognitions and promotions. This time, it's not about consumerism. It's about building a safe, prospering, creative society for everyone. There are people who still don't know about the possibilities of living in a creative society and the dangers of climatic cataclysms. So those who already know have this responsibility to share this information, explain, make videos, create clips from this forum, and share them on your social media. All across, the vast majority of us have this reach out to hundreds of people. Let's do it together. Let's change this world. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you so much, colleagues. The topic of so-called green energy sources is very relevant in the view of our next topic. In a moment, you will learn some shocking information from the latest research on ocean heating and the processes taking place in the interior of our planet. It is worth mentioning that the devotee of the anthropogenic theory of climate change insists that it is human emissions of CO2 that heat the ocean, those very four molecules. This absurdity can be illustrated by an example in which a kettle standing on a stove warms the fire in the burner below it. This is absurd. The oceans stores 1,000 times more heat than the atmosphere transfers heat through the atmosphere. And now the oceans is warming catastrophically, which accelerates the circulation of currents in the ocean, with one exception. The yellow press says that if the rate of man-made global warming is accelerated, it can lead to a complete stop of the Gulf Stream. The world-leading oceanologists are concerned that the weakening of the Gulf Stream is accelerating. In their well-paid opinion, this is due to the melting of the Greenland glaciers, which are desalinating the water and stopping the current. You may ask, what's so terrible if the Gulf Stream stops? Well, because it will lead to a new ice age in Europe and North America. The Gulf Stream is the furnace of Western Europe. Its northern part will be covered by glaciers, while the southern part will turn into a tundra. Average annual temperatures will drop from 10 to 12 degrees Celsius. The continent will become uninhabitable and you can forget about agriculture. In geological history, when the Gulf Stream stopped, but the glaciers almost reached the Black Sea. At the same time, the halt of the Gulf Stream will affect not only Europe and North America. The redistribution of heat will intensify hurricanes in the southeastern United States and lead to deadly droughts and famine in Africa. And now let's see what actually stops the Gulf Stream. Greenland meltwaters has nothing to do with stopping the current. According to the calculation of sober-minded scientists, the Gulf Stream is 20 times stronger than the counter-moving Labrador current. It's like a spitting at water coming out of the firefighting hose and trying to stop it. It is impossible. But it does stop, and with it, do the other currents of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. The mystery of the Gulf Stream stopping has a stunningly beautiful and at the same time terrifying geological explanation. In a moment, you will have a clear picture of it. This observation was made by geologist James Camis. In the spring of the summer and the summer of 2009, researchers recorded several occurrences of earthquake swarms along the mid-ocean ridge in the North Atlantic. Swarms, a series of earthquakes of small magnitude. Starting from the summer of 2009, over 200 earthquakes were registered in the region of Iceland, and by the spring of 2010, the occurrence of more than 1,000 earthquakes. These quakes were precursors of the well-known Yadatukwedli volcano eruption, which paralyzed all air traffic in Europe. And 2 months later, in May 2010, a blob of abnormally warm water was registered off the coast of Greenland. This warm blob corresponded exactly to the boundaries of the tectonic feature of mid-ocean ridges and faults, and it emerged directly in the path of the mighty Gulf Stream, just in the area of its overturning. It was the water, heated by magmatic activity, that rose and blocked the well-known current. If you look at the models of changes in the surface temperatures of the Atlantic Ocean, it is in the 1000th part of Greenland that the heating of a tectonic zone manifested itself in the most glaring colors. It is worth noting that in addition to the fact that the emergence of anomalous thermal blob in the path of the Gulf Stream is the result of tectonic activity, the very melting of the Greenland glaciers from the bottom up that has been happening over the past 30 years is also a result of increased magmatic activity under these glaciers, which have been proven by scientific studies more than once. We was talking about it many times in the previous global crisis conferences. Now we realize that seismic and volcanic processes are intensifying in the North Atlantic region, which means that magma is rising intensively from the earth interior of this region, and we don't know how much time is left until it bursts out. But instead of studying this phenomenon in more detail, the official science actually ignores this, money stuffing solely the research of the impact of the Gulf Stream collapse due to 4 molecules of CO2 per million. And do you know what the most interesting thing is? 12,000 years ago, during the period when our planet was coming out of the Ice Age, the reason for the launch of the Gulf Stream was the hotly disputed warming. That is, the modern global warming should only strengthen it. According to the laws of physics, the circulation of currents should accelerate with heating. In fact, it is accelerating all over the world. Only the Gulf Stream gradually stops due to the increased magmatic and seismic activity in the Earth's interior. Moreover, this already happened before. Just like now, the Gulf Stream stopped due to cyclical cataclysms more than 12,000 years ago. Aren't you tired of listening to these lies about man-made climate change? What else are they going to blame us for? If we are to blame, it is only for allowing fools to impose their opinion on us. Can we start being rational and stop accepting as truth everything that the collaborationists show with us? Due to the Gulf Stream collapse, Europe and North America will continue to cool every year, plunging them into an ice age. And at the same time, we suggested that we move away from reliable energy sources, blaming us for climate change, and that we transition to weather-dependent energy sources. When the Gulf Stream stops, wind turbines will be paralyzed by ice, the solar panels will be covered by snow. This is the kind of solution they are foisting on us in the fight against CO2, while in fact they are doing everything they can to take away people's freedom of choice. Even now, they are restricting people's use of electricity, give up meat, car usage, and suggesting they wear sweaters instead of using heat. Those who impose this will never value human life, because all they need is just obedient slaves. For all our lives to be valued, we ourselves should create a format of society where no one would dare to take someone's life and even endanger the life, safety and freedom of each of us. And it's up to you to decide, freeze to death or unite and change the format so that we can never again allow a bunch of idiots to be able to control the life of billions. And right now, I'm happy to introduce you to Professor Vis Yim, geologist professor of the University of Hong Kong, who will share how important the contribution of underwater volcanism in the modern climate change.
My name is Vis Yim. I'm a retired professor from the Department of Earth Sciences, the University of Hong Kong. I taught there for 36 years until I retired. Then I took on part-time jobs in local universities to continue my teaching and research in Earth systems science, especially volcanism and climate change. And I let all these results point to the fact that we are missing something in terms of climate change, and that is the input of heat, geothermal heat from submarine volcanoes in warming the oceans. And this is one of the major interests I have, to try to change the society to start considering. So global warming is not just due to carbon dioxide. In fact, the role of carbon dioxide is much smaller. And for example, regional warming of oceans due to submarine volcanoes. And this is one aspect that I would like to drive home. Thank you very much. What is the order of importance of all these factors? I think we've often forgotten the first order importance are the astronomical forcing, including the sun. They're responsible for glacial interglacial cycles, solar cycles, monsoons, and also seasons. But some people now are suggesting carbon dioxide will change all that, making it first order instead. I think this is questionable. Second order importance, I think I would say for volcanoes and volcanism. So the release of geothermal heat, and this is basically what is called plate climatology. Hot magma, basaltic magma, may be up to 1,200 degrees Celsius, and it can cause the seawater, the surface seawater, to be warmed up, forming hot seawater patches. But underneath the ocean, you can see submarine eruption switches on hot seawater. Because of the lower density, they will come up to the surface. So sea surface temperature will rise, and they may well interfere with the normal ocean circulation, which is driven by the sun. Circulation change will be obvious, and this will cause hot seawater patches to stay put for some time at different locations. Continental warming, severe weather events, including hurricanes and cyclones or even typhoons in this part of the world, will become more frequent. Some statistics on submarine volcanoes, total number must approach almost 1 million. The number rising in size to 1 kilometer above seabed is 75,000. The magma output rate approximately 3/4 or 75%. And the number of active volcanoes, about 5,000. So they all release heat, geothermal heat, changing the normal ocean circulation. My conclusions. Volcanism is an underestimated natural cause of ocean heat waves. Right? So it's a regional cause, not a global cause. All 4 cases of regional ocean heat waves were caused mainly by the release of geothermal heat. Man-made carbon dioxide from fossils are not responsible, as far as we can tell, for these ocean heat waves. The occurrence of heat waves may influence sea ice extent in both the Arctic and the Antarctic. The biodiversity changes observed were of a temporary nature, which is inconsistent with global warming. Because sulfur dioxide released into seawater through volcanism is much more acidic than carbon dioxide, it is more likely to be the cause of coral bleaching, something also blamed on global warming by some people. Okay, thank you very much for listening. But I think we should all be interested in the truth. I think so. Have to get things right.
Thanks to true scientists like Professor Yim, it is becoming known that the ocean is warming for natural reasons. Many scientists understand this, but are simply afraid to openly speak up, and even less of them to study, because of the climate inquisition, this insane witch hunt and bullying that goes around. We thank Professor Yim for his honesty and courage to voice the truth. And now let's watch a video about the ocean heating, which shows in more details how exactly it happens and what will be the consequence.
Welcome to the forum here on May 7th. I'm happy to present the results of my research as it relates to global climate change. My name is Art Federico, and I'd like to introduce you to some of the research that I've been doing on climate change. And my most recent paper on the subject has been 1995, an important inflection point in recent geophysical history. And the paper builds upon previous research. I've done looking changes in underwater seismic activity.
The ocean is the source of life for the entire planet, and for us, humans. Thanks to the functioning of the ocean, we can live, but it ceases to be the source of life. It is about to become the source of our death. Just think about it. Ocean warming has increased by 450% in just 30 years. According to scientific estimations, for the ocean to heat up at today's rate, it would take as much energy as would be released if 7 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima would explode every second for a year. Let's see where this energy comes from if humanity doesn't detonate those bombs in the ocean. The direst fact is that the ocean is heating not only on the surface, but also at depth. A team of US researchers has found that the average depths of the ocean warmed 15 times faster over the past 60 years than they had been warming over the previous 10,000 years. And this progression is accelerating every year. At the moment, science has no explanation where this amount of heat comes from. The only theories being considered are that the oceans are warming from the sun and from human emissions of the greenhouse gas CO2. But they can only explain heating of the upper layers of the ocean to a depth of up to 200 meters, because sun rays do not penetrate deeper. The water can be maximally heated by the sun up to 700 meters as a result of agitation. How can we explain the numerous facts of warming of the deep ocean layers? After all, at a depth of more than 4 kilometers, the water temperature was always the same and close to 0 degrees Celsius. But now, everything has changed. One of the facts indicating the enormous heating of the ocean at great depths was recorded by an international team of scientists off the coast of Uruguay. At a depth of 4.5 kilometers, the waters were found to be warming from 0.02 to 0.04 of a degree Celsius. Only to a layman, this heating may seem insignificant, but for experts, it's a terrifying fact. Christopher Manon, oceanographer, commented as follows:
If you think about how large the deep ocean is, it's an enormous amount of heat.
Think about it. How much energy does it take to heat such a volume of water as the world's oceans? That would require a colossal heat source. The energy required to heat it equals the energy of all the nuclear reserves on Earth multiplied by 3. What could heat the ocean from below like a pot on a burner so significantly? Let's dive to the ocean floor and see what sources of powerful heat are out there. As we plunge, we discover giant mountains at the bottom. Volcanoes. 75% of all Earth eruptions occur from underwater volcanoes. Previously, it was considered that underwater eruptions occur with a gradual outpouring of lava, while explosive eruptions are impossible because of the pressure of the water column. And thus, it was assumed that underwater volcanoes could not heat the water column. The outflowing lava would freeze almost immediately. However, recent research is changing our understanding of the mechanism of underwater eruptions. What is the mechanism of such an eruption? The pressure of the magma ranges from 10 to 30,000 bars. but the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is only 1,000 bars. And as soon as there is an abrupt burst of magma, the water boils up and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. This creates a gas-water cavity like a bubble with an internal pressure of hundreds or thousands of bars. And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the water column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic airplane at maximum speeds. The plasma ejected in front of its prow neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane fly almost as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect in the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of such explosive eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from Leeds. They studied kilometers of fields of tephra, meaning settled volcanic ash, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes could only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous, about 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating is confirmed by Bernd Zemanowski from Julius Maximilian University in Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally or even globally. However, given the size of the ocean, the energy of even such strong underwater eruptions is not enough to heat it up. Since active volcanoes are not located everywhere, and their eruptions are occasional. Why, then, has the ocean heated up so much over the past 30 years? What has happened in recent decades? There are even more powerful energy sources that have activated only recently. To understand what these energy sources are, we need to look at the planet as a whole. For the past few decades, Earth has been entering a phase of cyclical cataclysms with a period of 12,000 years. In 1998, a jump in the Earth's core was registered. The displacement of the center of mass causes a jump-like acceleration of the planet's rotation and an increase in centrifugal forces. As a result, magma rises sharply from the depths, in which a cavitation effect occurs due to pressure release. Because of this, magma boils and expands in volume. Its pressure on the Earth's crust increases. The expansion of magma pushes the Earth's crust apart, causes the number of cracks in it to grow rapidly, and increases volcanic and seismic activity throughout the planet. Due to the fact that the oceanic crust is thinner, it is more vulnerable to the onslaught of rising boiling magma. This uplifts the Earth's crust, causing it to crack and break, and magma rushes into the resulting cavities, rising higher and higher to the surface. This is happening in a broad front all over the ocean floor. The ocean is warming, and this disaster will only intensify. We already see examples of such anomalous heating everywhere, not only on the bottom, but also on the surface. At the end of 2013, a huge area of unusually warm ocean water, about 1/3 the size of the United States, formed in the Gulf of Alaska and began to spread. The water temperature in many places exceeded the norm by 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. Nick Bond, state climatologist for Washington, named this phenomenon the blob, similar to the sci-fi horror movie of the same name. In 2 years, the blob more than doubled its size and stretched by more than 4 million square kilometers of ocean from Mexico to Alaska. Near the coast of Newport, NOAA experts recorded this blob in September 2014 with a 7 degrees Celsius temperature rise in just 1 hour. Oceanographer Shell Gentleman commented on this event.
I know that area really well, and 7 degrees is a huge jump. It wasn't due to normal daily heating, and that warm water was from the blob.
Nothing like this has been recorded by climatologists in the entire history of observations. This abnormally warm mass of water, unprecedented in its scale and duration, has existed for several years and led to the death and migration of a huge number of marine life. National Geographic dubbed it the blob that cooked the Pacific. The consequences of this abnormal blob caused a large-scale environmental disaster, which by tradition was attributed to the influence of anthropogenic CO2 emissions, without even figuring out the true causes. In 2019, another blob was detected in a huge area of the Pacific Ocean, east of New Zealand, covering an area of at least 1 million square kilometers. The appearance of such anomalies began to suddenly become more frequent. Thus, the next warm spots appeared off the coast of Southwest Africa and in the southern part of the Indian Ocean. There is something common that unites the places of formation of all these blobs. These are geologically active regions with a young, thin crust, with active underwater volcanoes, cracks, and deep crustal fractures. These are places of the most active output of hot and fluid magma. But the factors of magma uplift are not taken into account in the explanation of the causes of ocean heating by the worshippers of carbon dioxide fighting. Those collaborationists show their utmost incompetence. They don't care about the fact that very soon we are all going to die, including themselves. They ignore and do not even look at the factors of underwater volcanism, and they do not want to include them in the models, not to mention the study of ubiquitous magma uplift. After all, the impact of ocean heating on the climate is enormous. The ocean contains 1,000 times more heat than the overlying atmosphere. The ocean is called the kitchen of weather. The warming of its waters already enhances catastrophic typhoons and hurricanes, which annually claim thousands of human lives. According to Professor Alexandra Zhigalin, atmospheric vortices receive additional heat from underwater thermal emissions in the area of the Japanese tectonic zone, as far as Kamchatka. Now, we see the typhoons moving further north and their ever-increasing destructive power. Let's recall Typhoon Rai in the Philippines in December 2021. It was the most devastating typhoon in the region in the last year. And beyond that, their power will only increase, and their destructive capacity will become more and more significant. The unprecedented heating of the ocean suggests that the ocean is already exhausting its ability to contain the energy trying to escape from the bowels of the earth. And when magma reaches the denser and thicker rocks of the continental crust, which on average is 2 to 3 times thicker than the oceanic crust, then the processes of cascading eruptions of land volcanoes will begin, and it will be too late to stop this process or to seek salvation. Now, the last war of humanity is underway. The danger level is red. Alarms are sounding all over the world, but most people on the planet are not aware of that. Are we going to continue to waste time and wait for the magma to rise and wipe us off the face of the earth? Or will we act right now? The catastrophe is rapidly unfolding. While the world science does nothing at all to deal with the problem. Instead, hundreds of billions of dollars are being spent to combat minuscule concentrations of CO2. This does not solve the problem at all, but only enriches the pockets of swindlers. And even more money is spent on studying the surface of Mars than on exploring the ocean floor on which our survival now depends. The ocean is already beginning to boil. Only those incompetent in these matters do not see by what enormous leaps we are approaching the point when the entire world will be on the verge in one big bucha. Not a local one, which is near Kiev, but a global one that spreads across our entire planet and that will not cease. Where there will be no hope for a truce, no green corridors, no humanitarian aid, and where humanity will be buried. It is an inevitability that we fall into by our own inaction. We need to convey the truth about the true causes of climate change to people all over the planet as quickly as possible in order to have time to find a common solution for the survival of humankind. This requires the will of each and every one. We must do everything now so as not to regret later on that we didn't do enough to build the creative society, that we didn't find the right words earlier. But when the bombs fall on our heads, we will not be able to do anything. Only in the creative society, where all people are united by the common goal of saving the lives of all people, is it possible to harness the scientific potential of the entire international community. Only then it is possible to create the conditions for the development of real science, which stands for the interests and lives of all people. We can build the creative society only together. The participation of every person is important. Take action before it's too late.
Obviously, we will not be able to cool the ocean, especially by stopping human emissions of carbon dioxide. The heating of the ocean is a consequence of the processes inside of the Earth. Professor Vitorito came to this conclusion. He showed a correlation between earthquakes on the ocean floor and rising atmospheric temperatures. Despite pressure from collaborators, he continues his research. Our team is conducting joint research with Professor Vitorito. We gathered evidence and data to support climate change caused by natural factors. Understanding the common purpose and importance of the creative society has led to collaboration and working together to study the natural factors of climate change. This is not just a science project for our entire team, but a really inspiring collaboration because we all understand the importance of building the creative society and bringing scientists together. Let's hear from Professor Vitorito himself next.
Welcome to the forum here on May 7th. I'm happy to present the results of my research as it relates to global climate change. My name is Art Vitorito, and I'd like to introduce you to some of the research that I've been doing on climate change. And my most recent paper on the subject has been 1995, an important inflection point in recent geophysical history. And the paper builds upon previous research. I've done linking changes in underwater seismic activity and global temperatures in a 2016 paper titled The Correlation of Seismic Activity and Recent Global Warming. I established a link between seismic activity along what are called the mid-ocean ridges and global temperatures. The rationale is that more earthquakes equals more geothermal heat release. This is well established in the literature. And what this does is the release of geothermal heat from the ocean bottom intensifies what is referred to as the thermohaline circulation. The net effect is to transport more heat into the Arctic, and what this does is it kicks off a sequence of events that amplifies the warming in the Arctic. And we call this the Arctic amplification, and this intensification has been a hallmark feature of the global warming that we have seen recently. And the cascading effects lead us to conclude that much of the recent warming is caused by this thermohaline intensification. We saw a sudden jump in global temperatures in 1997, 2 years after there was a corresponding jump in mid-ocean seismic activity. We tie in the 1995 jump in mid-ocean seismic activity with a number of other geophysical processes. What we see here is a correlation, a graph that looks at this mid-ocean seismic activity with global temperatures. So the mid-ocean seismic activity is referred to as MOSIA, which stands for Mid-Ocean Spreading Zone Seismic Activity, and GT is the global temperatures. And we can see, going back to 1979, that the curves have matched up very, very nicely. They have a very, very high correlation. The correlation is 0.7, and this is statistically significant. And this tells us that there is a link between these two phenomena. In putting this together, there was a review of literature from a variety of geophysical specialties to include seismology, marine geology. We saw a rapid shift in what is called the AMO, which is called the Atlantic Multidecadal Oscillator. This tracks sea surface temperatures in the North Atlantic, and we saw that there was an almost instantaneous shift from negative to positive. That is, North Atlantic temperatures suddenly warmed up in 1995. We also saw a rapid increase in North Atlantic hurricane activity and the accumulated energy from these North Atlantic hurricanes. This is called the North Atlantic ACE. We saw a significant change in the dynamics and the variability of the El Nino Southern Oscillation and in the Northern Hemisphere summer monsoon. These also shifted very rapidly. We saw sudden changes in the spring and fall Arctic temperatures, followed by a large jump in winter temperatures. We saw sharp sea ice declines in the Arctic and the subarctic, accelerated ice loss for the Greenland ice sheet, an abrupt decline in cloud cover over Greenland during the summer months. We also saw sudden changes in the rate of movement of what is referred to as the dip pole. That's the Northern Hemisphere magnetic pole. And finally, we saw a directional shift in Earth's geographic or true North Pole. Now, if we look at this graphically, Arctic temperatures, we see here that the Arctic temperatures suddenly jumped up. This looks at the summer and winter means, and we see that the winter mean jumped up in 1995. I'm sorry, this one was a little lagged. This was in 1997, but we see that the annual means jumped up, the black line. We see that in spring and fall, we see again this rapid change commencing in 1995. And we also saw a decline in Northern Hemisphere sea ice area. All of this cannot be coincidental. There appear to be very strong physical links between the mid-ocean seismic activity, and we are going to continue to verify the linkages between this mid-ocean seismic activity and global temps. Going forward, I monitor this on a daily basis. We need to build more data on ocean temperatures at depth. Ultimately, the goal of all of this work is to arrive at the truth as to what is happening with global change. I believe that there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation about this. The latest report from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climatic Change, I think has done a very, very poor job representing this and ultimately understanding the truth. For future plans, I am doing some collaborative work with the Creative Society. We're currently working on database construction. There are a number of databases that need to be constructed and assessed. We ultimately strive to get to the truth of things. That is, the truth is always the best disinfectant, as they say. And this is what we need to find out. We have to continue to as a society, you need to continue to have these forums. You need to continue to bring together people who have alternate points of view. You have to make those points of view public. That's the best that we can do. And now we really do want the truth.
Again, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Vitorino for his dedication to finding the truth and for providing facts and evidence concerning what is occurring on our planet. And we will be releasing a full interview with Dr. Vitorino after this forum. And now I would like to remind our viewers that an independent platform has been launched by volunteers of the Creative Society Project from 180 countries with the support of scientists, researchers, professionals, and experts in order to unite the scientific potential with a single goal of identifying the true causes of climate change that are not related to human activity and providing these facts to the general public. And we invite all the researchers, scientists, experts to join the scientific community on the Creative Society platform. And now I would like to pass the word to independent researchers who have created their own channel that's called Grand Solar Minimum. And now let's hear from Jake and Mary.
The number one thing that we want to relay with people about our topic is natural climate change. And a lot of people don't see these kinds of graphs and charts posted around anywhere, Twitter, Facebook, because the mainstream media bores us and fills us with that hockey stick temperature graph and how we're having runaway global warming. I believe that we have just experienced a brief modern warming period. And I think since 2016, just based on how we have correlated things with solar activity, we feel like that we are indeed cooling. This is a graph of the last 400 years of sunspot activity. You can see on the left side, the Maunder minimum, which was a deep grand solar minimum. Now, so our thinking is that we are going to see a Maunder minimum type grand solar minimum here in the next 3 to 5 decades because of, you can see clearly here on this scale, where we are in the next solar cycles. And it's obvious that the declination
forecast.
Right. It's a forecast. Now, what does that mean? Sunspots, low and high. It's being correlated that when we see lower solar activity, lower sunspots, usually we can correlate empirical data and show you higher cosmic radiation dosage rates that lead to cloud nucleation that combine with other particulates in the atmosphere, water vapor, and the cosmic rays, the highly charged particles are considered like steroids for the water vapor. The reason why it's such a big deal and it's such an important part to the research of solar forcing is that of the cloud theory. Heinrich Finsmark, Jasper Kirksby have done lots of peer-reviewed work that involves cosmic radiation and cloud nucleation. So that's why we see these big rain events where we get 24 hours of, like a month's worth of rain in 24 hours or 22 feet of snow that Japan has seen. That is because of how much cosmic radiation is in our atmosphere. Due to the sun being weaker, that also weakens our magnetic field and allows more cosmic radiation to come into our atmosphere. So when we see all these headlines about these flooding events and the big snows and everybody's blaming man-made climate change on this, it insults me. I feel like that mainstream media is hijacking something that is absolutely happening, but it's happening because of the sun. And the sun also we also believed in this research that the sun does have a lot of correlation with seismic activity. The lower the solar activity appears to be when we see the strongest seismic activity. Our sun is still weak. And with the weak sun also means a weak magnetic field, allowing more particles to bombard the atmosphere. And cosmic rays, as you know, penetrates to the core of Earth, which I believe therefore triggers the volcanoes and the earthquakes, which emit the most CO2 than anything on this planet. I think the magnetosphere is going to continue to get even weaker as we get into 2030 and 2040, which we'll definitely see more of an uptick in earthquake activity, volcanic activity, because of cosmic radiation coming in because of our weak magnetosphere. And that's my biggest concern too, is when we see the cooling in the 2030s and all these Green New Deal policies that these governments are trying to implement on trying to save the planet, by the time we get to the 2030s, we will be cooler globally. We will see more ice. We will see more snow. And the world governments are going to celebrate, we did it. We stopped global warming. Our laws and taxes and increased pricing and telling you what to do change the climate. And that's going to open the door for anything the government wants to do to its world population. Governments want to stick out their chests and say, I'm going to save you all from disaster and climate change. And it's time we wake these people up, because we're going to get resources taken away from us when we need them the most. When it comes to heating your home or getting yourself power, or even just the ability to drive a car anymore.
I'm a mother. I have kids. And the messaging, like in the school systems, the indoctrination that it's CO2, it's your fault. And the kids don't really conceptually grasp that. And they're not presented natural cycles, which just boggles my mind. Or natural cycles aren't a consideration of big climate change. It's all, one perspective of man-made. And, I would love to see these school systems sort of have a broader, universal view. So we're not terrorizing our children. What I've seen kids online, they're terrorized. Like, it's like, what future do I have anyway? It's like a hopeless situation we're narrating to our children, and we're not inspiring them to innovate.
And I feel like that our school systems are indoctrinating our children into scaring us into making us believe that we're causing this and we can do something to stop it. We can't stop it, but we sure can thrive in it. We can find ways to do that better. We have to get the message out. And the powers that be don't like putting out messages like ours with natural climates. We were actually demonetized from Google for sharing harmful and dangerous content, is what they said. Because we talked about natural cycles, we talked about volcanic and earthquakes being all associated with the sun, and we were labeled as dangerous and harmful.
Well, they said specifically, they sent me a letter that we've been demonetized off our website and our videos because we go against the authoritative consensus. So and we're talking about the sun and natural cycles. It just seems insane and totally disconnected from human reality.
It goes to, by discussing it like we're doing right now in forums and topics, they're going to hear it. And if they keep hearing it, it's going to sink in. So you're right. The best way to get the message out is continuing to have these forums that you guys host, and just continuing to put out as much content as much as possible on platforms. I mean, you guys volunteer. We're volunteering too. And it's not for notoriety. It's not for famous. It's not for income. It's for our children.
We want to help.
So our kids can carry on with life without these absurd new laws and regulations, because everyone's been brainwashed and people like us are suppressed and can't get the message out. We want to change that, or be a part of that anyway. We want to be a part of that movement.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for coming on this forum. We really appreciate having you here with us. And so the sun is at its minimum, which means that the planets of the solar system are not protected and are much more exposed to cosmic radiation. It is at this time that a flow of energy causing cataclysms is directed right at our planet. So our planet is pretty much a bullseye of the energy flow. Do you see the danger here? To understand the mechanism of cyclicity, you need to understand the astronomical aspects and the position of our galaxy in the universe. And right now, it is a great honor for me to present a fragment from the program Climate Threats, Variants for Survival with the respected Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, who will tell us the essence of the astronomical processes that affect our planet.
Igor Mikhailovich, you said that we're entering the 24,000-year cycle, and the consequences of entering this phase are much more complicated than in the case if humanity would enter a 12,000-year cycle.
They're certainly worse.
In what way? What explains this?
Well, we actually explained it more than once, but let's explain one more time. Let's try to explain in a simple and understandable way. Well, let's try to explain in an abstract way. Just imagine, let's say, a clock dial. This clock dial is our galaxy. Above it, there is the entire universe, a major part of it. Well, below, there are already galaxies. Well, they're towards the edge of the universe, so to say. And there is 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the dial. 12 o'clock is located towards the universe, whereas 6 o'clock is located towards the edge of the universe. What is a cycle? And here there should be an understanding. A cycle is when our galaxy, during its rotation, while it constantly rotates, so the cycle of its rotation is exactly 24,000 years. Thus, it is exposed to radiation twice, in other words, from outer space, from the universe, from galaxies. There is, let's say, such a ray of light, like a laser, just to make it clear, which simply shines. It shines not just on our galaxy, but on other galaxies as well. Aggregation and addition take place. And it's a very harsh interaction. It's not the light, it is something a little bit different.
Energy.
Right, it's a flow of energy that is formed by means of two lenses. Never mind, let's not delve into this. It's not an astrophysics class now. Yet, this hard radiation, when we get into a gravitational interaction, into a strongly pronounced interaction with the universe, with masses of galaxies along one line, let's say, we get onto this line twice during the period of rotation. When we get to the point of 6 o'clock, it's a 12,000-year cycle. Then, our entire galaxy is above us. And numerous planets take this hit. But when we get into this radiation, and at that time we are at 12 o'clock, it turns out that we are on the front line. After all, our planet is in the Sophora arm, well, in the arm of our galaxy. The planet is situated nearly at the edge of the arm. So it turns out that nothing protects us. And just like many other solar systems, we are actually a shield for our galaxy, for all planets and systems located below. Therefore, a much stronger impact takes place than when we are at the point of 6 o'clock, meaning when we rotate. Let's say, these interactions that take place, many people will come up with a question, how is that? It is clear that the galaxy rotates. Does it constantly occur or what? Well, the galaxy doesn't just rotate on its own, but there is also spiral movement of the galaxy itself in space, not only on its axis, but additionally. And so, getting into this cycle, when all this is combined, here we are exposed to this kind of process of interaction, so to say. Why is it not so dangerous at the other time? Because at other moments during 12,000 years, this impact occurs along a tangent line, meaning along a slanting line. There is no direct radiation. Here I can explain using the sun as an example. This will be very clear and illustrative. Why in the middle of summer, when it is hot and the sun is at its zenith, Do our days become the hottest? Why? There is a straight ray. Or the sun begins to set, or autumn comes, for instance, or it is winter. The sun, let's say, is a side, and it turns out that the ray goes along the tangent line. There is no direct impact. For this reason, it is sort of warm, but not very warm. That's the kind of impact. Or even better, you know, this is for a totally simplified understanding. Let's imagine a bullet that flies out of a gun is flying strictly horizontally, and there is a target that is located strictly vertically. So the bullet hits it precisely. And here, naturally, if the material is not quite solid, the speed is sufficient and the hardness of the bullet is sufficient, then it breaks through this material. But it's enough to only change the angle of our target for the bullet to deflect upon contact. In other words, the target is no longer placed strictly vertically, but at an angle. So when hitting the target, the bullet will be deflected. The same is here. At 12,000 years, there is a reflection of these rays, and it doesn't cause us major harm. But when there is a direct impact, that's when the trouble begins.
The influence of galaxy ray flux in past cycles has left imprints on our planet that have not been erased by time, even after hundreds of thousands of years. A team of Creative Society researchers has pieced them together and provided evidence of climate change triggered by the cyclical process. Next, let's watch the continuation of film on cyclicity.
If we accept your arguments, then what caused all this?
The climate has always been changing, but the planet's geodynamics has suddenly changed only in the last 30 years. These global changes are caused by processes inside the Earth. These facts are well known and recorded in satellite data. In 1998, scientists detected a sharp leap-like shift in the core by observing the center of Earth's mass via satellites. As a result of the leap, the core shifted sharply northward towards the Taimyr Peninsula. At the same time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy recorded a gravity leap. Simultaneously with it, there happened a sharp change in the Earth's shape, measured by means of a laser ranging system from US satellites. The planet began to abnormally expand in the area of the equator, although earlier the trend was the opposite. Now, asymmetric crystallization of the core and unexplained phenomena in its very center are observed. Due to displacement of the core, the planet's rotation accelerates and its centrifugal force is growing. For this reason, magma sources in the mantle began to sharply rise to the surface, undermining and heating the lithosphere from the inside. Consequently, magma rising in the area of lower pressure expands in volume and boils up. Its pressure on the Earth's crust increases. The expansion of magma pushes apart the tectonic plates, increases volcanic and seismic activity across the planet, and causes the number of cracks in the crust to grow rapidly. Through these cracks, water from the surface escapes deep into the crust. The thin oceanic crust is ruptured by magma, causing the ocean to heat up at the bottom. Rising magma leads to an increase in geothermal flow from the Earth's bowels beneath the glaciers of West Antarctica and central Greenland, which melts glaciers from the bottom up. Numerous facts of increasing geothermal anomalies, cases of water boiling in wells, permafrost melting at great depths, and methane explosions have been recorded. Further prediction of the trends of rapid geodynamic and climatic changes indicates that in the coming decades, due to the rise of magma, a massive melting of glaciers will begin along with a rise in sea level, increasing the number and the power of disastrous earthquakes, typhoons, and hurricane winds. Stratovolcanoes will erupt, which will lead to a long volcanic winter and disappearance of most life forms, including humans. Based on objective forecasts, We have only 5 or 10 years, at most.
There you go again, scaremongering us. Why do you say it will be catastrophe? And why in such a short time?
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alared Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheet suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered a tenth of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains in glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades.
But why do you say that what happened 12,000 years ago should happen again now? Maybe it was an accidental event, and it was caused by other reasons.
The same catastrophic events occurred on the planet not only 12,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account errors in dating, this cycle is very well traced in the geological data. Catastrophists among scientists wrote about it independently of each other in their books and works. Vladimir Bubnenkov, Vitaly Bushyev, Alexander Baturin, Igor Kopolov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Vogt, and many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology, paleontology, and archaeology, there is numerous evidence of past disasters of this cycle. Each of these catastrophic events was characterized not only by abrupt changes in the climate situation, but also by complete geodynamic restructuring, weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disastrous volcanic eruptions, tectonic restructuring, atmospheric temperature variations by 10 to 15 degrees, and changes in the world's ocean levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle is accompanied by a change in the magnetic field and powerful volcanic eruptions, it clearly indicates that the cycle is associated with changes in the planet's core, just as it is happening now. We are entering the active phase of the cataclysmic cycle.
But what causes this cycle? What makes the core shift?
Researchers believe that this cyclicity is galactic in nature. That is, it is related to the rotation cycle of the galaxy. Every 12,000 years, radiation from the center of the universe affects the solar system and even influences the sun. In 1998, not only was the Earth's core recorded jumping, but also those of the moon, the sun, and other planets. In recent decades, scientists began to record drastic climate changes on all planets and satellites of the solar system. An increase in the number of giant storms and hurricanes, abnormal temperatures, an increase in volcanic and seismic activity. Now, an increased flux of cosmic radiation due to the low activity of the sun is detected on Earth. Scientists have found evidence that a similar bombardment by cosmic rays occurred 12,500 years ago. In addition, every 12,000 years, an unknown flow of violent cosmic energy from the center of the universe comes to our planet. This high-energy impact occurs at the micro level and has enormous potential to trigger a shift of the planet's core. Galactic radiation disrupts the life cycles of the biosphere. Trees begin to massively emit more carbon dioxide, whereas swamps emit compounds of deadly gases. This time, Earth may become another dead planet, just like Mars. The planet's immune system is now destroyed by the toxins that our technogenic civilization has excreted. The planet's diseased organism might not survive the enormous stresses which cyclicity creates every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, disasters are even more devastating, since the solar system gets closer to the radiation from the center of the universe. We are now getting into this point of the near interaction. The planet is living its last years, and so are we, if we remain idle.
Why are you telling such things? It can only spread panic. People would give up in despair, for there is nothing we can do.
Right. There is nothing we can do about it. You can't go against nature. What can we do if it's cosmic radiation? Do you have a specific solution?
We can find this solution because there is always a counteraction to any action. A high-energy flow is approaching our planet, and we can put up a defense if we understand what kind of force and in what capacity we should counteract it with. It is necessary to unite all honest, conscientious researchers from various fields of science, technical experts, engineers, practitioners, and theorists who are ready for new discoveries because the task is multidimensional and multi-level. It is necessary to set one common goal at the level of all countries, to provide scientists with funding, access to advanced technologies, and truthful statistics of climatic and geophysical services. Even with our current technology, it is quite possible to counteract cosmic radiation. If the goal is one, and society prioritizes preservation of civilization in every human life, then humanity will be able to find a solution on how to manage this high-energy flow. But we have very little time to find the solution. It is possible to unite the scientific potential of conscientious researchers only with the absolute support of the entire society in all countries. There can be no place for competition, private interest, and lust for profit. Openness of information for research may be available only in the creative society format, where there is no reason for wars and conflicts. In order to establish such a format of society, unification of all 8 billion people is indispensable.
Creative society? What is creative society? Sounds like some utopian idea.
Is this communism?
Creative society is a format of society where not on paper, but in practice. The highest values are every person's life, freedom, safety, and well-being. It's a society where there is no power of one person over another, where people themselves make decisions on key issues without shifting responsibility to a few individuals. All conditions are created for the development of one's personal potential for the benefit of all people, and the whole society takes care of every person. It's a world without wars, poverty, violence, or power. Such a society is beneficial to everyone. Unlike communism, the creative format cannot be built by force or via a revolution. Creative society is an opportunity to peacefully bring our civilization to a new stage of evolution within the shortest time possible. All legal, economic, and social mechanisms are available for that. But this requires true unification of people. This doesn't mean uniting our wallets or refrigerators, but uniting based on the values of humaneness, kindness, mutual help, and respect. We are 99% of the planet's population. We want to live as human beings. People all over the world are already uniting and acting to build the creative society.
What can we do right now?
What can I do? Where do I start?
You can join the Creative Society platform that already exists. Invite your friends, scientists, and all thinking people. You can tell the truth about climate change and the way out honestly and without smoothing over the rough spots. Through mass media, you can spread information about what is really going on, not to sow panic or fear, but to share the solution. People do not want to hear the truth because they are simply scared until they know there is a way out. Now, everything depends on each person, on you, my friend. Right now, you can tell all your friends, acquaintances, and relatives about what you learned and understood at the forum. Global crisis. We are people. We want to live. We should act now, while we still have time, so that we don't painfully regret later for not finding the right words and not being able to warn about the trouble. Creative Society is not a political or commercial organization. It's an association of ordinary people from all over the world who, despite any circumstance, act to save all of humanity. These are true heroes, just like you. Join us. We can do anything together with you.
Look here. Now, look here. We can do this. It's realistic.
Yes, of course.
I'm calling the director of the Institute of Volcanology.
Good idea.
If even these people have understood, why don't you understand, my friend?
Isn't it so, friends, if even these two scientists could get along, then why cannot we? Why cannot we start taking action today to make sure that we can live safely tomorrow? And the action starts from very simple steps, sharing the information, because only notified people who know what is happening can make decisions, can influence our future in the positive way. So share these links on your social media. Make sure everyone knows. Make your own video with understandings and send it to us on our website, creativesociety.com, on our email, and also post it on your Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. That's the best thing you can do. And of course, join the Creative Society. Join volunteers who make this research, getting to know scientists from so many different fields and bringing together all the pieces of the puzzle of this picture of what is going on our Earth. And those who have been doing this already understand, and hopefully you too, that there are some very serious cataclysms ahead of us. And there is very little time left to prepare. Even now, it is necessary to understand in detail the cosmic impact, to know what are we dealing with and how can we counteract it. Giancarlo will tell us about the effects of intergalactic rays on our planet and what fundamental changes we are already seeing today. Gian will tell us about the danger of cosmic rays and the effect that they have on our planet. Please go ahead, Gian.
Climate change and the increasing number of natural disasters on our planet are the reality that people have to face almost every day now. The rising frequency and strength of these disasters poses a big threat to our civilization. And now, I want to provide the facts pointing to an influence that comes from outside of our solar system and triggers cyclical cataclysms every 12,000 years. The first fact is that in 1998, the satellite observation showed that there was a sudden change of movement of the Earth's center of mass towards the Taimyr Peninsula, resulting in observed significant changes in the Earth's rotational axis movement. This appears to be the consequence of the movement of the Earth's core. On the screen, you can see the speed of movement of the center of mass and its sudden change in 1998. On the right, you can see a corresponding change in the Earth axis precession. These significant changes in Earth's rotation lead to changes in centrifugal force, increase in volcanic activity, and earthquakes. It is noteworthy that since 1994, the movement of the Earth's magnetic pole has speeded up and is also moving towards Taimyr Peninsula. On the screen, you can see the movement of the Earth's magnetic North Pole. Since the Earth's magnetic field is expected to be generated by electric currents in the Earth's core, these two facts are related. That is, some invisible force caused the displacement of the planet's core and magnetic field. Something triggered this process. So far, we were speaking only about Earth. However, at the same time, there are observations of a sudden change in the position of the Moon. On the screen, you can see the lunar distance after removing known influences as measured by laser ranging. You can see that in 1997, there was a sudden jump. Climate changes have also been observed on other objects in the solar system. All this suggests that the influence is coming from outside the solar system. This influence must have enormous energy to cause such dramatic changes. This effect is taking place at the micro level through elementary particles. The changes happen here as well. The proton charge radius is a well-known physical constant. In 2010, another measurement of this constant was made. This measurement resulted in a value that is 4% lower than the original value, far beyond the measurement error of the previous measurements. Both subsequent measurements confirmed the new value of the constant, although there were also measurements confirming the old value. This discrepancy in the measured radius of charge of the proton is a mystery to scientists, and they have no good explanation for it yet. We want to point out that the underlying cause of this change and the changes in the Earth's core are the same. As insignificant as a 4% change in the radius of a charge of a proton may seem, imagine if the sun shrunk by 4%. The consequences for life on Earth would be catastrophic. The same goes for the proton charge radius. This constant affects the fundamental properties of atoms, such as the energy levels of electron orbitals, and as a result, the chemical properties of atoms. Thus, even a small change in this constant would affect the properties of hydrogen, which is one of the building blocks of life, and thus disrupt fine-tuned chemical processes within organisms. In the last 2 decades, various observatories have detected a variety of high-energy particles whose origin is not entirely clear. We believe that this is also a sign that the solar system has entered a cosmic ray jet of some kind. This radiation affects elementary particles and thus triggers destructive processes at the macro level, such as changes in the Earth's core. The response of plants to these changed conditions may be that CO2 production in the Brazilian rainforest is steadily increasing, while CO2 absorption is decreasing. That's why since 2013, these forests have become net producers of CO2. On the screen, in pictures C and D, you can see consumption and production of CO2 of rainforests. Picture B shows a resulting net CO2 consumption. We have presented the facts that point to an outside influence that is triggering the processes that threaten our survival on this planet. But we still need to fill in a lot of gaps to fully understand the nature of this influence. We need to bring together the potential scientists from many fields to research these processes so that we can counter them. We ask all scientists, especially quantum physicists, geophysicists, and astrophysicists, to join efforts in helping understand these external influences. Many lives are at stake, our entire civilization.
Thank you so much, Jan. Indeed, galactic radiation is a serious and yet unexplored problem for humankind. We have a lot of smart, inventive people, and we are quite capable of solving this problem. We suggest that you watch a fragment of a program with the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about what opportunities do we have as a civilization.
And if we gather all smart people, properly approach it, and start using the resources of our consciousness in the right way, it is not consciousness that will control us, but we will control it. Won't we? Find a solution to protect our planet. Yet, these are, pardon me, merely cycles. It is merely energy. Yes, the cycles are destructive, but guys, it is energy. We can accumulate and redirect it. We can direct that which destroys us to creation. Isn't that right? After all, it is power. It doesn't matter what kind of power it is. It is uncontrollable. Therefore, it is chaotic. Chaotic, uncontrolled energy can destroy. But if we use this energy, we can create instead of destroying. Isn't that so? It is. If we understand the basics of energy redistribution among these particles, or their quantum entanglement, interconnection, not the interaction of two particles, but what forces them and what they control. While these particles control this very energy, this particular force, they perceive and transmit a signal. If we are able to perceive and transmit a signal, tremendous opportunities will open up for us, at least in the field of communication. But if we understand this mechanism, we will be able to control other particles as well. And if we go even further, we will be able to control various kinds of radiation and extract energy from them.
And it's a serious step to even find tools to confront climate.
Well, climate. It is necessary to confront climate.
Спасибо огромное, уважаемому Игорю Михайловичу Данилову, за озвученную бесценную информацию.
Huge thanks to esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for this precious information. Dear friends, you have many times heard today that the salvation against imminent catastrophe during 12,000-year cycle is unification of scientific potential. But this is possible only in a creative society. You might have a thought, how would this help at all? Is this solution? Why is it only possible to unite scientists in a creative society? You could just give a grant to solve this issue, but leave the consumeristic format. I will now explain in the clear terms why we can only find a solution in the creative society and why in the consumeristic format only death awaits us. Look at our world today. Countries are disunited, fighting and trying to hurt each other as much as possible. The most advanced laboratories and research are owned by military and therefore classified. The smartest people in the world are busy creating bombs and supersonic missiles to destroy us. Us, humanity, on the other side of the planet, more qualitatively. Satellites, instead of monitoring the climate, control the bomb flights. All countries hide from each other. What are the real situation of climate change on their territories? And this happens at the time when in every country the earth is cracking under people's feet and magma is erupting, trying now to resolve the information about where there are supposedly stable, safe territories and where a supervolcano is about to burst. For the pseudo-safe territories, there will immediately be a war with. We are managing to kill each other several times better than the climate, and soon there will be no safe territories on Earth at all. And what are doing those whom we used to call scientists? At this time, we have shifted the responsibility to them to think instead of us. Some people create bombs, others solve, shot the crap about the anthropogenic factor into us, while others judge their megalomania, sticking to the narrow territories. Science is now killed by the consumeristic format. It is maximally fragmented to a multitude of unrelated areas, flooded by bureaucracy and smoothed by false dogmas. A multitude of the smartest people do piffing jobs, hiding confidential data from each other and competing with each other. And now imagine that in this format we need to conduct in the shortest possible time research on a global scale with unlimited funding and access to any necessary equipment, because the task which stands before mankind is global. Do you know what will happen in the consumerist format? The same thing that is happening now in the fight against climate change. All countries will promise to allocate funds and take measures, but in fact they will do nothing, because those who control the capital will only care about their own wallets, while cyclicity devours the planet. In the consumerist format of society, no one needs our lives, not even ourselves. So why is the creative society format is the only solution? Creative society is a united humanity. It is not complicated at all. It is like union of several states, only there are not 28 of them, but 197, and it is not just a unit, but all of society that makes a decision. Will such a union of countries be able to provide unlimited funds for honest scientists to study the cycle? Yes, it will. Can it provide access to laboratories, advanced technologies, satellite data, and equipment? It can. Why? Because we are people and we want to live. We are interested in life on Earth because it is our life and love of our children, each and every one of us. We need to set our one common goal for honest scientists from different countries. This goal is to understand the processes and influence that from cyclical planetary cataclysms to find adaptation mechanisms and to prevent a global disaster, to save billions of human lives. It should be as interdisciplinary research as possible. An international team of conscientious scientists from different fields of science, engineers, practitioners, and theorists, united by a single potential, amplified many times by each participant. Those who doubt will only get in the way, so we need only conscientious, honest, and responsible specialists, within climatologists and meteorologists, to study the real processes that are now rapidly changing the atmosphere beyond the rays of negligible concentrations of CO2. We need oceanologists, volcanologists, and seismologists to assess the realities of magma rates, volcano activation, and earthquakes. We need geophysicists, geologists, earth physicists who study the subsurface, the magnetic field, the core, the rotation of the planet, who can model all the processes. We need astrophysicists, paleontologists, solar physicists to understand where the radiation comes from, how it works. We need quantum physicists, elementary particle physicists who study changes in the micro world to assess the strength of the impact of high energy radiation radiation, its properties, its nature, to understand what force must be countered, and a lot of other directions and specialists should be united into one potential. Then we will be able to stop cyclic cataclysms occurring on our planet every 12,000 years. After all, there will be always counteraction to any action. With our level of even today's technology, it is possible to resist cosmic radiation. We need collective brainstorming. If we understand what this cycle is and what impact this radiation has, then we can understand how to counteract it. The first thing that will happen during the transition to a creative society is support for science, support for real scientists, not those who spend billions of obscure things. We need to act, and we can't waste time because these are human lives. That's why scientists will be on the front lines in the creative society. This will be the main front. If we bring together true scientists who are willing to face challenges and make new discoveries, we can take our science into skies and beyond. We will be able to make high-precision advanced forecasts to all kinds of cataclysms even during transition phase. We will be capable of terraforming the elements so that no human lives are lost or left homeless. We will not only be able to study the cyclicity, but to get out of it forever, for future generations of humankind, to learn to control those high-energy radiation and direct them for peaceful purposes, providing mankind with free energy anywhere in the world. We will be able to explore outer space, fly to other galaxies, and discover new planets. Combined scientific potential can bring the level of human development of such heights which we can only now dream of. It is more than real, and all we have to do is to act. We need a united humanity. What does it mean to unite? It means to act towards one common goal. So, is there a more noble and unifying goal than building the creative society?
What you see now on your screens is the creative society in action. It would take a long time to list all the things that have been done by the participants and the ones which will be done by the participants of the project for its implementation. Let me just remind you once again that what matters in creative society is each person and their participation in the common cause. Today, we will see what people are capable of when they are united by one goal, the goal to live.
Ayuda, temblando, ardiendo en llamas. No quieren decirte esta verdad tan cruda, ahogándote en vacías proclamas. El alma muestra sus crueles espinas, la batalla ya ha comenzado. El enemigo no espera, pero asesina en una guerra que no se ha declarado.
Es hora de salir de nuestros caparazones.
Somos personas, queremos vivir.
Para perder la vida, no existen razones.
Para poder cambiarlo nos debemos unir. Es hora de la verdad, ya no se puede esperar. Ya es tiempo de actuar. Todos somos la humanidad, somos personas sociedad creativa lo podemos lograr.
Ya esto está claro y no se puede esperar. Darle ventaja al clima que nos pueda matar.
Lo que vale es tu opinión, no seas carne de cañón.
Nuestra fuerza es la amistad, nuestra fuerza es la unión. El clima está matando a nuestro único enemigo. Eso podemos superarlo y lo haremos contigo.
Con la fuerza de tu mano, muestra al mundo tu actitud. Vamos por esa victoria.
Y no podemos salvar esto, aún es el final. Tenemos la oportunidad de unir nuestro potencial. Es hora de ser parte de una nueva sociedad. Todos unidos venceremos
por toda la humanidad.
Si no te detengas, nunca mejorarás tus días. Traemos enemigos y nos quiere destruir. Y yo unido por lo mismo tuyo, sabe lo que tenemos. Y formamos el destino tuyo del mismo camino.
Es hora de la verdad, ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Somos breves en actuar para poder luchar en sociedad creativa. Sociedad de la verdad, ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Somos breves en actuar para poder luchar. Sociedad creativa. Sociedad creativa. Queremos vivir en sociedad creativa. Lo podemos lograr.
We express our gratitude to our partners around the world for their invaluable contribution to the future of humanity, for building the creative society. And let me remind you once again that all participants of the Creative Society projects are volunteers, people of goodwill, irrespective of their status, profession, personal and professional interests. They are first of all people who are ready to act for the sake of saving our civilization. The Creative Society project is open for sponsorship and informational support. Anyone who shares the views of the project can help and become its active participant. Do you see now how much people all around the world want to live? They know that 99% of people want to live in the Creative Society. And in order to share this information with you, volunteers are doing everything possible and impossible, including their talents, to create songs, such as the one we listened to. The basis of the Creative Society are the 8 foundations, 8 pillars. They should be implemented in every state. Our next speaker, Almira Nailova, an attorney from Kazakhstan, will go deeper into this topic.
Hello. The facts presented at this forum confirm that the consumerist format of society is a threat to a human's life. But any normal person wants to live in a safe society without war and violence, with confidence in the future. The way people live in society depends on who makes the decisions. There are two variants. The first one is when only a few make decisions. And this is the existing consumerist format. But this is the format of inhumanity. This is the way to everybody's death. We have already seen this. The second option is when the decision about how people should live is made by all people. This is creative society. The creative society is a society which protects everyone's life, where power really belongs to the people. According to legal science, an integral part of any state is people. Without people, respectively, there is no state. So, the state is we, people. Society is we, people. If we look at the laws of any country, we see that in one form or another, power belongs to the people. We just need to start exercising our right to decide for ourselves what kind of society do we want to live in, a consumer society or a creative one. We, as people, now exercise our power through public opinion. What does public opinion mean? It is when all or most of us declare what we want or don't want. For example, when in 1999 in Bolivia, a few people in power decided that people should pay not only for water, but even for rain, the majority of people disagreed, and the decision was overturned. Another example, in 2009, a referendum was held in Iceland under the pressure of public opinion, where the people of Iceland refused to pay the debts of bankrupt banks. As we can see, the will of the people is a huge force in determining what kind of life you and I will have, and we all want a creative society. If we want something, we need to start actively expressing our opinion, thereby shaping public opinion. We need to form an electoral demand for building the creative society. That is why it is very important that you tell each and everyone, your families, friends, colleagues, and even strangers. In Kazakhstan, we actively wrote to politicians, civil servants, and deputies about the Creative Society project. And we received answers that our initiative to introduce the principles of the Creative Society in all aspects of society is supported. Already today, changes are taking place in the political, economic, and social life of the country aimed at increasing the role of people in the governance of the state, including through electoral processes. As the President of Kazakhstan said, electoral processes are necessary because people have simply stopped believing that their vote matters and is capable of changing life in the country for the better. Pay attention how important people's opinion on what kind of society they would like to live in is. Today in Kazakhstan, a platform for manifestation of the power of people has been restored, the referendum, so that people could really realize that their voice matters. Already today we have declared a decisive position to the culture of consumption and corruption, and we have chosen a creative vector of Kazakhstan development. The principle, not a man for the state, but the state for the man, became a key factor in the development of the country. So when you have the question in your head, who is going to let us? It is us who make it impossible by our doubts, fears, inaction, and indifference to the way we live our lives. Once again, I repeat that the current law of any country allows us to build the creative society today. It is legally realistic, because under the law of any country, power belongs to people. Therefore, people can introduce the 8 foundations of the creative society into the constitution by means of a referendum. When the creative society is supported by more than 50% of the population, our representatives, presidents, deputies, and even monarchs cannot ignore the will of the people, because without support of people, there is no politics. Thus, anything is possible if we just take action. The reason why we have not yet built the creative society is because of us. This means that we are not working enough, not communicating the information, or doing it very slowly. It is necessary to take the initiative of people who already support the creative society and to keep informing in every country. As we can see, the creative society is more than real, but only if we all get involved in informing right now. And when we participate in this forum now, we are expressing our will, expressing our demand for the realization of the creative society and our disagreement with the fact that there are slavery, wars, violence. So this forum is also an active form of public expression. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Almira. Next, to continue this topic, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Qasim Rashid, who will share his views on the 8 foundations of a creative society. Mr. Rashid is a civil rights attorney, author, human rights activist, and politician.
I'm a human rights lawyer. I'm practicing here in the United States, and my work focuses on civil rights. We talk about human life, human freedom, human safety. Those are the core of any government's responsibility. Transparency and openness of information. The creative ideology, innovation is the the lifeline of human progress, of building new technologies and new medicines. And then obviously development of personality, justice and equality, and self-governing society. It speaks to these elements of ensuring that we have governments powered by people as opposed to by autocrats or dictators or fascists or anything of that nature. So no, I think those principles, these 8 foundations, really well integrate to legal precedent and to what the law should require. Now it's just a question of making sure that governments and those in power are held accountable to the people, as opposed to ruling over the people with an iron fist. If we want a government that truly reflects the will of the people, then the people need to create that by being involved and engaged. And because at the end of the day, if we have a government by, of, and for the people, that's not, that empty statement remains an empty statement unless we act upon it. It becomes an active statement when we implement it in our daily lives. And every change we've seen throughout American history, throughout world history, began with somebody saying, this is wrong, and we deserve better.
So do you think that the creative society where human life is the highest value is possible to build?
I don't think it's only possible. I think it's necessary. I mean, it's not just a matter of possibility. It's a matter of this is a necessity. If we don't prioritize human life, we're facing existential crises. There's a potential for world war breaking out any day now. There's a potential for another pandemic if we don't get this one under control. There's the all but certainty of climate catastrophe coming, and if people are worried about the number of migrants right now, I think the number is 80 million now worldwide of refugees. I'm sorry. Once the climate crises become even more severe, that's going to get into the billions. So it's not a question of is it possible or not. it's necessary. And you know, there's a shift in how we need to think about these things. That it's not a question of want; it's a question of need. And if we don't take action immediately, personally and actively, then this is going to get even worse. So I think it's going to require more than simply politicians doing political things. It's going to require a mass movement of individuals to say, we are going to build a society built truly on justice, where people have freedom of worship, people have freedom of expression, but we do so in a way that truly respects one another as well. And so when we can talk about moving forward, we need to talk about how do we guarantee these things? Because once people are fed and they're clothed and they're educated and they have healthcare, then you see true innovation happen. Then you see true economies prosper. Then people can invent the next great widget, or they can invent the next great idea and be successful in it and reap the rewards of their success because they've been given this foundational basis that guarantees their humanity. That's, in my view, the real path forward, where we can guarantee the humanity of people and allow them to flourish and be who they truly are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. Thank you. And creative society is absolutely necessary. I would like to next introduce Mr. Saran Akminyan, President of Armenian Creation Council, NGO member of the Prosperous Armenia Party, who will share more about the creative society.
Սրտանց ողջունում եմ գլոբալ ճգնաժամ, մենք մարդիկ ենք, մենք ուզում ենք ապրել խորագրով ֆորումի բոլոր մասնակիցներին։ Սիրելի բարեկամներ, այսօր մենք շատ կարևոր
I warmly welcome all participants of the forum Global Crisis Where People We Want to Live. Dear friends, today we are participants in a very important event. Today's forum is the volition of people of different nationalities, religious views, and social statuses. It is expressed will of united humanity. It is an honor for me to be a participant in this forum, to witness that you and I are making the strategic step towards the salvation of our civilization. Dear friends, today, together, we have seen the terrible crimes against humanity. The most important thing for us is to understand this is, as long as we live in the consumer society, the war in Armenia, and what is now happening in Ukraine, and in hotspots around the world, will all continue. Some individual terrorists will be succeeded by the others. They will continue to divide us via different principles and to force us into fighting one another. People all around the world will continue to die. Things can be in any other way in the present format of society. It's our duty to stop and forever prevent this lawlessness. We are fed up with wars, deaths, and suffering. The only way out of this darkness is to start building peace among people. The only way out is a society in which the first priority is to improve the quality of each person's life. It is a society in which there will be a peaceful labor and continuous development. It is a society in which the value of human life is the highest value for everyone in the world. All this is possible for every person only in the creative society. Creative society is the salvation for the entire civilization and even for Armenia. My dear friends, it is a great honor for me to represent the Armenian people at this forum. It is a great pleasure and honor to announce to the world that the Armenian nation is now engaged exactly in the building of the creative society, and there are results in this matter already. I truly appreciate the tremendous work which has been done thanks to the fortitude, patience, and heroism of my compatriots. This path is full of difficulties, but it's our choice. What gives me strength is knowledge. the knowledge that the only option for the survival of all humankind is the creative society. This knowledge is based on the experience of the people of Armenia, who are taking specific steps to build the creative society. We are constantly looking for new ways to achieve this vital goal for humanity. What gives me strength is sincerity, because only sincerity gives the selflessness due to which we have made immense progress. I see this sincerity in the eyes of every participant of the Creative Society project, and I have seen it in the eyes of every speaker today. This sincerity in my heart gives me confidence in every step we take. Dear friends, the enormous responsibility for the future of all humanity rests on our shoulders. If any of you is still unaware of the importance of your choices, the moment of truth has come. Everyone has a role to play in building the creative society. We should unite and accelerate our progress as we are faced with daunting challenges. Yes, we are busy all on sites, but we are resolute in our pursuit of light and life.
President of the Nevada Semipalatinsk International Anti-Nuclear Movement. Please, the floor is yours.
I am very glad to have this meeting with my colleagues and like-minded people at the International Forum Global Crisis. Now, these topics of consumption or creation are the central question. And I am very glad that you're raising this question and creating this dream of ours, that the entire world will become the society of creation. It is necessary to actually create and think about the future for people. And it is very important that politicians become imbued with this ideology. Politicians in all countries, in fact, so that they would think more about this somewhat forgotten concept of creation. While planning industry, culture, and so on, when planning ecology, struggle for ecology, they should, in practice, pursue the very goals that you're talking about. So I welcome this initiative and hope that it will spread not only in Almaty, let's say, but all over the world. The idea of equality and brotherhood is included in these very foundations, right? We should support them. You are right to remind everyone. Let us create. Creation is part of these very foundations that you introduced too. Indeed, human safety also depends on it. That is why information and the culture of humankind should be more open, so that it is not a whisper, but so that it is voiced openly. If we think not merely about survival, but about life in such a broad and multifaceted sense. Because the life of one person is one thing, but when we're talking about everyone's life, because unfortunately, we often see, especially in our politics, when the life of one person has become more important than the lives of the majority. That's what we are fighting against. I support the real development of this movement, especially in our country. So I salute you. Way to go. Let's work together.
Thank you, Mr. Suleimanov. The next speaker is Baket Jamal Aspanova, Director of the National Library of the Republic of Kazakhstan and President of the Library Association of Cultural Workers. In 2021, she was awarded a special medal, the Best Woman of Kazakhstan.
I fully support the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. They are truly focused on the values of humanity, on improving the quality of each human's life. And indeed, we can build the Creative Society together. There is no other way to build such a society. That's what I think. We need to unite. Only through our joint efforts can we eradicate all these problems and solve all the issues together. Only in unity. We will hardly be able to do it otherwise. Separately, no one would be able to solve them on their own. The issues of ecology, climate, and many others must always be solved by all people together. Creative processes in Kazakhstan have already started and are already well underway. We are creating a new Kazakhstan, and the president himself made a speech saying that he supports the Creative Society. So we will be creating a new Kazakhstan already without all that, as I said, without anger, without corruption, without anything negative. It seems to me we'll be living in such a way soon. I hope so. But we need to create all of this ourselves and also to take an active part. Only then will we create a new Kazakhstan in such a creative society. If all of us come together and invest our efforts into this idea, and support each other, then there will be a new Kazakhstan in the new creative society.
Я благодарю всех.
I would like to thank everyone who supports the project Creative Society, everyone who understood that Creative Society is our only chance. Ask yourself the question, if there is no more of the project Creative Society, if there are no more people of goodwill who do not stop building the Creative Society, even being in extremely difficult conditions, what does the future have in store for humanity? Let's take an honest look into this future. We can do it, because our present determines our future. And we saw that today, that without the Creative Society project, we will quietly and uncomplainingly wait until we are destroyed by tyrants, maniacs, famine, disease, and whipped off the face of the earth by climate. Until then, we will all slave away in the slavery of an inhumane consumerist format. We will understand how it will end, but we will continue to lie to ourselves and brace ourselves. We will remain constrained by fear. We will betray our children over and over and loved ones again and again with our silence until the X hour comes. But is that why we give birth to children, care of them, educate them, build homes and cities, so that they can die with us like stray dogs? Is this Our future? This is our future without the creative society. And for many people, this is their present. And I want to tell you that without the participants of the Creative Society project all over the world, we wouldn't have a single chance to change it. Because only people can make a difference. And every little action of the participants of the Creative Society project is a heroic contribution to our common victory. They are the real heroes who overcame the fears in their heads and became an example themselves that one person can do a lot if he is a human being. Who are the real heroes of our wartime? In times like these, when everything is silenced and the truth is hidden, the heroes are those who step over the prescribed rules of the game and tell the truth. By denouncing consumer society, they care about the future of humanity. They are the first to support the Creative Society. Today's hero is every one of you, friends. Every one of you who now supports this broadcast, who broadcasts it in their social networks in 100 languages, who has sent it out to his friends and family. Building a creative society means fighting for every life. It is not easy, because often our calls to unite are not even understood even by our own dear and beloved ones. After all, they are also people living in a consumer society, and they are too afraid to look in the truth in their eyes. That is why your example is so important. Knowing what awaits us all for the sake of people you love and for the sake of all people, you are not silent. Every day you devote your free time to bring in the truth to people. You simply act no matter what. In the most adverse circumstances, you don't give up. You live as a creative society. Your faith in victory, your faith in unity, your faith in the creative society and people is our only chance. Without all of you, we would have no future. There would be no future for my children, our children. Thank you for everything. You know, we have no time to sit and hesitate. We only have time to act. What you are doing is priceless for humanity. The real heroes of today are not the ones we see in the movies. It is not the one who destroys, but the one who builds. A real hero does not act in the name of fame or fortune, not on someone's orders, but on the call of the heart. True patriotism is to fight not against someone, but to fight for the life of every person. Among us today are those who continue to act under the blast of bombs, those who believe in the human and in us, humanity, even seeing with their own eyes what atrocities human beings are capable of in a consumerist format. But they did not give up. They did not stop building the creative society. This film is about them, about real heroes.
Hello, I'm Anya from Irpin. We are now taking a walk in Irpin with my beloved husband. And this is the second war I'm facing in my life, from which I'm running away along with my entire family.
Tell me, who needs all this? What is it all for?
In this world, everything is arranged in such a way that nobody cares about human life at all, and it is far from being a priority. As long as we live in consumer society, we don't have a single safe place on the planet.
People, answer this question. Do you want to live in such a society? As for me, I don't.
The only thing that kept my spirit up all this time was not to give up under any circumstances. As long as I have life, I should do my best, firstly, to remain a human being inside, and secondly, to actually do everything possible and impossible so that we could move from this murderous format, the consumerist format, to a creative format of society, and do my best for the project.
Explosions were getting closer and closer. We evacuated the girls because only women and children could be evacuated.
They were shooting and bombing from all sides, while we, women and children, were standing like cannon fodder in the middle of the train station.
We passed through the area that was under fire at our own risk. I felt that I was on the verge of a breakdown. At some point, I wanted to scream. The fact that right at this moment, my parents are under bombs, air bombs, gunfire, whatever, all the modern weaponry. The only thing left is to use nuclear weapons. My brother was killed by a shell that landed on the house where he lived.
He was on air until the last minute, as long as they had electricity and the internet. He participated in live broadcasts. He spoke about the creative society. He participated as much as he could.
We will build the creative society, and we will have peace, order, wealth, and prosperity.
As long as we have even the slightest, even 0.001%, even a tiny, even a small chance to change everything, we should take this chance. We simply must. Corpses can no longer do anything. Only people that are alive can change something. And we are people. We just want to live. I'm not a cannon fodder. I'm a human being. And if I'm a human being, I must do everything I can to change the current situation.
People, I want to live in the creative society. I want to appeal to you, people from all over the world. I believe in us.
As long as we have each other, as long as we are people, we can change everything.
We're now driving along the road that my family and I were taking when we were evacuating. There are so many cars on both sides of the road that were shot, burned, or ran over by tanks. Those pieces of human bodies or what's left, all this is terrifying. It mustn't be like that. Please hear me, it mustn't be like this. We're a human society. We must build a society where your life, my life, the life of our friends, relatives, and any other individual should be valued as one's own. Otherwise, we are not a society, truly. Believe me. Human life is the most important. All this can be rebuilt and repaired. Human life cannot be restored.
When it was announced that there was an opportunity to evacuate, the first thing we said was yes. When we were driving, everywhere around there were shelled cars.
A woman and a man whose children were sitting in another car fell on their knees, folded their hands and said, "Please take us." We had 2 vacant seats left in our car. We quickly opened the doors and they jumped into the car.
We were not only saving our lives, but at that moment, we clearly understood that another person's life is just as important as yours.
I think if there had been the Creative Society, nothing like this would ever have happened. I mean, there wouldn't be anything like that in any corner of the world.
I lived in the city of Kharkiv until recently. It was impossible to imagine anything like that, even in our worst nightmares. But this is the price we pay for our inaction and silence in building the creative society. Are we really so indifferent to other people's trouble? Have we lost our empathy? Are we so bogged down in this consumerism that some pieces of paper motivate us to kill people? I'm taking part in the preparations for the International Forum on May 7th, 2022, because I understand that building the creative society is the only chance for us, and it's the only chance for us to experience what it means to live in a prosperous society. Let's preserve the life of every person on the planet.
I'm originally from Russia, but it's already been 10 years since I've been living in Ukraine, in the city of Irpin. I was unaware that everything I knew, my entire habitual way of life would vanish. And I don't know if I will ever be able to return to this city. I cannot go back to Russia either, because I have ties with Ukraine. Why did I, as a volunteer of the Creative Society project, continue to act despite the fact that explosions were rumbling outside my window and shells were exploding? To be honest, I had no idea whether I would survive or not, because explosions were very close by. I mean, Grad missiles were blasting in groups of 5, rocking the house violently. The sound hitting my eardrums, my head hurt terribly from all that noise, and when the internet was still on, I joined in translations. Even in such conditions, even just a little, but I would do something more. I still had a chance to do more. Why are we doing this? I will say right away that I'm not a hero. I'm an ordinary person, a participant of the Creative Society project. And together with all people of goodwill, we will do everything to preserve this world, even at risk of our own lives. We carry on.
My workplace looks like this right now. Unfortunately, it's temporary. I think we'll have to go back to the hallway again soon, because it's really scary when you see a missile being shot down over your house, and when 2 neighboring houses on that street were hit by Grad missiles. My parents and relatives were at the epicenter of tragedy in Mariupol. It was really scary when we lost contact with them, when we had to search for some news, watch videos to see a familiar face among the living, and to find out that they were alive. It was difficult to live and eat here, realizing that my parents were sitting in the basement of their destroyed house and could lose their lives at any moment. My uncle was shot at by a sniper just because he went to pick up humanitarian aid. He could not get up because the sniper was mocking him. For every move he made, he was shot. It wasn't easy to find the strength under such pressure to continue preparations for the forum. But at some point, when the entire situation had already reached its apogee, the forum and the preparation for it became for me such an inspiring event. Like a guidance, a vector that gives at least some hope for the best. I found time to communicate with friends to continue the development of the Creative Society website. I do not know yet whether I will have the internet or whether I will have an opportunity to participate in the forum. So we are building our collaboration in such a way that people from other countries would be able to pick up the task, and our common cause will not be affected.
I am a volunteer of the international project Creative Society from Ukraine. Unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, I had to leave my home because of the war in my country. What helped me to cope with this storm of emotions, with fear and panic that overwhelmed me at those difficult moments, what helped me to overcome everything was my participation in the preparations for the forum. I realized that the actions of each of us, of every person who now participates in the Creative Society project, save not only us personally, but they help all of humanity.
I woke up to the sound of a missile flying over me. My girlfriend and I stayed in the bathroom for the next 10 days.
When you're sitting in the bathroom, you don't know if you're going to have enough food and water tomorrow.
The Creative Society is needed so that all this does not happen, so that there is safety, so that people live with love for each other. That's why I'm actively participating together with other guys, preparing for the forum, recording interviews with eyewitnesses and scientists, and everyone is saying that we need the Creative Society.
Why do I keep preparing for the forum? Because I'm not alone. I'm not the only one who wants to live. I'm not the only one who wants to bring good, creative, positive things into the world. I'm not the only one who wants to bring the value of life into the world. I wanted to spread this information and truth to the whole world.
I looked out the window and saw a huge missile free-falling 500 meters from us. To be honest, I really said goodbye to my life. I realized that I'm the luckiest person in the world because I remained alive. The horrible, ugly face of the consumerist format that we now see in the world is what motivates us to build a creative society. It motivates me even if there is a war outside to sit down and edit a video for the conference, to help with whatever I can right now. To help with whatever I can.
War didn't become... It was a huge shock for me. But it didn't become something that would stop me. Because war is the concentration of all the violence that exists every day on this planet. So for me, the best thing was to devote every second I still have, because I didn't know if there would be a next one, to preparing for the forum. Because the forum is the only way to stop this madness.
Looking at the situation that is now happening in my country, looking at how people are suffering, I understand that there is no time for inaction, and I don't want to be idle. That's why I continue to take part in the preparation for the forum.
As long as we have even a single opportunity, even a few percent, we have to do everything we can to make the Creative Society come true. Because it's our future.
I want to tell you absolutely sincerely and honestly that being in the city of Bucha, with my family, under constant gunfire, under constant explosions of bombs and shells, where every second, every moment could be my last one, and every next explosion could take away my life and the lives of my family and friends. Every day, I pray to God to have a second chance. And I'm truly grateful that He gave me that second chance, that He enabled me today to be involved in the preparation and organization of this forum, that He gave me a second chance to be involved in building the Creative Society. Dear friends, please hear me, listen to all those people who will tell their stories during the forum, that the Creative Society is our only and last chance. let's not waste it.
Today, the whole world is afraid of a nuclear bomb, a nuclear holocaust. But the worst bomb is a callous heart that doesn't care about other people's lives. How many more human destinies are left behind? How many we have already lost on the fronts of consumer society? It is so painful and difficult to realize how many beautiful people we will never get back. It's not just wars that do this. It's all the ugliness of the consumer's format of society. For these people, our loved ones, our friends, we are too late. We have had no time to build the creative society. This feeling that we didn't have time to save them will stay with us. But for sake of those who are alive, we have an obligation to act. Our heroes all over the world, participants of the Creative Society Project, today are doing the impossible to start the hearts of the heartless, to start the beating of the human heart, even in those who have it dead, morally dead, carrying out the reanimation of humanity. And people are standing up all over the world because truth and the will to live drive these heroes. These are the ones who are on the front lines right now. These are all of you. And for those who are still hiding and hoping that humanity's last war will not touch them, I would like to say, previously, like you, we didn't know much, we didn't see much. Just like you, we thought more about our stomach and our selfishness. But let's be honest, you see everything, you just don't see a way out. And we wanted to know the truth and find a way out. And when you know the bottom line, you open your eyes and you start to see other things, things that you didn't see before. You begin to see life, you begin to appreciate life, every life, and then you make your choice. You make it right now. You either turn off this broadcast and continue to live in consumerism, as if nothing is happening and you haven't heard anything today, or you make a choice right now and stand with those heroes who are giving themselves the word that they will do everything in their power to build a creative society, a society where you are a human with the capital letter H, not a cannon folder. Tell me, what have you done for life, for the human future, for our children? What have you done today that disaster will not come to your house tomorrow? And you can do a lot. Because when we are together, when we are for life, we understand that not a single chance must be missed. We act, and every action brings us closer to the creative society. When life is at stake, the most pressing question is, what have I done for us to survive? I remember a quote by Martin Luther King Jr. Everybody can be great because anybody can serve. You don't have to have a college degree to serve. You don't have to make your subject and verb agree to serve. You only need a heart full of grace, a soul generated by love. I bow down to all the heroes, thanks to whom we will live in the creative society. I bow down to all the participants of the Creative Society project in the АЛЛАТРА international public movement from all over the world. Thank you. Without you, we don't have a chance to live.
Today, we have seen with our own eyes the facts and evidence of brutal crimes against humanity and numerous human sufferings in the consumerist format of our society. There is no justification for violence in society. There is no justification for murders. It's a shame that all of us, the majority, allow that. Until now, with our own hands and our own choices. We support the animal conditions of existence imposed on us by the consumerist format. We do not express our inner vital need as a clear position and ultimatum. We are people, and we want to live. We are for the creative society. I want to address each of you. I want to address you, my friend. I want us all to remember that every day of our inaction is a loss of someone's life. Every day when we are inactive in building the creative society, people die. If we all together do not take action right now, tomorrow the consumerist format will take the lives of you and me and our loved ones. Some are dying of hunger and thirst right now. At this very moment, some are suffering from brutality and violence, while others are caught in the middle of a war and have lost everything overnight: their jobs, homes, and families. Yet, even yesterday, these people had no idea that today they would find themselves in such inhumane conditions of existence that today they would be killed. Are you sure this won't happen to you and your family tomorrow? Look, this is Ukraine. This is the city of Bucha, where masses of people died back on February 23rd this year. They were making life plans and building prospects. But on February 24th, early in the morning, a war came to them. Are you sure that tomorrow a war will not come to you, to your home, and take the lives of your family and friends? Are you sure a war won't take your life too? Are you sure of that in our consumer society where human life is not worth anything? The idiocy and absurdity is that the cause of these horrors and the ruined destinies of millions of people is the result of the ambitions of a few psychopaths who have gained power over us in the consumerist format. Let's take 1 million people. They are all wonderful people, except for just a handful of individuals But these few individuals, because of their extreme greed and tyranny, use the rest of people for their own selfish, despicable interest. With our own hands, they force us to maintain the conditions of the consumerist format, which turns people into non-humans. And later, they claim that this is the way it should be, that it is our nature, it is natural. But this is not normal. Let's tell the truth. Yes, there are psychopaths in our society, and there will always be. But will they be able to seize power over people in the creative society? No, because power in the creative society belongs solely to the people. In the creative society, psychopaths will not be able to wage wars and destroy millions of us. They will not be able to brainwash us through their corrupt media. They will not be able to be the rightful owners of all human and resource potential. But most importantly, they will not be able to satisfy their own ambitions with our blood at the cost of our lives. Today, in the consumerist format, psychopaths are not locked in asylums. They are at the top of power over us. That is why the genocide of mankind continues every day. And our world is overflowing with the human grief and suffering. We have no right to leave such a world to our children. We need to change the conditions and build the creative society with our own hands. We are constantly divided because it is easier for them to control us. That way, the pit us against each other like dogs, forced to quarrel and hate one another. Are you familiar with a situation when people ask you, whom do you support? These people or the others? Do you support the left or the right? Who do you belong to? That party or the other? That religion or the other? Are we cattle or things that belong to someone? Even when such questions are asked, we are left with no chance of being united, of being one peace-loving humanity. But today, even when attempts are made to artificially set us at odds and separate us from one another, our position in life is clear and unambiguous. We answer all the questions from the corrupt media and collaborationists. We are people. We want to live. We are for the creative society. And only this position is our future. A person with a consumerist worldview cannot understand the sincerity of people, their selfless motive to live and act for the sake of the future of all mankind, not just for themselves. All the more so in our time. when humanity is under the threat of destruction, when we are attacked by the most ruthless enemy, the climate. The consumerist format is cruel, but it is nothing compared to the global climate change that brings devastating cataclysms. There are heroes who see the global threat and the entire absurdity of the consumerist format. And they are not silent. They are active. After all, we all understand the world is a big place. And although it is difficult to inform everyone, it is possible. We understand that the world mass media are now working for the collaborationist. Everything is in private hands. The corrupt media will do nothing to alert people to the global threat of an undeclared climate war and the need to save people through unification and building the creative society. It can only be done by us, people themselves, who realize the importance of this moment and the importance of informing everyone right now, while we still have some time. You see, no one but us. These heroes are ordinary people. True heroes are those who, despite the fact that their own lives are in real danger of death, despite all fears and risks, they continue to act, to take care of others, to knock on other people's doors, even to those who are heartless, because they are also people. The heroes act for the sake of all humanity, knowing that every second may be their last. Participants of the Creative Society Project, the people of Alatra, are the true heroes. They, like all of us, are scared. They are scared to sit under bombardments in basements. But they act. They inform. They are scared for their lives, of their near and dear ones. But they act. They are afraid of what will happen to them in a minute. War, famine, crisis. But they inform, because they have the meaning of life, to save people's lives, to save the future of humanity, because they have a higher goal that prevails over their own fear. These are the true heroes, and we are proud that we have such people in the world. People who are worthy of the title of a real human. A human with the capital letter H. A human of peace. A hero is the one who is able to overcome his own fear and act for the sake of the future of all humankind. You may ask, what motivates them? I'll tell you, life. Here in the Creative Society Project, people value every human life. They are driven by the love for humanity and true altruism. Alatra is what is saving the lives of millions of people today instead of taking them. Alatra creates conditions for becoming a true free human, not a slave of the consumerist format or a soulless creature, a puppet in someone's hands. To be able to preserve one's humanness and love for people, being on the verge of life and death, and at the same time to light the fire of faith and hope in others. Isn't it heroism? Many of our participants, having escaped the horrors of war, came out grateful for everything they had endured because they didn't give up. They helped everyone around them and continued participating in the Creative Society project as best as they could. While others were falling into despair and panic, participants of the Creative Society project clearly understood and realized the purpose and meaning of life, the value of time and attention. And most importantly, they became particularly convinced of the great power of unity and solidarity when people help each other selflessly, honestly, and with their own hearts open. Isn't this the dream of each of us? To live in a world of love and friendship? The hardest part of building the Creative Society is to explain so that people understand that it benefits everyone, for each and everyone. It's the only salvation, the only chance to survive and gain real life. After all, the Creative Society opens up tremendous prospects and frontiers for all of humanity. Now, our weapon is the word. There's nothing stronger than words. Wars began and wars end with words. Words can destroy, divide, and kill, or they can create, unite, and save. We have been brainwashed into thinking that we are stupid, worthless, and incapable of anything. But this is not true. We are the ones on whom the entire consumerist format is based. But we are also the ones who can change it. We are the ones who can get together, build the Creative Society, and create a better future for humanity. We must realize that if the climate catches us in this consumerist, selfish format, all of us will perish. Those who have already faced the hits of climate, to them, this understanding is absolute truth. But soon everyone will be personally convinced of that. We are already suffering casualties in the global climate war because we are divided, because we now listen to the corrupt media and collaborationists and do everything we can to lose this war. Think about it. Is there any idea in this consumerist format worth your life? Is there anything more valuable than human life? If we continue existing in the darkness of hatred and hostility, we will not survive. If we do not meet each other halfway and do not unite, we will not survive. If we do not build the creative society, we will not survive. We must make sure that we will never be in another world again. We must keep our children safe and build a different world, a world of justice, equality, and freedom. The most valuable thing every person has in this world is life. Your life and the life of others. We can only survive together. And it is life that we must learn to value and cherish above all. Do you want to live? I'm sure you do. Then it is time to do whatever it takes to survive. We have a choice. Either all of us will die, remaining scattered egoists, or we will learn to live together in one peace and mutual respect as one humanity. We can only survive if we unite and win. I wish all of us to live under peaceful skies, in freedom and prosperity, in accordance with the true values of a healthy human society. I believe we can do that. I look forward to the day when we walk together out of the darkness into the sun and become one true civilization. I dream of looking into the eyes of my children and grandchildren with pride and no longer being afraid for their future. I know we can only do this together because we are people and we want to live.